is plentitude. Green Hong Kong, where the world looks ahead.
Every morning is a new dawn in Hong Kong, fueled by fresh ideas and endless energy. Hong Kong is looking ahead, home to communities from across the globe. Hong Kong is a place that speaks your language and shares your aspirations, with unrivaled access to mainland China and connected to everywhere. Hong Kong is a place to live, to love, and to succeed. So come and say hello, Hong Kong, and let's look ahead together in Asia's World City.
你嘅想像係未來嘅起點。清新嘅世界，健康嘅生活，成長嘅空間。當你繼續追求，我哋持續創新，由你去想像，我去實踐，再想像，再實踐，讓未來不斷延續，觸動你想像。恒基兆業地產。
專利制度係保護創新同鼓勵科研嘅重要法律後盾。喺新推出嘅原授專利制度下，可以喺香港直接遞交標準專利嘅申請。
有價值嘅技術發明需要更完善嘅法律保護。新專利制度為研發產業提供一個理想嘅專利保護環境，有效推動香港創新科技嘅發展。
詳情請瀏覽網址 ipd.gov.hk。
Where can I buy yoga products?
Yogurt products can be found at supermarkets.
Your pronunciation needs work to be really good.
But I know where to buy the real goods.
Look for the No Fakes logo to enjoy happy and worry-free shopping. The logo is valid for 1 year, subject to annual updates. This website shows a list of No Fakes pledge shops. Online shops are listed too.
No fakes. It's great.
Green is attitude. Green is plentitude. Green Hong Kong, where the world looks ahead.
Every morning is a new dawn in Hong Kong, fueled by fresh ideas and endless energy. Hong Kong is looking ahead, home to communities from across the globe. Hong Kong is a place that speaks your language and shares your aspirations, with unrivaled access to mainland China and connected to everywhere. Hong Kong is a place to live, to love, and to succeed. So come and say hello, Hong Kong, and let's look ahead together in Asia's World City.
你嘅想像係未來嘅起點。清新嘅世界，健康嘅生活，成長嘅空間。當你繼續追求，我哋持續創新。由你去想像，我去實踐，再想像，再實踐，讓未來不斷延續，觸動你想像。恒基兆業地產。
專利制度係保護創新同鼓勵科研嘅重要法律後盾。喺新推出嘅原授專利制度下，可以喺香港直接遞交標準專利嘅申請。
有價值嘅技術發明需要更完善嘅法律保護。新專利制度為研發產業提供一個理想嘅專利保護環境，有效推動香港創新科技嘅發展。
詳情請瀏覽網址 ipd.gov.hk。
Where can I buy yoga products?
Yogurt products can be found at supermarkets.
Your pronunciation needs work to be really good.
But I know where to buy the real goods.
Look for the No Fakes logo to enjoy happy and worry-free shopping. The logo is valid for 1 year subject to annual updates. This website shows a list of No Fakes pledge shops. Online shops are listed too.
No fakes. It's great.
Bonjour, monsieur and madame. Bienvenue to the Business of Design Week, organized by the Art Hong Kong Design Center. My name is Sarika Choi, and it's my pleasure to be here to be your MC today. And this morning, we will delve into the topics of craftsmanship and material mastery, featuring leading experts from France and other regions sharing their insights. But before we proceed to our first keynote speaker, I have some exciting news to share with you all. Our forum is proud to have the support of Kudu AI speech translator. By following a few simple steps, you can now experience our talks with AI translated audio and caption. So be sure to try it out. And now we are excited to start off day 2 of the Business of Design Week with a keynote speaker talking about crafting excellence, honoring French artisanship, featuring Valérie Malta-Werner, founder and artistic director of Ymer Malta. After a career in audiovisual production, Malta-Werner founded Ymer Malta in 2009, an art furniture house that revises the French tradition of excellence with an innovative twist. So from design to production, she leads the creative process through collaborative work with designers and craftsmen. This unique approach established Ymer Malta in the world's furniture across boroughs and design, art and craftsmanship. So now, please join me in welcoming our first keynote speaker of day 2, Valérie Malta-Werner. Thank you.
First, thank you all for being here today. Thank you very much to the BODW for your amazing organization, and a special thanks to the Institut Culturel Français for their great support. I am Valérie Malta-Werner, the founder and the creative director of the Parisian art furniture studio, Ymer Malta. And I am very pleased to have this opportunity to talk you about the excellence of French craftsmanship. And I think the sentence at the bottom of the slide gives you a good idea of what we are and what we do, the heritage of the future. Our goal is to bring historic and French savoir-faire in the traditional artisan into the 21st century through our collection. My first life was in the movie business and TV business, and I applied the methodology in the art furniture. That means it was exactly as I was a producer and a director, and I work with designers as they were my actor. It's my role is to push them to do the best drawing as we can. And after, the artisan could be like the artistic team that I have to push them and to think out of what they are used to do the best of they can do. I don't know, my English is not really good. I hope you can follow what I said. Thank you. So the dialogue is the most important thing that in my work, because I have to dialogue with the designer for, as I told you, the draw, and the drawing for 7 pieces, the time can be 1 year. That means we work until to have the really best design that we could have. And after, I work with the artisan to really push them and to find a new way to in their own work. Is it understandable? Great. So let's have a look. Ah non, c'est moi qui joue. So, for example, this is the first pieces that we work, and the scenario, because there is on all the pieces and on all the collection, there is a scenario. And the scenario was the dovetail, that means since the 18th century, before the nails exist, this is the dovetail that you use, and we push the marble pieces inside of this assemblage. And so you already works with 2 different artisans through these pieces. Oh, so sorry. So the first, I choose 4 different. I choose 4 different collections to explain you my work. So this one is the marble collection. There is I decide to work marble as thin as we can. So I work with 5 or 6 different designers, and we were the first one to work with a robot and laser. So we broke and we broke and we broke. During 1 or 2 years, we were not able to do it. And if you see these pieces, the marble is thin as a lace, and imagine that how we broke, and because of all this nouveauté, I don't know, because of all this research, the CNAP, which is a French organization under the Minister of the Culture, which is designed to support the contemporary creativity, bought almost the collection. So here you can see so at the beginning I work with material, and so here is a collection around the leather. So I took different leather and to be able to show how pretty can be used the leather in the world of furniture, because at that time you had the club chair, and you have a sofa, and that's it, the big sofa. And you can work leather as a sculpture also, because if you see, for me, oh no, sorry, sorry, up. So when I say a sculpture, it's because for me, it looks like a sculpture. And it's the way we work with the designer. And to give you an example, I choose the leather because the scenario here was, everything around sports, rugby, boxing, and the name of these pieces is Victory. And when I work with Silverio Piquet for the design, after I look for the right leather, and I try to find, I make a lot of research to find the right couture throw. And the craftsman, I was in holidays when he did it, because he did not finish the collection before I leave for holidays, and he changed my leather. He bought a leather from Ferrari, because for him, Ferrari leather was the best of the best. And he made a little show, but very sophisticated one. And when I came back, I told him, but why did you do that? I never say, I give you my leather, and I give you the way I want to sew it. So we put in the trash all the work he did during the summer, because when you decide something, you have a scenario, you work on the draw with the same idea, and after the artisan has to follow the same, it has to be a continuity in the work. So after I decide to work with wood marquetry. And the wood marquetry was completely abandoned. at that time. Because when I started Mere Malta 20 years ago, the marquetry was completely abandoned, and because it was the industrial design which was the best of the best at that time. The savoir-faire do not exist anymore. We were only on very contemporary artisan, work with new material, and the designer was used to work only on industrial process. So when I started this collection, everybody told me, are you crazy? We don't care anymore of marquetry. And so I said, okay, I don't care. I want to make the marquetry in the contemporary way, with the design and also with the technique. And if you see, no, I go in the wrong. If you see this bahut, it's probably, I had to look for 16 different veneers of wood, and there is 3,000 pieces of wood. So that means, and everything is handmade. And for example, these pieces that I do with Benjamin Grindorge, it's one of my favorite designers I work with, has been bought by the Musée des Arts Décoratifs. And I profit that I say that we made already more than 100 pieces through the collection, and 65 has been exhibited in museum, 25 has been bought by museum and institution, and the 3 last collection has been commissioned by museum. So after my work with wood marquetry, Emmanuel Gérard, the director of the Museum de la Cité de la Tapisserie, came to me and asked me to make a collection with the savoir-faire of the Tapisserie d'Aubusson. Just to explain you what is Tapisserie d'Aubusson, it's what you can see at Versailles on the wall. It's a hunting scene, for example, coroning scene or natural scene. And to make the collection to be in the continuity, I decided to direct the draw and say, okay, let's go to make pieces around chalet in the mountain. So if you see the 2 beer, the wood of the beer is a chêne des marais. It's a wood which stay on the water during 3,000 and 7,000 years. That's why they are gray like that. And in Aubusson, you can tint all the color at Aubusson. So you tinted, and we tinted all the color of the gray to be in a nice way with the wood. Here you can see the forest, it's a seat. Here you can see the bench, you see the ground from the sky, and the bench in the burning wood. So the bench in the part, there is 2 parts. One part is in wood, we burn it, and after we had to interpret the burning in tapestry. Probably this bench, I asked probably 100 different simples to be able to work with. Because we use bamboo straw, we use rayon, silk, obviously wool directly from the mouton, the beer, not treated. Bamboo yard also, we look after all the material, because when at Aubusson, which I changed completely the way they are used to tapisser, to weave. Because normally they weave with silk and wool, and there is no volume. And if you can't see it very well, but if I go in the next one, but even here, because the problem is with Immersive Malta, you need to come to my place to see the thing. If you don't see the thing, you can't imagine, because here you don't see that you have the snow blowed by the wind, you have the frozen, you have the powdered snow, how you interpret the very cold water, and all the tapestry reflected in the table. But you can't see that. It's horrible to see this work through, like in a picture like that. It's particular. My work is very particular because we really need to see it, to enjoy it, and appreciate. So yesterday, Eva Nguyen told you what is the Mobilier National. So the Mobilier National, just since Louis XIV, Louis XVI, 14, since Louis XIV, take care of the furniture of the king, and now they take care of the furniture of Palais de l'Élysée, Embassy, and they came to me a few years ago, and because of all my work around the French savoir-faire, and they asked me, Valerie, what could we do together? And I told them, I don't want to do as you are used to do, one chair or one desk. I want to do un travail d'assemblage. And so we use all the technique we were used to do, like wood marquetry, leather, and so you have the light, the floor lamp. So it was really an assemblage. And when we present it, when we make the vernissage of all these things, Brigitte Macron was there, and she just fell in love with, and she said, I really want to get it. But I am worried because so here you can see the wood marquetry. It's like a forest, and it's a bookshelf. Voilà. So I just show you this bench. I work with, as I told you, with Benjamin Grindorge, that we connect very well, and we have a lot of chance to work together. And this is iconic pieces because 3 museums bought it. Everyone is different because the branch are completely, each pieces, the difference is not the same. And if you see the feet, because how it starts is Benjamin drew, he was at the Villa Kushuyama at that time, and he sent me a draw of a branch, and the draw was really pretty, and I told him, we could do a bench with that branch. But there is no fit, and I think I liked this draw because there is no fit. So I had to find a piece, the fit, how can make it transparency, and I don't want to use, ça s'appelle comment déjà du... So I want to use glass, but a very transparency glass. And the process doesn't exist in France to have this transparency in glass. So I look all over the world, and where I find this optical glass in China. It was the only place you could find at that time, probably 15 years ago, this thin épaisseur in completely transparency. I'm sorry because I missed something. So this is the collection I did with Benjamin, and but I have the Noguchi Museum, and I don't know where is it because we change a lot. But Noguchi Museum, I will explain you like that. He was supposed to be here, but we changed a lot because I didn't know that I had to speak English today, so I make it shorter, because in French I can tell you my life as like that, but in English it's much more difficult. And the Noguchi Museum came to me and asked me to make a collection around, and it's a pity because it's really a nice collection, so I invite you to go on my website. So we do probably 6 different types of light. A sculpture light, because Noguchi, as you know, is a great Japanese, Afro-American Japanese sculptor, and he's a very zen. He's very zen in his work, and so. I saw a galet, for example. He has a big stone in his atelier, and so I decided to make a galet to make galet and to make a few different samples. And I work with 2 different engineers to make to invent a new process. And invent also a new, with stiff linen, we rotomoulage resin, and resin you mold it, because I don't want any joint on it, but it's so stupid, I can't believe it was not on the, but it is not, so, because we changed, as I told you, we made a 12 different collection. And so I focus on 4, but I don't know. I asked 5, but it disappeared. And so now, because we know very well how to use all this very old savoir-faire, we bespoke for clients like architect or private clientele, a lot of pieces for them. And yesterday I was very proud because I have an interview with a press Hong Kongese journalist, and she told me, we can feel the magic that you have in your dialogue with your artisan, because it's like in Japan, and she said that my drawing is the collection are not far from Japan, and I think it's because Japan take care of the savoir-faire since very, very long time. The artisan is on the patrimoine. And so now in France, I was the really beginner, the first one to work with old savoir-faire 20 years ago, and now the savoir-faire is becoming something really, really important. And when I see after my work how the people, the artisans change their mind about our own work. So I'm very sorry because I have normally 5 minutes to talk about Noguchi collection, but if you have a question, you can scream and I can answer you and explain you the work. You don't have one question? No? So I really hope you could come to my place in Paris. I would be very happy to have you. If you want to know more, you can go on my website, because there is the curator of museum, the artisan, and the designer also write about this work. If you go on YouTube, you could have all the story about all the pieces, about all the collection, because there is a story behind everything. Because if we are able to do that kind of thing, is because we took the time. I'm never rushed. For example, Aubusson Tapestry, it's 5 years of my life to change completely the way they are used to, the weaver were used to work. I see a man has a question, so.
I don't know whether I missed your point or not, but you did mention that you use robotics to do some of the work?
I use what? Yes, I use robotic absolutely for the marble. And also at the Mobilier National, when they asked us to, because when they came to me and asked me, Valerie, we want to go back in the very great savoir-faire, so what could we do together? And they just bought a new CNC robotic, and that's the way we did, let me see, we are going there. Now, here, all the fit has been done with robotic. So, and for the Noguchi Museum, for example, I work with 25 different artisans for the collection. So the artisanal is really in the center of the work. So,
sorry, can I have a follow-up?
Sorry?
If you use robotics for your work,
yes.
How is it different from a mass production in a factory versus artisan work?
In fact, if you use everything, you do something very special. For example, for the marble collection, we could not do it by hand because it was really, we take a block of marble and the robot and the leather cut the pieces inside the block. So you could not do it by hand. At the beginning, we tried to do it by hand at the end, but we could not do it. Probably during 2 years, I look, and we start with robots, but all the end is done with hand. But it's the only collection that I work with robots. I don't refuse to use what exists today.
Thank you.
And so I really hope you enjoy. And thank you so much to be here. Thank you so much to hear my so bad English. And I hope you could enjoy what I say. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Valerie. Thank you for sharing your insights and your passion on craftsmanship. So now, for the next keynote, we are honored to welcome Olivia Putman, Art Director of Studio Putman, for continuing the Putman legacy, balancing tradition and innovation. So founded by the legendary André Putman, Studio Putman has long stood the pinnacle of French design. And in this keynote, Olivia Putman, as the studio art director and the daughter of André Putman, will share how she honors her mother's timeless legacy in the ever-evolving world of design. So she will discuss her unique approach to interior design and artistic direction, ensuring relevance for both the present and the future. So please join me in welcoming Olivia Putman to the stage.
Good morning. First, I want to thank you for coming here today. Also, I wanted to share with you that I'm very happy to be here. Hong Kong always had a very special place in my heart. I came many times to present exhibitions. With the French May, we had a retrospective at Landmark presenting all the collaboration we have done over the years. We inaugurated the PMQ with a show about the long-term career of my mother starting in the 60s. I also came 2 years ago to present collaboration I had with Sovereign, a Hong Kong-born luxury brand. We designed buckles for shoes and bags. But most of all, Hong Kong is the only place in the world where you can find a hotel named after my name, the Putman. The Putman is one of the latest projects of my mother. I have been working now for 18 years in the firm created by my mother in 1978. I had to explore my own field before taking over. I was a landscape designer, so I knew how to handle colors, texture, but also to deal with projects, plans, and most of all, clients. I was lucky to be raised in a family surrounded by artists and had the chance to meet many inspirational figures in my life. Since I took over, I had the incredible chance and luck to go on with the trust of clients, and we have imagined wonderful projects over the years. The main lesson I had from my mother was listening to people's wish and keep my eyes wide open. When I arrived at the studio, I knew, of course, very well the work of my mother, as most of my holidays were converted into site visits around the world. Most of all, what I discovered when I arrived was that the name Putman was an adjective for the collaborators. Can you imagine entering a meeting room and speaking about new projects and having my collaborator saying, is it Putman or not Putman? And that was a kind of a shock for me, I have to admit today. André achieved a remarkable body of work that is timeless, beyond fashion, and she found many responses on the way people wish to live. I could not resume the amount of design she did during her 50 years of career, but I think those images traduce well the incredible eclecticism she used in her work. When people contact the studio and look for Putman style, for me it's a bit like an alphabet that enabled me to make my own words. André liked to play with geometry, oval, square, circle. She always worked in a very playful ways. I am sure that her studies to become a professional musician played an important role in the way she composed her project, and maybe her love for black and white came as she spent so much time playing on a piano. Her style is very diverse, free and generous, and often have a touch of humor. In the 1980s, my mother had a very interesting reflection about the display of the different space of the house. She had a visionary spirit and totally changed the way you should look after two rooms that were always forgotten, the bathroom and the kitchen. She really proposed a new way of life by opening the space, proposing to have dinner in the kitchen instead of the old-style dining room, and designing bathroom where you can take care of your body, but also of your soul. She was also a very good writer and left wonderful texts about her vision. I personally love this bath tube that almost look like a toy, but that create also a very special scenery in the design of a bathroom. It was originally imagined for a movie directed by Peter Greenaway called The Pillow Book, that took place actually in Hong Kong too. By focusing on light as a primary material, she creates dynamic spaces, enhancing the overall experience of the architecture. The interplay of light and shadows add depth and character to her designs, making them not just functional, but also visually captivating. A funny story about the design of these stairs is that when she had the first meeting with the client, she was wearing an amazing diamond necklace. My mother told her that this piece of jewelry, its elegance and sparkle, was very inspiring, and that she will design this staircase like her necklace. She was also a pioneer in mixing materials. Mixing industrial materials with luxurious ones creates such a unique and striking aesthetic. It really challenged traditional notions of luxury and made a bold statement in her design. I have selected two images because they illustrate very well this side of her work, which I can almost call an obsession. I remember my mother, who was, I can say, a very good storyteller, describing like a fairy tale the improbable wedding between this poor cement panel meeting at last a square of mother of pearl. I chose that picture because it really shows the way she was combining industrial material like this steel mesh with the precious crystal handle. This elevator is surrounded by a very luxurious glasswork. For me, the interesting feeling you have when you look at this project is the contrast between those materials. We are very careful about details and wonderful finishes. That attention to detail really makes a difference in design. It's those little touches and high-quality finish that can elevate a project, whether it is the way a material feels, the precision of a joint, or the choice of hardware. Every detail contributes to the overall experience of a space or a piece of furniture. We also like to mix texture in order to create those contrasts that give a special identity to our project. It allows a visual and tactile experience that engages the sense and can make a project feel more dynamic and inviting. The Putman style really embraces simplicity and elegance, allowing for a serene environment that feels welcoming and spacious. By limiting the color palette, it creates a perfect backdrop for touches like artwork, personal belongings, which can bring life and personality to a space. And why not enhancing the presence of a friend wearing a red sweater, for example. I always saw my mother's work as a silent link between a traditional and a futuristic vision. She had a remarkable ability to blend the best of both worlds, honoring traditional craftsmanship while also embracing innovative ideas and designs. This approach can create a timeless quality in her project, making them feel both rooted in history and forward-thinking. I love that project where she inserts contemporary pieces of furniture in a very historical place. The various tones of beige are making the link. The way she hides technology, which is also almost prehistoric today, was very efficient at that time because it almost became invisible. And 40 years later, this desk is still used by French ministers. I think it is also very interesting to share with you the way she designed the French iconic supersonic plane Concorde. Designing for something as advanced as this plane while incorporating cozy, familiar elements like a grandma fabric on the top of the seat was a brilliant way to create a sense of comfort in a high-tech environment. It shows a deep understanding of human experience, balancing cutting-edge technology with the warmth and nostalgia of home. Creating a sense of spaciousness in a compact environment like the Concorde was no small feat. By carefully considering the lighting and using geometric patterns on the floor, she was able to enhance the overall experience of the passenger, making feel them more at ease despite the very limited space. It's amazing how design elements can influence our perception of space and comfort. Using a simple cardboard material for the napkin ring was in such a high-end setting like the Concorde was a bold choice. It is a wonderful example of how thoughtful design can be surprising and delighting even in the most unexpected way. By opting for something so unpretentious, she reminds the passenger that elegance doesn't always come from luxurious details. For me, luxury isn't about rich materials, but it's linked to the thoughtfulness and care that goes into creating an environment or experience that elevates the ordinary. The evolution of society and the shifting values of people play such a crucial role in design and architecture. Our work reflects the needs and desire of the time, especially with the growing emphasis on sustainability and environmental consciousness. This constant change keeps our profession dynamic and exciting, as designers must stay very attuned to cultural shifts and the need of the planet. I also like the concept of amability that can transform everyday moments into something special. It is about creating a sense of comfort and warmth that resonate with people, making them feel valued and appreciated. This approach can be incredibly powerful in design, as it encourages a focus on the user experience and the emotional connection people have with the space and objects around them. We try to incorporate this concept by designing pieces that not only look beautiful, but also enhance the way people interact with the environment. Thoughtful details like ergonomic fixture or customizable options can make a significant difference in how someone experiences a space or a piece of furniture. André went on many fields, and she taught me to go easily from a subject to another. Nespresso launched a contest, and it was the first competition I won when I arrived in the office in 2007. My idea was very simple. Frankly, I thought too simple, as I took the capsule and I converted into a cup. But finally simple and efficient, as I drew a complete set around the ritual of coffee for them. I had the chance of running a firm where you can design a cup of coffee in the morning and finish the day imagining a huge office building. The scale of our project is very wide. I am very sensitive to what we call the new ways of life. I feel every day that interior architecture and design are finally very close to psychology and sociology. We have to respond to changing lifestyle and environmental concerns, which are so relevant today. We are also adapting our design to contemporary needs and value. For example, the shift to teleworking was indeed transformed how we think about our living spaces. It's fascinating how homes are evolving to accommodate this new way of working. Most of our clients discovered that they were efficient at home, so why going to the office? I like the idea that this home that this home office can totally disappear in a war when you have finished your day, like in this project. It's intriguing to see how the push for employees to return to the office is reshaping interior architecture. Companies are recognizing that a well-designed workspace can significantly enhance employee satisfaction and productivity. By incorporating elements like co-working space, inviting restaurant, and quiet areas, we are creating environment to cater diverse needs and preference. This shift not only makes the office more appealing, but also fosters a sense of community and collaboration among employees. It is all about creating a space where people feel comfortable and inspired to work, which can lead to greater creativity and innovation. We have been working on that new change lately, offering new services. It gives a new feeling to office building. The growing emphasis on environmental responsibility in architecture and design is indeed reshaping the industry. I remember an editor of chairs telling me that he can only produce them by 2, as he didn't want to transport air. That was, for me, a good lesson. This example who prioritize efficiency by minimizing unnecessary transportation is a good illustration that every decision from production to logistics can have an impact on our planet. This approach not only reduces wastes, but also encourages designers to think creatively about materials and processes. It's inspiring to see how the industry is evolving to embrace sustainability as a core principle, leading to innovative solutions that respect our environment. I think that the diversity of sustainable materials is becoming more and more interesting and increasingly the way to go. I am astonished by the incredible amount of choice and options we have now. It is anyway the main subject today for architects and designers to be more and more strongly tied to environmental issues. I have always liked to visit the atelier producing my piece of design. It is always very inspiring. It's fascinating how this workshop will reveal the intricate balance between creativity and possibilities. Understanding the capabilities and limitations of artisans allows designers to push boundaries while respecting the craftsmanship involved. I think the commitment of any designers is to preserve local craftsmanship and promote the unique skills of his country. By focusing on the French know-how, I am not only honoring tradition, but also ensuring that these invaluable techniques and practice continue to thrive. Since the 1980s, my mother, André, started to collaborate with many French luxurious brands and had imagined many designs like she did for Christophe. I have a special love for this design as it really shows the talent of my mother. They kept their original mold and she simply imagined a twisted ring that totally changed the look of their piece by giving a fresh and new identity. This twisted ring was also adapted on pieces of jewelry. The name of this collection is Vertigo, and it also shows the incredible poetry and humor she had naming her creation. I went on with many collaborations in many fields, like the few examples I have selected. I designed a collection of dinnerware for Deshoulières. Deshoulières is a brand that is known for the quality of porcelain. The chessboard pattern became almost a signature for the studio, and I imagined a complete range of dinnerware that I have named Memories. THJ is very well known for the incredible quality of faucets. I first met them as we were adapting the Vertigo ring into a wide range of bathroom accessories. And I was so impressed by their workshop and their possibilities, they proposed me to design a new faucet, which I named Metamorphosis, as it is a square becoming a circle. As you can observe, I am still playing with geometry. Bronze Charles is an amazing workshop that is specialized in bronze and carving. They asked me to imagine a console, lamp, and mirror. I was also the art director for Lalique. I spent a lot of time in the atelier, and it was an incredible chance for me to discover the know-how of crystal maker. My wish was to design something useful and not only decorative, and we produced a wide range of light fixture going from a huge chandelier to a small table lamp. I parallelly had many architectural projects. My mother was recognized in the world by imagining the first boutique hotel in the 80s, the Morgan Hotel, opened in the 80s. The hazard was this hotel needed refreshment, and that was the first big project I had to handle in 2007. I knew well the place. This hotel was built in 1984, and even if it needs refreshment, nobody wanted to change anything in the design of the place. So I kept almost everything, and especially this bathroom, which became the most well-known image of the studio. Modularity is something I love to input in my work too. Modularity really does offer incredible flexibility, allowing spaces to transform based on how people want to use them at any given moment. It's all about creating an environment that can evolve with the needs and moods of their inhabitants. It empowers people to shape their environment in ways that suit their lifestyle. Like these walls that you can almost remove between the bathroom and the bedroom. The world is getting smaller, and with the word universal getting bantered around so much, it can be hard to remain true to one's roots. One of the challenges facing the studio, when we have projects abroad, is to work with local know-how and material, but in our own style. We had the chance of winning a big contest to imagine the new VIP lounge for LAN Airways in South America. We strive to use local materials so we can reduce transport costs and carbon emission, and most of all, support local economies. My first idea was sourcing material locally and discovering what we could produce in South America, mixing local craftsmanship with our own style. It happened, and after numerous visits of workshop and discussion, we worked and produced carpet and piece of furniture. For me, it was very interesting to imagine a bridge between our two cultures. My new goal is to focus on the incredible number of creations my mother has left us. Each piece she designed carries a story and reflects her unique vision. By focusing on her work, you can inspire others and keep her spirit alive. It will be a fantastic way to connect with people who appreciate design and keep her influence in the design community. Her projects are filled with very interesting pieces of furniture. I am presently looking at all the drawings I have in my office to present the incredible talent she had. The fact that her piece continued to resonate with people and remain desirable in modern homes speaks volume about her talent and vision. The timeless design of those furniture make me think that it is also sustainable, as you will not get rid of them when they are out of fashion. She creates pieces that not only serve a purpose, but also enhance the beauty of the space. Celebrating her work and share it with others can inspire a new generation of designers who appreciate the elegance and the timeless style of her creation. My wish is to produce lines of furniture and seek the best ways in order to be very sustainable. We are looking at materials like reclaimed wood, bamboo, recycled metals, and organic fabric. We are also looking into certification like FSC for the Forest Stewardship Council for wood products, or GOATS for Global Organic Textile Standard for fabrics. Each of these options has its own benefits and can contribute to a lower environmental impact. Focusing on sustainability in furniture production is beneficial for the environment, but will also resonate very well with the consumers who are increasingly looking for eco-friendly products. These can help assure our client of our commitments to sustainability. I think that our ambition is to continue to create while learning from the past and looking into the future. Creativity can bridge generations and culture, fostering connection and understanding. I believe, and I am sure, that design and art can be such a powerful channel to emotion, sense, beauty, and hopefully peace in the world. Thank you very much for inviting me to share my thoughts and experiences.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. So, thank you for Olivia for sharing her valuable insights on balancing tradition and innovation in the design. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, hope you're enjoying our day 2 so far as we are continuing to delve into the topics on craftsmanship and material mastery, featuring leader expert from France and other regions sharing their insight for this morning. So coming up next, we have another keynote. We will explore from waste to wonder, Norman Copenhagen Circular Furniture Revolution. So joining us is Paul Madsen, CEO of Norman Copenhagen, the iconic Danish furniture brand known for publishing the boundaries of sustainability. So Paul will share the brand's inspiring stories and introduce their latest collection featuring recycled materials and circular design principles. So he will showcase how Norman Copenhagen transforms waste into beautiful and functional pieces. So now please join me in welcoming Paul Madsen to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very nice introduction. I feel like a superstar. Thank you all for coming this morning. And thank you Business of Design Week for inviting us here today. Hi Jay. I feel very honored and proud and humbled to be on this stage together with so many great creative people. As introduced, my name is Paul. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Norman Copenhagen. And today I will give you a brief introduction to our brand. I hope some of you know a little bit, but I will make sure that you all will know some. And then I will speak about two of our sustainable products in our collection. We have more, but this is two that are very close to my heart. So the first one is the mat chair and the bid stool. So this is me and my business partner, and we founded Norman Copenhagen in 1999. So this October, we had 25-year anniversary. We are a Danish design company located in Copenhagen, hence the name. We renovated a historical building 3 years ago in the center of Copenhagen, a building from the 30s. That's our headquarters now, 3,000 square meters. On a regular day, we are around 35 people in the headquarters, and in total, we are close to 200 people. We, of course, have a lot of salespeople around the world and warehouse people, and in China, we also have a team of around 10 people. And the very first, or one of the very first employees that we had was a Chinese woman, and she's still with us after 22, 23 years or so. Our collection is very, very wide and very deep. As you can see, we produce furniture, lighting, accessories. We would like to be like a one-stop solution for all different projects that you may have, that being in hospitality, office, or residential projects. We can pretty much cover all needs, all the basic functions. Our main business is furniture, and most of that furniture is produced in Europe. We would like to produce our products as close to our warehouses as possible, and we have our main warehouse in Denmark, of course. So we have a lot of production in Denmark, Sweden, the Baltic countries, and Poland also other places in Europe, but as close to the warehouse as possible to minimize transport and emission. We also warehouse in China. We also have production in China. And from the China warehouse, all Asia and Pacific is covered and distributed from that warehouse. Again, to minimize emission and transport. And just recently, I think it was begin this year or end last year, we also started a production in Mexico to cover America. Yeah, this is just some few pictures of our furniture. I don't want to talk so much about it. We have so many different options for each use. So this is some of our light. So we do everything from pendles, wall lamps, table lamps, outdoor, indoor. Again, we can cover most needs in any project. Accessories is very key to our company. It's a big part of our DNA. In the beginning, for many, many years, we only had accessories in our collection and some lights. So that is an important part of our DNA, I would say. During the 25 years, we have won a lot of design awards. It's always nice to win at the award and be acknowledged from other people. And just recently, the mat stool here won a Danish design award. The 3 biggest magazine in Denmark, Scandinavia, where the readers voted for the most green, sustainable product this year, and the mat chair won, so we are very happy about that. All these products could not have been done without working together with a lot of different designers. During the 25 years, there have been hundreds of different designers, and they are really different. They're from different countries, different backgrounds, different ages, different education or no education. What is very key to us is the personality, how we can relate to each other, and of course their view and approach to design. And besides external designers, we also have our own in-house design studio, which we have had for 15 years, I think. We export to 82 different countries around the world. Of course, Europe as an area is the biggest and most important for us. US as a single country is the biggest single market for us. China, Hong Kong, Asia, Pacific as a market is around 15% of our turnover, but the area that is growing fastest for us, so it's definitely an area where we'll pay more attention and more resources and try to position ourselves better in future also. And it's all the traditional channels that we are using, of course, retail online and contract projects. 70% of our sales is contract. It's a lot of hospitality, a lot of restaurants, a lot of hotels, but also office spaces. We don't do desk and systems, that's the only thing we don't do, but everything in between, all the loose areas, meeting rooms, lounge areas, all the nice areas, we do a lot. Yesterday, Thomas told us about buildings and how much they pollute and how important it is that we build buildings that many generations they want to keep for a long time. And that's a little bit the same with furniture. From the very beginning of Norman Copenhagen, we have always tried to find the best material, the best manufacturers with the best production facilities, together with the best designers to make products that can last for a long time, because that will be the most sustainable product you can design. If your children or grandchildren actually want to inherit the product, it will be difficult to make a product that is more sustainable than that. So that's our wish and our goal. It's not always possible, but that's how we start with the design process, to make something that will last for a long time. And a lot of our products that we still have in the collection are some that we had from the very beginning. But of course, being a design-driven company these days, where sustainability and responsibility is a big thing, we have been looking into finding some material or production with sustainable or recycled materials. And the first one I will talk a little bit about is the mat chair. Mat is short for material, and the mat chair is actually an old idea. Peter Lord Urensens, who designed the chair, came up with the idea almost 20 years ago. And he did a lot of testing, a lot of prototyping, a lot of different materials. Never really succeeded. I think the knowledge and the material, and maybe also the demand, was not at hand at that time. I think even the word sustainability was not really invented 20 years ago, so he kind of pushed it aside. And then 4 years ago, he approached us together with a governmental institution called the Danish Institute of Technology, who are specialized in material and production. And then we start doing a lot of testing and researching and developing together with them. And the result was the mat chair, which we launched this spring. So from February to June, we traveled around 40 different countries around the world, inviting the architects and design community, and talked about sustainability and talked about the product, of course. So that was really a huge success for us, this kind of introduction to the market. Yeah, here you see some different pictures from the production. I'll get back to that. So this one, the the light, bright version of the two chairs is made of hemp, as you see up in the left corner. Hemp is a super plant. I mean, there's so many good things about hemp. It's a fast-growing plant. It can grow up to 4 meters in a season, and it's possible for us to harvest once a season. For a tree, it takes 50, 100, 150 years to grow before we can harvest that. So, and it can grow up to like 4 meters. We only use the stem. The stem is super strong. The fibers are really, really strong and has been used thousands of years for making a rope or clothes. The leaves are also used to different cosmetics or food or other things. So everything from the plant is used. And the good thing about hemp is that it absorbs a lot of CO2. It's a strong plant in the sense that it takes care of itself. You don't really need to water it that much, so you don't waste a lot of water to make it grow, and you don't need any pesticides or any other help to make it grow. So it's an easy plant. And we harvest the hemp in France, but mostly in Sweden, where the production is. For me, a sustainable product must be it's most sustainable product you can find is where you source the material close to the production facilities. So we'll harvest more and more close to Sweden in future. Then we also have a darker version, as you see here, which is also, of course, hemp, but we have added 5 to 8% of seagrass, eelgrass, to make it look a little bit more different and darker. And seagrass, as hemp, is also extremely strong and hard. The fibers are really, really good also. And they actually, seagrass absorbs more CO2 than the rainforest. The entire amount of seagrass absorbs 39 times more CO2 than the rainforest. So we cannot harvest it, of course. But luckily, the west coast of Denmark borders against the North Sea, where it's pretty much every day it's windy and stormy. So there's a lot of the eel seagrass that is washed to the shore. And then we have local farmers that are collecting this and put it on the field, so it's dried in the sun and in the wind. When we have collected all this material, then it's threaded apart. It's a really difficult word for a Dane to say. So we create like this cotton wool feel material, and from that we can press, if you see up right in the corner, we press like thin layers of like mattresses. They're 2 centimeters, and if we have 5 of these sheets, we can press it down to 1 sheet for a chair here. Then we cut it off, so there's some leftover. Then we hand polish it, and we also treat it with a natural oil to close it and to give it a nice surface. All the cutoff that we have, we can reuse 100% again, and that is kind of rare in a production that leftovers can one-to-one be reused again. So it's pretty simple to thread it apart again and to make the new mattresses, and then we can reuse it again. And that's the same if for some reason the chair should break. It's super strong. We have tested it for heavy use, so it should not break, but things break. Then we are setting up a take-back system, so it's possible to send back to the factory, and then we can reuse the chair 100% again. There's some different versions. Here you see the dining chair with the armrest. There's also a dining chair without armrest. You can use the same seat in the bar stool. You can front upholster it if you like, and also full upholster it, which I think would be a shame to cover all the nice structure here, but it's possible. There we go. And most interesting part, I think, one of the most interesting part is the CO2 emission for one chair, and that goes for both versions. It's only 24 kilos, which is close to nothing. I mean, a regular chair, being a plastic chair or a wooden chair, is everything in between 150 and 300 kilos. We also have these kind of chairs, of course, but so being down to 24 is really something. And I think this February we will launch with wooden legs on the furniture show in Stockholm, and I'm quite sure that we will be able to bring it even more down. So this is exciting, I think. On to the next piece of sustainable furniture, the bid stool here. The bid stool, as the name says, it's a small stool. You can use it as a small side table. You can use it indoor, outdoor. It's water resistant, so you can have it in your shower if you like, to sit or to place your products. There's many different uses, and there's 3 different shapes, and so I think 5 or 6 different colors. You see some of them here. And the material is recycled plastic, of course. Maybe you can see that. The recycled plastic is collected in Italy. It's industrial and household plast. And of course, the production of the chair is in Italy. So again, we try to source the material as close to the production as possible to lower the emission. So when we collect this industrial and household plastic, we cut it into small pieces or bits, if you like. And then it's rotate molded. The good thing about rotate molding is that it's a relative low energy consumption production. The tool is heated up to like 105 degrees, which makes the plastic not totally fluent, but it melts it enough so we can have this form. You can still see some of the structure and some of the bits in the stool, and that's because it's not heated too much. If you heat plastic into a liquid form, you can do that and you can reuse it again into something else, but you can only do that 5, 6, 7 times, and then it starts losing the strength and the capacity that the plastic have, and then it's not used for anything. Then you can burn it or throw it out. But this way, if we do it this way, and rotate mold and not heat it more than 100%, then we can reuse the plastic endlessly. We have added around, we have added around 5% of virgin plast just to make it a little bit stronger, but that's the only thing we need, and then we can reuse the plastic constantly. Bid stool is for us, it's been a super product to introduce, in the sense that it, from day one, was a massive success. Normally, when you launch a new product, you need to wait 2, 3, 4, 5 years before you know if it's a success or not. But the bid stool has been a huge success from day one, and I will just in a minute explain 1 or 2 of the reasons I think why. Yes. Also, because of that success, we have launched an addition to the collection. So there's a lounge chair to the collection also, and some small tables, and there's some bar stools also. And actually, there's also, I don't have a picture, but there's both an indoor and outdoor light in the same material also to it. Up. Yeah. As the mat chair, the CO2 emission producing one of these is also really low. And the main reason for both of them that they are so low is, of course, of the recycled plastic, but also because of the transportation, that we don't transport from long distances. So that's very key for us to do. I promise you that I would tell you a little bit about why I think they are so successful. One of the, it's not this slide, but the clicker doesn't work really there. So when you produce a sustainable product, it is crucial that they are not more expensive than a non-sustainable product. Because if a project owner have to choose from expensive to a not expensive piece, they will mostly choose the not expensive. So it's super important that they have the same or better price point. And both of these products, they have a very nice price point. The stool here is retail for around 200 euros, and the stools here are retail for around 300 euros. So same as a plastic or wooden chair. So that is super crucial. But for me, one of the most important things, or the most important thing, is that I'm quite sure that you're here in the front that can see the structure to it and the furniture, that you can instantly see that they are made out of a recycled material or a sustainable production. Am I right? Good. So that means that both of them, they communicate. I'm a sustainable product. I'm a recycled product. So imagine being a hotel owner, a restaurant owner, who all wants to communicate to their clients, to their customers, that this is a place where we think about responsibility, where we act responsible. Sustainability is important for us. If you put these in any settings, they already tell that story. You don't have to go and shake every customer's hand and tell them this is what we do. They communicate it by themselves, and I'm quite sure that this is one of the main reasons they are so successful. And now my time is running out. It's super stressful with the clock here. But there's tons of other things we could talk about, what we do in our company to be more sustainable. We have some short-term and some long-term goals, how to bring down the emission in our company and with our partners also. New products will still be, sustainable products will be one way, but we will also step back and look on existing non-sustainable products maybe to make them more sustainable. It's always possible to improve, and we should improve, everybody. So bringing a chair down from 200 kilos to 150 kilos is also achievement, I think. And tons of other things, but now I'm going to be kicked down from the stage. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. Thank you for being here today and sharing your invaluable insights on circular revolution in furniture design. So coming up next, the keynote session is our first panel session of today of our Day 2 of Business of Design Week. And this session is a little bit special because it will be conducted in French. But don't worry, because for simultaneous interpretation, simply scan the QR code. Oh, it's on the screen as well, or at the back of your badge to access our AI translator, audio and caption powered by Keynote AI speech translator. So if you have been using the AI translator earlier, you can close your app and relaunch it again, okay? So if you have used the Keynote AI translator in the previous session, please rescan, okay? Rescan the QR code for a better experience for the upcoming French session. So very exciting because this is the first French session that we have this year at the BODW. And this year, France is our partner country of BODW 2024. And the renowned French International Design and Interior Decoration Trade Fair, Maison et Object, presents its first edition of Maison et Object Design Factory in Hong Kong. So for the next panel discussion, Concession Design, exploring the stories behind Maison et Object Design Factory, we welcome Maison et Object representative and curators, Philippe Dytham, Zheng Xiong Elizabeth Lyrich, and Quentin Hersinger to discuss about this topic. And the moderator will be Frank Millett. So let's welcome them on stage.
Thank you.
On se met.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Franck Millot. I'm from Maison Objet. We are here to speak today about the kickoff of Maison Objet Design Factory in Hong Kong. So we would like, through this exhibition, speak about the topic of conscious design, how design might be a proposal to a better tomorrow for everyone. As we heard yesterday, many other speakers talking about the impact of architecture or other fields of creation on this very important topic. So today we have our guest, and I will introduce first Philippe Delhomme. Philippe, so you are the president of Maison et Objet.
Yeah, thank you.
For now...
more than 30 years now.
More than 30 years. And so you will explain us why Maison et Objet is here today and what is the goal behind and the strategy behind. We have Elisabeth Lerich and Jian Kyonger, curator as well of one part of this exhibition. And we have Quentin Hersinger. And so let me switch in French, so we will continue in French pour cette présentation. Et donc, je vais me tourner vers Philippe pour que vous nous disiez en quelques mots ce qu'est Maison et Objet, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas cet événement.
Oui, bonjour. Merci d'être présent aujourd'hui. Alors, en quelques mots, qu'est-ce que Maison et Objet? Nous avons créé Maison et Objet en 1994, donc ça fait effectivement plus de 30 ans. Et l'objectif principal de Maison et Objet, c'est de réunir, d'inspirer et d'animer toute la communauté du monde de la décoration, du design et de l'art de vivre. Plus précisément, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire de mettre en relation, de créer du business, de développer des interactions en fait, entre des marques créatives, entre des importateurs et tous les acteurs qui peuvent aujourd'hui avoir besoin ou vendre des produits. C'est-à-dire des designers, des architectes, des retailers, qu'ils soient indépendants, ou bien des architectes, des retailers qui font partie de centrales d'achat, mais aussi on touche évidemment tout le secteur de l'hospitality avec la restauration et l'hôtellerie. Depuis toujours, Maison Objet a adopté un positionnement particulier puisqu'on a pour objectif de présenter l'ensemble des produits du monde de la décoration. Donc, contrairement à ce qu'on peut trouver parfois sur d'autres salons où il n'y a que du mobilier, que du luminaire, que du textile, sur Maison Objet, vous allez trouver l'ensemble de la gamme des produits transversale, plutôt sur du moyen haut de gamme, ce qui permet du coup d'avoir une approche globale quand vous êtes en train de référencer des produits, de les sélectionner et de pouvoir ensuite les récupérer évidemment pour pouvoir les utiliser ou les vendre. Donc cette approche transversale, elle est importante. Elle permet pour vous de bien comprendre le marché. Et d'ailleurs, pour mieux comprendre le marché, ce qu'on met en place aussi sur Maison Objet, ce sont des espaces de découverte. On a ce qu'on appelle des What's New, où on décode les tendances, et on s'appuie d'ailleurs sur des curateurs qui sont ici présents pour pouvoir donner des tendances du marché. Alors, Maison Objet, il y a principalement 3 piliers qu'il faut retenir. Il y a le salon, qui se tient 2 fois par an, en septembre et en janvier. Le prochain a lieu d'ailleurs du 16 au 20 janvier. Dans ce salon, on a à peu près 2300 marques.
We have about 2,300 brands exhibiting. We have about 80,000 visitors. It's a very international fair. Visitors from around the world coming. And of course, you are more than welcome to visit us at that next fair. And today you have an expression of what you can find in Paris at that fair, because we've created that specific booth, including all those components. The second pillar of Maison et Objets is the Paris Design Week, which is also held in September, which you can complement your visit on the fair, which this Paris Design Fair will show you other brands that are not necessarily exhibiting at the fair, but you can also see iconic places that we are exhibiting throughout Paris. So it's a very interesting way to have a visit. And the third important pillar of Maison et Objets is the digital part that we started working on in 2016. This digital platform allows you to connect with brand, to select the products, to contact the brands. And if you're based in Europe, you can even order, because this platform is also a marketplace in Europe. So you can not only select the product that are interesting for you, but also order them directly. So this Maison et Objets, it's a platform for solution for architect, designers, retailer. You find different elements that allow you to find the products, to discover, to select the products that are most appropriate for you, and to do your job properly. Well, thank you so much, Philippe. Can you tell us why Maison et Objets is debuting today in Hong Kong, and what is at stake here? Well, as I said earlier, the fair is very international, and of course Asia is an important part of the visitors that we have in the fair in Europe. And we've always been looking at what was happening in Asia, and especially in China and Hong Kong, because even before the pandemic, we had about 2,000 visitors from China and Hong Kong coming to the fair. We've always been keeping an eye on Asia and China, Hong Kong, and we realized that Hong Kong is now becoming a design hub. There are many important events, including this conference, which is held every year now at a high level of design. There is Design Inspire, the fair. There is also a whole pathway throughout the city. So there is a strong dynamism around design in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is becoming a very important place for design in Asia. So we paid attention, and especially when Hong Kong authorities came to see us and asked us if we could contribute to the development of design in Hong Kong. So it didn't take us long to decide, to make up our mind, to say yes, of course, to keep on developing, of course, the fame of Maison et Objets, and especially here in Asia and China and Hong Kong. I'm going to turn now to Kyung He, who is the curator for for the first pavilion in this exhibition, and the theme, Nature as a Muse, which highlights absolutely incredible craftsmanship from France and China. And I wanted to know, what was the place of craftsmanship in your practice as a designer? I'm gonna say a sentence in Chinese, which will not be interpreted.
Ok. Voilà, en français. Alors, l'exposition.
So, the exhibition, which the global exhibition from Maison Objets, which is has been launched, is called Nature as a Muse. So from the title of the exhibition, you know the theme. the know-how, the porcelain, silk, bamboo, fabrics, wood, etc. All those materials come from nature, right? And as a muse, of course, we use the term muse normally more in fashion, but muse as the source of inspiration, as and I think the soul of the modern craftsman, the energy of the craftsman or craft person comes from nature. So of course, then you have creativity, the different dialogues. How can you transmit traditional know-how, fabric, material, etc. in daily life? It's a transformation. It's a sort of transmission, and I think then in my practice, the modern craft person is essential, and it's a kind of sensual expression. And I think with these adjectives essential and sensual, you have the two sides of the modern craft person that are carrying out the creations or the projects, the ideas that we suggest, and they can really understand with their different senses, with the warmth of natures that surrounds us, because the craft person doesn't only work with their hands, they work with their hands and their heart. The heart and the hands are connected, and I want to make sure that everything that I have created with our friends, we talk of the intelligence of the hand, and it's an invitation to travel. It's an exhibition that brings you warmth, and which reveals a true human presence. You can really feel the presence of the craft person behind the object, because, as I said, the hands and the hearts are connected. So these pieces of work will be able to remain throughout time because of this strong connection between the humanity and nature. And in old Chinese philosophy, we say the sky, as in nature, the universe, cosmos, us, people, become one. These two become one. And it is extremely powerful, extremely serene, and gives you this lasting serenity. Thank you very much. So coming back to that subject of sustainable development, can we say that artistic craftsmanship per se can respond to environmental issues? Yes, I'm convinced about that, because a good object that is created by the heart and the hand, by excellent or artistic craftsmanship, is an object that is gonna live through time, which is gonna dance with time. With time, an object made of lacquer, porcelain, etc., you can have a scratch, or the colors can fade a bit, the texture can change a bit, and sometimes you can even have a bit of a breakage. But if it's a nice object that has been created with hands and hearts, you don't throw them, you repair them. And these objects go with you through life, through time, and they keep on living and they keep on evolving with time. And I think today many creators, many researchers are working to develop new materials, which is very important, but we need to keep on being able to have that relationship, that creative relationship between heart and hand, to create those excellence, those high quality objects, and to express the emotional, sensual qualities of humans. And this is not a consumption classic consumption system. It's co-living with those objects through times, through life. Those objects that have been created again with the strong relationship between hand and heart. How did you, or what bias did you choose to address this theme through the exhibition? The exhibition that you will be able to discover shortly, again, the title is Nature as a Muse, as an inspiration. I'm very happy and honored to be able to work with the Association of laureates by a great French prize, which is called Intelligence de la main, intelligence of the hand, because craft persons have a know-how, exceptional interpretation, exceptional ability to connect their heart and hand to create a surprising object. So you have about 10 recipients of that prize that will be showcasing at the exhibition. And also some craft person from China. I have invited some artists and craft persons from China who will also showcase some of their works. So I have created in the exhibition space about 10 different pavilions where you'll be able to meet the Chinese and French designers. I'll give you an example. One of the prize recipients, a French, is named Maxwell, is a great glass master. And when I went to visit his workshop, you have a few of his glass works. And it is made of glass, but it looks like porcelain, like ceramic. And the contrast between the glass and porcelain, because it actually is glass, but it feels like ceramic. And so I've invited this porcelain artist from China, Xin Yaya, and her works are so thin, made of porcelain, that it looks like glass. So these two artists, these two craft persons meet in the same pavilions, working on glass and ceramic. And so they have met through the exhibition. So the exhibition, as I was saying, has different pavilions, different duos are in the different pavilions, different meetings between Chinese and French designers. And at the end of the exhibition, you'll be able to meet all the different recipients of this prize for more than 20 years. This exhibition strongly showcases nature, of course, through the works, through the sound and through the smells, and visually, of course. Some works you can touch, so you can feel through your hands. So I think your 5 senses are also invited to feast on this exhibition. And so what lessons can we learn of this relationship between traditions, between know-hows, between France and China? Yeah, and I'm also asked whether there is a cultural gap between France and China when we create objects in terms of creation, arts, craftsmanship, etc. My answer is no. That is, fundamentally, there is no gap between France and China in terms of traditional know-how, creation, art, etc. Because all of them are expressing their poetry, their beauty, and their emotions. That is, when you are facing a French or Chinese or whatever nationality is this object, when you're touched or your heart is racing a bit faster or you're surprised, it doesn't matter what culture or what influence it is. what matters at the end of it all is that it has created something similar, some emotion. And I think that in this exhibition and in many other projects, poetry, beauty, emotions unite us and federates us. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn now to Elisabeth Le Riche. We were talking of poetry and emotions, which are very important concepts and notions for you. I wanted to know, what is the relationship for you between craft and design? What is the link, the relationship? Well, I've been working with Maison et Objet since the beginning of the fair, and my role is to showcase the trends in lifestyle and also showcase the creation of the exhibitors. So there is always a red line, especially when I work with Kyung here, to express emotions to the visitors. And I think that everything is going to be an experiment today. To make objects and things our own, we need to touch them. And for me especially, it's very important to go through all the senses. And you spoke about that very well. And I think that's our common denominator, you and I, is this connection to nature and to natural elements. And especially in the evolution of craft and design, I see a lot of designers coming out of art school. They've learned industrial design and they all want to literally put their hand back into it. Everything is dematerializing today, and in front of that dematerialization, we need some rooting. We need to root ourselves with the matter. We need to touch things. And it's very important to show through the work of young designers this relationship, the importance of nature. So the work of the hand, of course, which is very important, but the intelligence of innovation, which allow creative people to move forward with more modern technologies also. And I really like the work of some designers that are mixing up know-hows like ceramic and sewing. Silver Simultaneous, that is showcased on the screen. He comes from high fashion and he wanted to work on objects. So he started creating ceramic objects and then add bits of leather and other lace and fabric on them. And I was also talking of technological innovation, which allow the craft persons to evolve. And on the fair, I have showcased a creator which works with 3D printing. And that's very interesting to see that technology used for sensitive objects. So there is some work with those new technologies, but with also your hand and your heart, which allow the creative to have new shapes. We're always looking for novelties. Consumers always need to see something new, something novel, but you can't forget the past. And of course, the past is always our source of inspiration to create something new.
De quelle manière penses-tu, Elisabeth, que le design
Thank you very much. How do you think design can contribute to sustainable practices or to sustainable development? What is the role of design? Yes, sustainable development, sustainable practice is what is at stake now. We are creating and helping creative. We are in societies that are manufacturing more and more objects. So the real subject today, I think, is how can we create in a different mindset. So of course, we've been talking a lot of all those new recycled materials, which are extremely important. We are going to use nature elements, recycle seashells. There's real issue around the question of the problem of plastic. And we see some creative, some new houses that are using those recycled materials, and something that new consumers, especially new generations, are calling for is different consumption. So there is a big trend on recycling, reclaiming, reusing things that have already been existed, that have already been used. And that's very important. That's an important trend in the creation in Europe, especially. And it was showcased very clearly last year in the fair with this grouping of young Belgian exhibitors and creators. They're reusing, reclaiming some objects, and I think reclaiming, recycling, upcycling is a very important trend at the moment. And the new generation, at least in Europe, is really into second-hand purchases, different kind of consumption. They don't want to just hoard and amass. They want to consume differently, maybe a little bit less, but to have things that have already been used, that they can make their own. And so it requires a real creative reflection on how to consider tomorrow's creation, tomorrow's design, producing better with less resources, less electricity, less water, because we know that all those resources are extremely important for the survival of humanity. I've got a question for you that have been observing and reporting on trends since the very beginning of Maison et Objet, twice a year. What is your analysis of the current trends in this context of globalization? Well, that's very interesting because we are in a interconnected world, but the more we are interconnected, the more we see local initiatives. So it is a big topic today, isn't it? You need to find local craft person, local materials, local products, etc. We see that especially in hospitality, they're going to try to work with locals to avoid transportation costs, to support local economy. My work is to be always on the lookout of what is happening in any area: art, architecture, food, nutrition, fashion. We are like sponges in style office. We need to be able to identify all the signals, all the messages, all the flags of today's trends. So we've been dealing with large, important themes for societies, because the art of living and our quality of living is impacted by all those trends. So we need to listen to those, and we try to influence with the staging, with the decoration of the exhibition spaces, the purchases. Something is very important to me today is nature, of course, which is always a source of inspiration. And I think we need to be marveled. We need to have a little ray of sunshine, see a plant grow up. We need simple, humble things, but these are the essential things. Every time I work with Maison et Objet, I'm trying to take the visitors through immersive pathways, and I'm very interested and fascinated by vegetal, nature, aquatic, organic, all those natural elements that we should keep looking at with our eyes of our children's eyes, so that we realize that they are treasures that we have to protect. And they've always been a source of inspiration. Whatever the century, whatever the era, creatives have always been inspired by nature and interpreted in a different way. So this year you're presenting Terra Cosmos. Yes, so Terra Cosmos is the last season's Maison et Objet's theme, to bring attention onto the Earth and the cosmos. We've been talking a lot of space conquest, of course, but I want to surf on that connection between the sky and the Earth, to show the exhibitors around the new moon organic shapes or poetic shapes with we've also inspired ourselves from the meteorite with mineral darker materials, because we see a lot in the creation these designers that work with very strong materials. We need, again, to be rooted into Earth through our connection with matter. We need also solar or moon connections, and also futuristic things with different approaches or enlightening new technologies which allow you to kind of project yourself in the future. So Terra Cosmos shows the importance that it's very important to stay connected to the universe. I'm a yoga I practice yoga like so many people on this planet, and it's so important to have your roots, to be able to project yourself towards the future, to be rooted into Earth, to imagine a better world for tomorrow, a better imagination where each and everyone is able to find their childhood dreams again. And this is something that is universal. So I really invite you to visit Terra Cosmos, this exhibition, to plant your feet in the earth so that you can project your head in the stars. Thank you so much, Elisabeth. Quentin, you have conceived one of those, you have designed one of those 5 exhibitions here in Hong Kong. Can you tell us what is material? Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Maison et Objets for inviting me to participate. What is material? Material was born from a very simple idea. The idea was to be able to show creative professionals, architect, design, fashion, events, packaging, cosmetics, etc., to show those different creatives a lot of improbable matters that they could use for their own project. So we created that in the last century, in the previous century, in 2000. The idea is to have a bit of a library, a really wide library of all sorts of material, not necessarily classical material, so that every designer can go and pick and choose what they want for their own project. So I'm always keeping an eye out for innovation in terms of material, innovative, curious, out of this world, etc. And we create a fact sheet on that material to explain this is a wood panel, for example, but when I put my finger on it, it goes quick. And who manufactures this? Well, you have all the different industrials in Europe, in Germany, in China, in the US, etc. So it is really a library to allow people to see that come to see us to discover all those materials and hopefully inspire them in their different projects. What does it mean? Well, concretely, it's a database where you have information on those thousands of materials and a physical dimension, which is extremely important for us. The idea that our clients can come in the showroom and have a discussion, I would say, with those materials. We opened one of those first showrooms in Paris, so it's a big library of material, if you want. And then we have replicated in Prague, in Geneva, in Seoul, and a huge announcement at the end of 2024. We're going to open a showroom here in Hong Kong with the Hong Kong Design Center, our partner. We're going to open a showroom here in China. This physical dimension and the opening of showrooms are very important for us because it's essential for us, for users, to be able to really discover those materials, discuss with those materials the different projects they want to work on. So I'm very excited to be part in this exhibition. and very happy to be able to launch in 4 days with our partner this new showroom, which will be about the same showroom that we have in Paris, that is thousands and thousands of different materials that could inspire the users. I've tried to be very, very short and condensed. Thank you very much indeed. So the showroom will be in Sam-Shu-Po, in this wonderful building that was inaugurated, that I haven't even been able to see, says Quentin, because I arrived yesterday night. So you'll be very surprised. Can we say there are ecological materials? Are they good materials? Are they bad materials? Yeah, thank you for using the vocabulary that I use. I've been asked that question for 25 years. And it's been 25 years that it's very hard to reply to that question because what is most at stake today for everybody is, of course, the environment and the damaging impact of some of our human activities for the planet. So it's been 25 years that we would like to be able to reduce our impact, saying, okay, until now we've been using materials that are not really ecological or environmental friendly, and now we're going to use those sort of materials so that we can use on producing and consuming, etc. And we have sorted the problem, thinking that they would be good, so to speak, good materials, those coming from nature, and bad materials or not respectful materials. And if I were to put examples, plastic is a bad material and wood is a good one. But the reality is that it's much more complex than that. So it's a little bit of a problem for us to... We want to stop having this dichotomy, black and white situation where we would have to score the materials just like when you buy your chips, and there is a nutritional score on your chips or your food in the supermarket. But it's much more complex than that. You cannot say that, yes, some materials are environmentally friendly and some others are not. But some uses are smart, and some uses of the same matter are not smart. So it's not the matter itself or the material which is good or not. It's the creativity that you are going to use that material that's going to be good or not, and that's going to make the material good or not. So it's very important to realize the impact that you can have, that your activities can have, and try to change the way you're proceeding, rather to say that they are good and bad things. Thank you very much, Quentin. Each and every one of you will be able to discover this exhibition and to talk to Quentin right after that session through that next door. I would like to specify that there are 2 other exhibitions. We were not able, of course, to showcase the whole pavilion this morning, but you have 2 other exhibitions that are very interesting also to discover. The first one has been developed by Agence Normale Studio, which is called Conscious Staging. It's a concept house around a habitat showcasing material, technical solutions, innovative solutions around those very important questions of preservation of the environment. So this space is about 150 square meters. You'll be able to discover different situations, if you will. And the second pavilion that you'll be able to discover has been developed by French Design. French Design is an organization which promotes French design internationally. And this year, French Design has developed an exhibition called Shades of Sustainability, And while presenting different pieces of furniture which are showcasing materials and techniques in relation to sustainable development. I think we are at the end of the time allowed, those 40 minutes. Thank you so much. I invite you to discover through the next 3 days the exhibition in Design Inspire. We'll be more than happy to welcome you and to deepen these conversations if you want. We are delighted to be here in Hong Kong for quite a while, as you've heard, with our different partners of the Hong Kong Trade Development, the International Chamber of Commerce, and other partners here. We have a long-term approach, so I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to meet again in the coming years. Thank you all so much. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Frank, and merci beaucoup to our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. So thank you for being here today and sharing all your valuable perspective through your creation at Maison in Object Design Factory. And we encourage everyone to visit the exhibition during your time here, right? Okay, so after this engaging panel session in French, now we will welcome our keynote session, which will be conducted in Putonghua. So for simultaneous interpretation, simply scan the QR code on the back of your badge to access the AI translated audio and captions powered by Kudu AI speech. And the QR code is also on the screen. You can kindly scan the QR code. And if you need to borrow a headset, please do so at the back of the panel. You can borrow a headset to use for this translation. So we are pleased to present the keynote session titled Threads of Wisdom, Guo Pei's Artisanal Vision. So by Guo Pei, couture designer and founder of Rose Studio. As the first couture designer in mainland, Guo Pei embodies the philosophy of Eastern learning as root, Western learning as application, and integrated modern couture with ancient tradition through exceptional embroidery and avant-garde designs. She is the first invited member from the mainland to the Fédération de la Haute Couture et de la Mode and has been recognized as the Asian Couture Extraordinary in 2016. Time magazine listed her as among the 100 most influential people in the world. 作为内地首位高级定制设计师以及玫瑰坊创办人，郭培坚持以东方为根、以西方为用的设计理念，将现代高级定制与古老中华传统融合，利用顶尖的刺绣技术、前卫的剪影设计和独特的创意，提升高级定制的艺术品质。郭培是第一位也是唯一受邀内地会员，曾在高级时装联盟展示10个连续的高级定制系列。他还是亚洲高级时装联盟的亚洲高级定制设计师，并于2016年被《时代》杂志列为全球100位最具影响力的人物之一。本次的演讲将会以普通话进行，如果你需要翻译的话，你可以扫描热情证后面的2维码，就可以体现我们 BODW 人工智能翻译伙伴提供的酷读的即时翻译服务。谢谢。现在有请葛培。
谢谢大家，这也是我第一次在香港 分享我的作品，来做一场演讲。其实，在演讲之前啊，甚至到刚才台下上来之前，我还在想，讲什么好呢？讲什么好？其实我自己在这个中国时尚服装行业呢，已经从学习到今天差不多已经40年我已经超过40年了。所以真的是见证中国的时尚的可以说是设计的出现到今天。我是一个真正的参与者。那来到香港呢，昨天我也看到我们的设计中心，然后有一个展厅，呈现了香港的设计发展，整整比大陆要早几十年。所以我作为一名中国的土生土长的设计师，其实走到今天，能走到在全世界大家通过我的作品来认识中国，我觉得其实是一件不太容易的事所以我在这里呢，我其实不是很想讲怎么做出的一件衣服，我更想讲我做这件衣服的过程中是怎么想的。所以大概我是所有的演讲嘉宾中呢，唯一用中文来分享的。因为我觉得用语言表达自己的思想，其实已经是件非常难的事情。如果让我用其他的语言，我就完全不能够表达自己。所以我觉得用母语呢，已经对我而言可能要绞尽脑汁去想，怎么样的能让大家理解设计背后的思想。因为在座的很大部分人都是可能艺术家、设计师，我们在不同的领域在创作，不管建筑、服装还是工业设计，其实我们更想探索什么是设计，什么是艺术，什么是产品，到底艺术、设计、产品之间，它们是怎样的一种关联？所以这件作品呢，可能大家都在不同的地方有所了解或看到。那今天呢，它正在香港的 M+ 这个博物馆展出，而它呢是我在2004年，也就是说20年前设计的。20年前做这样的一件设计，第一次的发布呢是在北京，在内地。当模特穿着这件衣服走出来的那一刻，在场的所有人都哇惊了。接着就说它是什么呀？它还是件衣服吗？20年前有非常多的人，他们会觉得它被震动了，它触动了他的内心，但是他又实在无法用他能够认知的一切认知去了解它。所以那时候很多人都说郭培是疯了吧？完了，很多人说它还是什么是衣服吗？穿在什么场合？怎么穿？所以你知道，20年前的中国，改革开放之后，其实是一直在追求着经济发展。所以说，在我们的生命中呢，其实有一个很重要的部分就是活下来。
There's a really important thing in our life 20 years ago. People needed to survive. People needed to feed their families. So such a work is beyond their imagination. I believe a lot of people around the world know the concept of Tai Chi in China. There are two sides in a Tai Chi icon, yin and yang. What is yin? What is yang? Maybe left and right, up and down, inside, outside, female, man, reality, virtuality. All these are the opposites of each other, and these oppositions can be called yin and yang. We never heard people say virtuality and reality. We always say reality and virtuality. We always say yin and yang instead of yang and yin. I was born in 1960s when China suffered poverty. It was a period of turbulence. We were in this reform of culture. We didn't see that much of a diversity in that period of time. When I was growing up, people always say, you should be practical. You should focus on solid. You should focus on reality. You should go step by step. You should be down to earth. Now, even in design industry, people always say, these costumes, those gowns are not practical. It is not worth a dime. In 2006 in China, some people wanted to buy this piece of work. They wanted to buy with 5 million RMB. People could buy 10 houses with 5 million RMB back then, but I was hesitant. I was reluctant. I had a second thought. Artists need money. Creation needs money. We need to use money to pursue our dreams. So I really thought about selling it, but I still felt quite reluctant. And I thought maybe one day I was not worried about money anymore. What would I do? The answer is, I would do still the same thing. Then I think maybe I do not need that much money because I'm already in this path. So I didn't sell this gown to the merchant. We always say money is important, practicality is important. We should be more solid and practical in order to live in this real world. But virtuality is important too. Now we talk about spirituality, art, design, creativity. These are not so practical. These are the pursuit of spirit. When we are already satisfied with the physical needs, the basic necessities, we do not worry about starving. We do not worry about feeding ourselves anymore. There are a lot of people so rich that they do not satisfied with their lives still. I provide service to really rich people because I'm in the industry of haute couture. I saw those people still unhappy with huge amount of money because they didn't really make their life fulfilled, diverse, just making money. They just feel void. They do not have something that can touch their soul. In China, we see President Xi talk about the beauty of China. The beauty of China falls into the category of virtuality instead of reality. If I didn't pursue my dream 20 years ago, I wouldn't stand here. So let's start with this works of mine, my introduction. As a designer, as a creator, what is the most important thing in the world? I think people's imagination matters a lot. This is my exhibition, the fantasy. We should have the ability to fantasize the world, but we also need those fantasies to be implemented. We need to really go step by step to make things, to make your virtuality come true. You need tools, you need methods, you need different ways to really build up the foundation of you existing in this world. I think we need to really exhibit your thoughts, your ideas in a concrete way. So you can see this is a very thin thread of gold. You just use it to form patterns. It's really delicate. You see, the first work of mine, that golden gong, it takes 50,000 hours of dedicated effort. At the time, I was not mature in making such a brilliant work. I just spent a lot of time in observing the ancient gongs worn by emperors in ancient China. Just use every thread and every nail to pin down those golden pieces of fabric. Now we always say craftsmanship. What is craftsmanship? Craftsmanship uses a lot of methods, techniques to create something that are so unique and creative. If you are a designer, if you are a creator, if you're an artist, you cannot use your hand to fulfill your dream and concept, then you never see your concept born in this world. Now young people, they do not want to make huge effort, they do not want to work so hard. They cannot really do what they want to do. But if you lay a solid foundation by working hard at first, you can really fulfill your dream in any way in the future. Some media said this gong was nothing. It was not art. In mainland China 20 years ago, people didn't talk that much about art. It cannot be categorized back then. Now I am in an exhibition. People ask me who you are. You're a designer, you're an artist, you're any different kind of person than artist, designer. Maybe you're just a tailor, maybe. In 2015, this piece of work was debuted in Metropolitan Museum, and the New York Times said this piece of work made the world see China. Then it was exhibited in Singapore National Museum, and we saw the highest amount of visitors. Then it was traveling to the US, New Zealand, now in Hong Kong. It's just a piece of work, but it surpasses space and time. We always hear architects say buildings beauty, the designers say the importance of expressing ideas that beyond understanding. I think my work can surpass time and space. I think today, this way of talking with each other still exists in the 3D space. If we want expression, thoughts, emotions go beyond 3D space, we need to make those concepts, things, ideas exhibited in 2D manner. Only through an object, a 2D object, can help people bring their thoughts, ideas, novelties beyond 3D space. No matter sculpts or buildings you see now or a clothes you wear, they are 2D objects. But through 2D objects, you can go beyond time and space. They can be passed down to generations. They represent heritage. Designers, artists, architects, they condense their emotion, thinking, ideas in a 2D object. So this is also a gong, but it represents my expression of a cathedral. It's a very small church. When I went into the little church, I felt overwhelmed by some emotions. I really wanted me immersed in that atmosphere of the church forever. Artists always say inspiration. Young people ask me where your inspirations were from. People say inspiration comes from life, from your daily life, but we have so many people in different corners of the world. This church was visited by numerous people, but I believe I was maybe the only one who wanted to melt myself down in this small church. I was so overwhelmed and kind of overthrown spiritually by this space. I think universe, human beings are together. Some architects advocate the concept of making people feel comfortable in architectures, how to make buildings more natural. Thousands of years ago, not just in China, but I believe elsewhere in the world, we wanted to be integrated with the universe, nature. But we know that about decades ago, people or in an industrial era, we wanted to conquer nature. We wanted to defeat those natural things in order to gain benefits out of nature. But now we know we coexist with nature. We live between earth and sky. Now we are pursuing sustainable development. We want to be more closer to nature. This is also Oriental wisdom. Sky, earth, soil, they are part of universe. Human beings are part of universe. It's in line with the Taoism, the essence of Taoism. I believe every one of you are thinking about how do we really be more creative. I think design concept is just like sky, and your step-by-step implementation is like soil, and you are just in between, like a bridge connecting design concept and implementation. No matter what we do, by the end of the day, we need to generate intelligence. Intelligence helps you to be future-proof, help you to find your place in the future. This piece of work features very special fabric and texture. After I came out of church, I felt warmth, love, sunshine. I think the color to describe my feeling is golden color. We use gold to represent different kind of characteristics in China. For example, you are really resilient, you are formidable, then people will say you're like a gold. I hear people say gold is not something exist in the earth. You cannot extract gold out of soil, out of any mines in the world. I really love gold. A fabric designer I knew called Martin. She's 17 years old, and I just tell him I really want to have a piece of golden fabric. It represents warmth, it represents emotion, but it may not be gold. It can be some golden fabric, but it may not have nothing to do with gold. And my husband, who has better language skills than me, I could not explain very clearly to him what really I want, what the fabric designer can bring, the fabric I want. Finally, the fabric designer understand what I want. It was not gold. It was the combination of different metals, including bronze, including copper. He wanted me to wait until the sunshine at 4 p.m. that day, cast on this fabric. This fabric is very special. It's really beautiful under the sunshine. But when I brought it to Beijing, I found this fabric form wrinkles easily if I bend it. And I had the material, felt quite embarrassed and confused because I could not make it so flat and straight. I really wanted to bring to my audience the feeling I feel when I was in that little church. I really want to make this piece of fabric quite outstanding, of great warmth. It's impossible for me to iron it out, but I think it's possible that people can feel differently, even if the fabric has wrinkles. New things has its own beauty, but it's of kind of complexion that people could not really understand. It's just like a small cup or a small vase that people can purchase from Jingdezhen town. It's just worth about hundreds of thousands of RMB. Those things are quite new. They are from Jingdezhen town, the town of ceramics. Those new things, they look shiny. They look newer than these ancient antiques, but they do not have culture. So it cannot be sold at millions or tens of millions of RMB. People always want to trace the very source of their nature, their culture, their tradition. They want to know where they are from by looking at an object. I am already running out of my time. I think the fabric is actually limiting us. We need to search for new materials, fabrics, textures. Without artists, there are no future. There are no beauty. I really like fabric. I really like texture. I think it's really important for us to look for fabric all the time. This is made out of shell. In Tang Dynasty, people started to use shell to make clothes. Tang Dynasty was the peak of Chinese history. In that time of the finest economy, people had endless creativity. Do you have any idea what this material is? It's a mother of pearl inlay. It was really precious, but in Song Dynasty, people stopped using this material anymore. But in Japan, a father restored this material using 40 years. The world belongs to you or me. It belongs to West or East. It belongs to all human beings. Media always ask me, how do you integrate Eastern and Western culture? I answer, why do we need to integrate? It is already integrated. There's no way to integrate them artificially. It's just in my blood. It's just in my DNA. I was born in the East. I think the West to me represents curiosity, attraction, and exploration of the unknown. I immerse myself in the world's greatest museums where classic paintings, sculptures, architecture, and costumes serve as my source of inspiration. People always say you need to bring your work to the West. You should go to the globe. But East is still part of the globe. Why do we think if we go from East to West, we go to the globe? I think the world we want to go to is not in the East or in the West. The universe encompasses East and West. It belongs to all human beings. You need to have your own understanding. You need to have inclusivity. You need to use your own love and warmth to join the universe. I think it's quite a narrow concept of East and West. After pandemic, I go back to China. I think I can exhibit myself. I think I can have a very good way to represent myself. No matter where I am, there are many different colors of shell, and the shell can be broken down into mother of pearl inlay. This is a ceramic. It's of light blue and dark blue. Thousands of years ago, these blue ceramics came from another culture, but it was influenced by Chinese culture. The progression of human beings is really different. I think East and West, they promote understandings of each other. We are always crossing paths, the East and West, through thousands of years of history. So can you see this is the flower of a palace. So it's a flower worn by females living in palace, living in emperor courts. I think it's so beautiful. We have many different types of flowers that represent different characteristics of dynasties. I want to use silk satin flowers. I want to use it in my modern work. I found some artisans around China. I tried to ask them to teach me, but a lot of factories that could make those flowers said everything like these now can be industrialized. So I like to say, if we lose something, if something disappears, it can disappear forever. It may never exist in the world, but still I use my hand to make such flowers and to embed them in my costumes and gowns. I want to use those flowers to inspire my future generations. I already run over time, so that's all. Thank you very much for all of you listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Guo Pei, for sharing her insights. insights on the intersections of art, heritage, and craftsmanship in haute couture. Okay, and also thank you all, our audience, for joining our global speakers. So to enjoy the Kudu AI speech later on for other sessions, please make sure to rescan the QR code later, which is available for each session. So you can find the QR code on the screen or also behind your badge. Thank you so much. All right, so now for our next keynote, we are pleased to present Baccarat, Alchemist of Joy, 260 years of bold creativity, featuring Clément Brunet-Mohé, Chief Executive Officer of Asia Pacific of Baccarat Far East Limited. So Clément will reveal the brand's exquisite craftsmanship, the beautifully blend heritage with modern innovation. Discover the artistry behind collaboration with renowned designers like Marcel Wanders and Steve Lerm. And he will also delve into the design story of Crystal Room by Annie-Sophie Pic in Hong Kong, highlighting Baccarat's dedication to creating luxurious environments that blend opulence with artistry. So now please join me in welcoming Clément Brunet-Mohé. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you, Josan, for our friends from Hong Kong. I have the chance of working for the Baccarat Maison. We're turning 260 years this year. And this morning, instead of telling you we are the greatest, we are the best, we have the most exquisite product, I'm going to tell you how we managed to stay relevant for 260 years. Because not only being 260 years old, we have collections that are 160 years in our existing collections. So does that translate into making what is Baccarat of today, what is Baccarat of 24, 25, and the years beyond, obviously? How do we manage to get there? So, as the speaker kindly said, we are going to briefly speak about what's the DNA of Baccarat. Actually, I'm going to show you a video about our collections. And then the amazing collaboration and the experiences we have developed in order to stay in tune with our times. Here we go. So these are the shots of our Maison in Paris, and you can see on the corner left, latest collections and also latest individuals. So you see clearly that Baccarat is in tune with the time. And how do we stay in tune with the time? We have to stay true to our DNA. That's our past. Where are we coming from? So that's an essential pillar to make Baccarat of today.
A red box.
Here we go.
It's Baccarat, of course. But have a closer
We should have some sound.
What is the secret formula behind such a symbol of glamorous perfection? Inspired by its rich and well-preserved archives, the masterpieces of Baccarat reflect an incomparable legacy of craftsmanship, embodied in the haute couture collection. Welcome to our factory at Baccarat in the east of France, where everything is created by hand. A place that counts among its selected workforce the highest number of award-winning best craftsmen in France, more than any other French luxury maison. This is the Born decanter in the making. Only 18 pieces of this exceptional work of art will be produced. Shipping hot crystal is the real challenge to create something this unique. From its original display at the Paris Universal Exhibition in 1878 to your living room, tasting wine in this decanter is like tasting the stars. This exquisite papillon is the first in the limited edition of 25. The bespoke Baccarat red crystal, the shine of the crystal hit by light, and those handcrafted wings. Look through them and you'll see the floral aesthetics of the Art Nouveau style. And now another exceptional piece. The straight part of the pavillon, a liquor cabinet, Adorned with a cupola and 4 elegant columns, it mirrors the sumptuous Temple of Mercury created in 1878 in real-life dimensions. This is a product of the gods for top collectors, a work of art encapsulating the entire Baccarat savoir-faire. There's more. Look at the breathtaking work of wheel engraving on this vase called Envol, created in 1931. It feels like those birds are coming to life, getting ready to fly to their new destination at any moment. Blowing, shaping, cutting, engraving. Blowing, shaping, cutting, engraving. Over 250 years of the same gestures, transmitted from generation to generation with passion. And there is more. Gilding. Gold makes everything even more precious. Here, more touches of gold. There, painting with polychrome enamels. This is precision and dedication. Hope you enjoy the behind the scenes. All we really need now is to enjoy the results of this hard work. The papillon bowl, the layer, the envol vase, the Born decanter, the pavillon liquor cabinet, the palmette cup. This is Baccarat Haute Couture, an exceptional collection in limited edition, delivered to you exclusively from our factory in France in this iconic red box, symbol of ultimate elegance.
Here we are. So a short video to give you behind the scenes of what's happening in our manufacture at Baccarat. By the way, Baccarat is not only a card game, it's also the name of a village in France where we're coming from and where the manufacturer is located, where everything that we make is made. And so this is our DNA. This is what makes Baccarat. Without this, we don't exist. At the origin of this, the idea was to give work to the people of the east of France, to the people of the Baccarat region. And it translated into an exclusive creation of beautiful products for, obviously, the royalties of France and Europe. But you see part of it here today. But let's come back to how do we land today? How do we land in 24? How do we foresee ourselves in 25? Well, for the 260 years anniversary of the brand, we decided to work again with Marcel Wenders. It's a 15 years collaboration, and Marcel has created these amazing pieces to celebrate our anniversary. Because to stay relevant, to stay modern, you have to work with modern artists. And this is another part of the DNA of Baccarat, is this ability to embrace collaboration. This is probably one of the maisons that works with the most artists, most creators, through its history. So that ability to adapt, to embrace, has made Baccarat what it is today, and I made these exceptional pieces with Marcel. Here we go. So this one has no sound, so I will explain this. So all the pieces that you see here are multi-usage. For example, the solar here can be separated in different pieces and can be used in various ways. This is Marcel's vision. So this is pushing our boundaries as well. It's helping us to redefine the way we work, to redefine our craftsman area of expertise, and we love this. We love this because we learn every time. We learn working with those artists, we learn working with their vision and dedication. So many, I cannot mention them all, but Philippe Starck in the past is the one to develop the first black crystal. When Philippe Starck approached us and said, I want to do a black crystal collection, we told him, but crystal is transparent. We are well known for the transparency and the shine and so on, so black kinds of defeat. But he insisted, and we created the first black crystal pieces with him, which is extremely difficult to make because the color has to be consistent in the flow of crystal. Again, we learned something there. Again, very relevant for today, and displayed in the next hall, is the amazing, that's probably one of my favorite, collaboration with Mr. Long, Steve Long. An amazing artist, visionary, super nice guy on top of that. I'm sure you know him all. He came up with this design, and again, we had to adapt and learn how to make this, but it's so relevant to what's the story of the time, right? The 60 years, obviously, between France and China. This is why I'm here today on stage, thanks to this piece, which really embodies the collaboration between East and West. It's a mix of crystal and porcelain. Allow me to have Steve present his collaboration. Up, back, please. No, back. And now play. The video. Thank you. Here we go.
For Baccarat, obviously, we have been knowing each other for a long time. I use a lot of the products in my projects, my home, and as gift for my friends. But one day, Baccarat came to me and said, "Steve, are you interested to design a chandelier for us to celebrate our 260th anniversary?" Wow, my immediate answer to them was, "Bien sûr, of course." They want me to recreate a design for their iconic Sinif chandelier, which to me are both a great honor and at the same time a huge challenge. They even target to launch the chandelier in 2024 to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship between China and France. It is our shared pursuit of quality, innovation, aesthetics, and a fulfilling life that drive us to explore the possibility of integrating Chinese and Western aesthetics. In fact, the iconic Sinif crystal chandelier was first born in 19th century, adorning palaces, theater, and athletic collective spaces for generations. And as the first ever Asian designer entrusted with this creation, I embarked on my creative journey guided by a determination to blend Chinese and French aesthetics while remaining faithful to the core essence of Sinif, elevating its perfection by infusing unique Asian touches. I think the pairing of crystal and porcelain is a captivating fusion indeed. Crystal being transparent and dazzling, while porcelain is opaque and modest. The intricate convergence of crystal meets porcelain in my creation of the chandelier is also a reinterpretation of our Chinese philosophy of yin-yang, which symbolizes the essence of duality. We try to extract the motifs of flowers, birds, and other natural elements from Baccarat's historical archives onto our chandelier. It is an ode to the beauty of nature, symbolizing the renewal of nature during springtime and evoking a season of hope and new possibilities through design. The Sinif chandelier is so much more than a source of light. It becomes, instead, a highly sought after work of art and collectible.
Here you go. The master himself printed its piece. I think there's nothing better than that. So, you've seen our DNA. You've seen where we're coming from that village in east of France, us building those craftsmanship and building this technology and this know-how unique to Baccarat. And you've seen how we collaborate with the best artists of the time, how they help us to stay relevant, to push us all the time to make new artists. So now, how do we translate that into what we call our customer journey and our customer touch points? Meaning, in other words, how do we push those products in front of our customers? We've developed, I was told to point it right, different aspects of what I could say is bring Baccarat in front of our customers, bring Baccarat in front of the public. And one of them here in Asia that we started actually during the pandemic, which was interesting, was to start to do collaboration with bars and hotels. Dodging, obviously, the dates where we couldn't meet. we started to work here with the Upper House. We started to work with the Charles Bar, the Four Seasons in Seoul, and so on. And we've developed these collaborations where we take over bars and we allow the bartenders to create with us cocktails for you to discover how it tastes better in Baccarat. And we have an example here. Please come back. Here we go. 22 press. So going beyond the stores, going beyond the e-commerce stores, the physical store, the partners and so on, and going into places where people celebrate, places where people meet, defines what are the values of Baccarat. We have also, probably well known here, permanent F&B locations. We have our Maison in Paris. We have the Crystal Room here in Hong Kong, the hotel in New York, the B-bars in Japan, and so on, allowing us to have all these touch points, to put our creations in the hands, on the lips of our customers and our fans. So here in Hong Kong, we've had the chance to collaborate with Anne-Sophie Pic. Anne-Sophie Pic was France's most Michelin-starred female chef. And we've created a beautiful location designed by Gilles Boissier, just won actually a title of one of the best one designed by UNESCO, the Grand Prix de Versailles, last week in Paris. And Anne-Sophie has created for us an exquisite menu. Anne-Sophie, for example, has been working with Baccarat since she's been cooking, so over 20 years. And this is the first full-fledged full collaboration with the restaurant's been designed, collaboration with us, and the products are ours. But really, this was a build-up of knowing each other in order to land there to develop the Crystal Room in Hong Kong. So here's a short video of, this was created for the launch of the restaurant. It explains how craftsmanship meets. You'll see her working, you'll see her team working, you'll see our artisan working. And actually this dedication to perfection, this dedication to research of the details and all the signatures makes these places unique. So it's been open for a little over a year now at the Gloucester Tower. If you've not been, I encourage you to go and have a look. It's and a taste. It's an exceptional place with an exceptional view. So all this is allowing Baccarat to really not only be firmly in its history, and we're still in our birthplace. Baccarat, everything is made where the Maison was born, in the same walls, which is exceptional. We have the chance of never being bombed, despite the world wars in France in that area. Never burned, neither, so we have full archives, meaning that we have everything on record from 1764 to date, including most of the tooling, allowing us to recreate pretty much every pieces that we have made. But translating all this history, all this patrimony into a modern brand, a brand that knows how to adapt, how to stay relevant, thanks to the artists we collaborate with. You see Marcel Wanders, you obviously see Steve Lang and so on, but there are a few of them. And these collaborations is really what's allowing us to be present today. Without those, probably the brand would have been forgotten, stuck in its past, and stuck in the previous collection. So taking all this and bringing them into F&B locations, into event spaces, is allowing us to go even further, to be in touch with customers, to be in touch with friends and families and so on, and making sure that what we create is actually used on a daily basis and allowing you to taste for yourself and to tell for yourself. So Baccarat, if you have to remember something of my speech, is light, pleasure, and joy. This is how we define the brand, light, pleasure, and joy. So obviously, the light for the lighting elements, the exceptional lighting pieces that we create, the pleasure of sharing, and the joy of tasting and enjoying. So this is it for my presentation of Baccarat. I hope you enjoy with me this little insight of our maison and what makes it a special place in our heart today. In 24, the celebration with Steve of this exceptional creation of the Printemps Bleu. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Clément, for the sharing and for being here with us today at the BODW. Thank you so much. All right, and coming up next for our keynote session, we will explore revitalizing high streets, transforming urban retail through creativity and community. So joining us is Richard Perry, a consultant at the Experience on Main Street initiative, which is supported by the United Kingdom government. So Experience on Main Street is a concept designed by Richard to assist streets, districts, towns, and cities in recovering from a decline in foot traffic caused by the pandemic impact on work and travel behaviors. So in his keynote, Richard will review creative strategies to boost foot traffic in urban areas and breathe new life into high streets, and also discover how to fusion of retail, culture, and community engagement can create vibrant, thriving urban environments. So please join me in welcoming Richard Perry.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour tout le monde. Oh, no, English. I have to remember. I'm Richard, and until 4 days ago, I was the head of the creative economy team at the UK's Department for Business and Trade. And my job was to connect UK creative companies to international business opportunities. And we at the DBT have been supporting what you could call the traditional creative industries. I'm thinking of things like film, TV, publishing, architecture, design, crafts, fashion, for decades. But a few years ago, I realized that something was happening in the creative space that we didn't understand and we didn't really have a handle on. And so I decided to find out what it was and do something about it. And so I spoke to people and I listened and I read and I consulted, and then I read a book. This book, The Experience Economy, by Joe Pine and Jim Gilmore, two American economists. And this book, which was written maybe 20 years ago now, predicted that in a service-driven economy, it would no longer be enough for an organization or a company or even an individual to offer a transaction. Here's your coffee. They would have to offer a customer experience. And the whole concept of CX began. Now, there must be some academics in the audience, so you will recognize that this book runs to 300 pages but only has one idea in it. That's how academics work, right? So to save you reading the entire thing, I've found 3 examples which I think illustrate what the experience economy is all about. This is a gumball machine. Don't know if they were ever popular here in Hong Kong, but in the USA and in Europe, in the 50s and 60s, they were hugely popular. Now, if you don't know what these things are, the bit at the top is a glass dome, and within that dome are little balls of chewing gum. And on the outside of the machine is a kind of helter-skelter that goes round and round and down. And the idea is you put your coin in at the top, a little door opens, and out comes a piece of chewing gum. And it goes round and round and down and down and down, and eventually it comes out for you to eat. Now, by any definition, this is a really stupid way to buy a piece of chewing gum. I mean, it's slow, inefficient, it's expensive, and you don't even get to choose what flavor you have. So why on earth would people do this? And of course, the answer is they loved being immersed in the process. They loved the experience of watching the little ball coming down and the anticipation of eating it at the end. Okay, Starbucks. Not everyone's favorite company, but they were early adopters of the experience economy. They changed the way in which we buy a cup of coffee. I can remember vividly the first time I went to a Starbucks. It was in Orlando, in Florida. I was there for a trade show. And there was a food court with several outlets, and I'd vaguely heard of Starbucks, so I thought I'll go and take a look. And I went in, and there's this dazzling array of choices of coffee, which was something new to me. And I went up and ordered my latte from a young woman who took my money and my cup, asked me my name, wrote my name on it, and disappeared. So I went to get some sugar or something, and then a couple of minutes later, a different person, a man, shouted, "Hey, Richard, your latte's ready." And I went up to collect it. And I felt part of the process. 3 people were involved in getting me a cup of coffee. And I felt that I was somehow engaged in a piece of theater. Now, you probably think this is really dull and boring, but I'm from a small town in South Wales, and this was really exciting to me back then. Okay, final example. You're all too young to remember an American TV series called Taxi, which aired, I think, late 1970s, maybe early 1980s. And it was set in a New York taxi dispatch office. And all the drivers were nuts. I mean, they were kind of misfits and strange people. And the strangest of all was a guy called Ignatius, who was without doubt the world's worst taxi driver. I mean, he was dirty, he was rude, his car was a mess, he didn't really know his way around New York. He was a complete disaster. But one day, Iggy had a revelation. He realized that he could be, if he tried, the world's best taxi driver. So he smartened up, got a suit, cleaned his car, put candy in the back, had people choose what kind of music they wanted played, if they wanted played at all. He learned his roots around New York. He learned interesting things about the streets, about the buildings. And his life changed because he stopped giving people a transaction, taking them from Penn Station to Wall Street. He was giving them an experience. And of course, he got big tips. People would call the company and ask for him by name. He made a lot of money through adopting the experience economy. Okay, so I'd now figured out that this is about experiences. My next question was, who does this stuff? Who makes experiences? Where do you go to have an experience? And I thought, well, maybe theme parks. Yep. Visitor attractions, museums, galleries, maybe even shopping malls. And I began to gather companies who were in this space, who hadn't been brought together before. And eventually, I built a trade association called Experience UK, which now has maybe 120 members, all of whom create experiences of one kind or another. And I want to divert a moment to tell you about one of the companies in this brochure and to illustrate the value of events such as the one we are in today. I'm going to assume there's no one here from the Arts Council of England. No, good. Because a few years ago, I was invited by the Arts Council of England to speak at one of their events, and it was to help young creatives monetize their talent, young people who are at college or university trying to learn about the business world. And to be honest with you, I didn't want to do it. Wrong day, wrong time, wrong place, wrong subject, actually. I mean, why they invited me, I have no idea. Anyway, being the good civil servant that I then was, I went along. and it was all right. And there was a kind of buffet lunch afterwards, and a young woman came up to me and introduced herself as Beth Cinnamon. I thought, what a great name. You know, you're definitely worth devoting a bit of time to. But then Beth said, oh, I run a contemporary dance company. What? I don't know anything about contemporary dance. What are you talking to me for? And then to make it worse, she said, oh, and I've got a friend. Can I bring him along and have a proper meeting with you in your office? I said, oh, God. All right, I'm a public servant, you know, you pay my taxes, I'll do it. So she came along with a guy called Jivan Chowdhury, who's a filmmaker. And it turned out that they had a little project called Moving Cities, where they had been commissioned by, I think it was Melbourne, Toronto, Dallas, and a couple of other places, to produce some artwork which juxtaposed dancers, whether classical ballet or contemporary, in unusual urban settings, usually dirty, gritty public transportation settings. And they were actually extremely good. I was impressed. So I sort of filed that thought. And then 6 months later, I found myself here in Hong Kong, because that year the UK was the partner country to BODW. And my job was to come up with a few art installations around the city to demonstrate UK creativity. So I came here to do some logistics stuff, and I met a lady called Sam Lam from Hong Kong Design Center. Sam may or may not be here today, don't know. And after we'd been through the whole logistics thing, she said, actually, there's something that you may be able to help me with. The MTR, that's the railway people here, want to beautify Wan Chai Station. And I used to live in Wan Chai, so I know exactly why they wanted to do that. A lot of green tiles down there. And she said, do you know any British companies that are involved with gritty urban public transportation places? Well, funnily enough, Sam, I do. So I put them together. And the result is a few hundred meters in that direction. If you go to Wan Chai Station, you will see an art installation called This is Wan Chai. And it depicts members of the Hong Kong Ballet photographed in the streets above. So you get a kind of sneak preview of what you're going to see when you go above ground. And the point of telling you all this, really, apart from boasting, is that if I hadn't bothered to go to the Arts Council, if Beth hadn't bothered to come to speak to me, if Jivan hadn't come to the office, if I hadn't talked to Sam, if Sam hadn't mentioned that she had a problem, then this nice piece of placemaking wouldn't have happened. So let's hope something similar comes out of today. So everything was going great, and then the pandemic happened. And my sector stopped, essentially. Nobody was going anywhere, no footfall, no generation of money, nothing. And so I started to think about, what are my companies going to do? How are they going to get some business? And back in the UK, it was becoming evident that high streets, main streets, were starting to suffer, obviously because of lockdown, and then people's changing working habits. Lots of hybrid working, people working from home, less footfall. And so retail was up against it. And so I came up with the concept of experience on Main Street. And those of you of a certain age will recognize a hint of the Rolling Stones in there, their album Exile on Main Street. They haven't sued yet, but it's only a matter of time, I suspect. Now, how did retailers react to these problems? Well, this sort of thing, that sort of thing, immersive technology, lots of fancy stuff in stores, stores with nothing in it, apart from things on the wall that you can look at. And maybe there's a place for that. I'm not so sure that it's sustainable in the long run. I think the answer probably lies a little more in the detail. I started to think then about placemaking, this whole science about how do you make somewhere better, how do you make a better local community, and how can retailers benefit from that? And again, I researched and listened and read, and there's a ton of stuff on the web, largely academic, about placemaking. But there didn't seem to be very much in the way of practical help for would-be placemakers. And so with the help of some placemaking experts in the UK and the US, who very kindly lent me their expertise, I came up with this. I'm sorry about the little slogans that appear around the outside, which remind me horribly of Outlook and the suggested replies for emails, where they say, great idea, Rich, or you go, girl, and stuff like that. So apologies for that. But CARE stands for challenges, assets, resources, and enablers. And without reading things you can read for yourself, the challenges are things like cynicism and lack of buy-in by the local community, antisocial behavior, certainly in the UK, we have our fair share of that, and the thing called broken window syndrome. You know, the theory that if there's one broken window, it'll soon become 2 broken windows, 3, 4, 5, like an infection. Assets. And this was interesting, because I began to realize that everywhere has more assets than it thinks. And it could be just local talent, local produce. It could be cultural or even industrial heritage. Nature, folklore. There's a lot of stuff everywhere that you can marshal into an attractive proposition. Resources. There's help out there. Plenty of people who can and should be able to help with placemaking. And finally, and this is the best bit, enablers. And what struck me, having heard from my expert friends in the US particularly, is that simple, tiny things can make a huge difference. They add up. And this brings me to another book, and I'm not getting commission for this, by the way. I mean, neither Guo Pei, who I happen to know, nor Jaime, who wrote this book. Who wrote this book? Who wrote this book? Who wrote that book? Suggested that there's a formula that you can use. If you can just have one store that smartens itself up, a bit like Iggy's car, get some paintwork, some flowers, a bit of street furniture. If you do that, and the one next door does it, it's not long until you've got a really nice place, a place where people want to be, want to buy, want to engage. Time for another anecdote. When I was a kid, every Sunday, without fail, my father would take me to visit my grandmother, which was a chore. I mean, you know, I just didn't want to do it, but duty called. But I used to get a little reward for doing that, which was there was a tiny sweet shop, little confection shop, not far from where my nan lived. And I loved that place. I mean, it was just great. It was just someone's front room, really, in a small terraced house, but she turned it into a sweet shop. And during the pandemic, I went onto a little Facebook group based on the town where I grew up. And people often reminisce on that page and talk about, do you remember this, do you remember that? And I said, does anyone remember the little sweet shop at the top of, I think it was Lion Street? And normally when you do this, you get 4 or 5 people responding. There were 83 respondents. Practically everybody remembered it. And they remembered it for the exact same reason that I remembered it, which was the smell. Weird, eh? You'd go in there, and there was this overpowering smell of chocolate and sweets and wood polish, because this woman had a big wooden counter and wooden cabinets, which she would clean relentlessly with this polish. But the smell was just so overpoweringly interesting. And it just struck me that when we're placemaking, it's not just the sights and sounds that we need to think about. Maybe we need to think about smells as well. I'm going to finish in a minute by saying something, I suppose, fairly personal. The world strikes me as a pretty unhappy place at the moment. I mean, we all know what's happening in Palestine and in Ukraine. We've seen something in South Korea yesterday. Even La Belle France is having a few problems at the moment. We've seen a hugely divisive election in the US. And it seems to me that social media in particular is becoming an increasingly vicious and nasty place. In fact, last night in my hotel room, when I got in from London, I happened to be on YouTube, and I was looking at a video of an American soprano called Renee Fleming singing an aria from a Handel opera, which was very nice. And then I scrolled down through the comments, and geez, people were saying, this woman's brilliant. No, she's not. She's terrible. You're an idiot. No, you're an idiot. You're a moron. you're pathetic, you know nothing about music. This is about someone singing a song, for goodness sake. I mean, how do we get to this stage? And there's a political commentator in England called James O'Brien, and he calls this the footballization of life. You have to have a team. You have to be City or United, Liverpool, Everton, Arsenal, or that other small team in North London. You have to have a side. And it seems to me that this is a pretty sad state of affairs. And so we, us here, as creators and creatives, I think we have a responsibility. If we can make one building, one street, one neighborhood, maybe even one town, a better place in which to be, live, work, shop, eat, drink, buy, or whatever, then we should. So, merci beaucoup, Ngoy. Thank you. Have a great show.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you for being here today with us to share your valuable insights on transformation of urban retail through creativity. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So now we will take a short break for lunch. Hope you enjoyed the morning session so far. And our lunch break will end at 2 p.m. and we'll be back here at 2 p.m. for more exciting sessions. So see you all later. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and welcome back to Day 2 of Business of Design Week 2024. My name is Vincent Tang. We hope you all had an enjoyable lunch, and as with taste, we experience and immerse ourselves with all 5 senses of the world. And with vision being one of the essentials, we bring you to this afternoon's opening keynote on how lighting can create immersive experiences for brands. Joining us is internationally acclaimed lighting designer Tino Kwan, principal consultant at Tino Kwan Associates and Consultants. Recognized as one of the world's masters, Tino's work spans commercial buildings, luxury hotels, and private rooms globally. Notable projects include the Regent Hotel, Hong Kong, St. Regent's Hong Kong, and Grand Lisboa Palace Resort Macau. As the recipient of the DFA World's Outstanding Chinese Designer 2024, Tino will illustrate the transformative power of light in architectural design, focusing on how lighting can act as the defining touch in luxurious retail and hospitality settings. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Tino Kwan.
Hi, good afternoon. Let us have the first slide. No. Okay. I always like to say to my clients and my design consultants, reminding them, successful project begins with light and ends with light. I'm Tino Kwan from Tino Kwan Lighting Consultants, and we're having offices in Hong Kong, Beijing, and Tokyo. Our topic is brands and retail resurgence. I normally talk about hospitality lighting, but today I would like to talk about how lighting can create immersive brand experience, which is a very different topics that I normally discuss. But I think it's important that lighting can really help on the retail sectors. When it comes to branding identity, people mostly talk about names, logos, lifestyles, and even philosophies, but seldomly talk about lighting, because lighting can play a very important part too. As for retail experience, it is even more so. Lighting not merely about illuminating spaces, but this is about orchestrating a sensory symphony, telling a story about a brand or retail experience. Lighting can create impactful experience to brand imagery. Strategic lighting can evoke emotions and can be done through different color, light, and intensity, setting the tone for the entire sensory experience. Warm and soft lighting can create feeling of comfort and intimacy. Cool and bright lighting can convey energy and efficiency, whereas dramatic and contrasting lighting can create excitement. A consistent lighting style across various platforms, no matter it is a physical space or digital marketing, it builds brand recognition. And thoughtful lighting improves customer experience by enhancing, enchanting wayfinding, safety, overall ambience, and highlights, leaving a lasting impression that strengthens brand loyalty, especially in the retail sector. Today, I'm sharing with you 3 very different projects that I have done. The first one is the Raffles Hotel in Singapore, which is a heritage building built in the 19th century. And the hotel's architecture exemplifies colonial architecture and with a blend of neoclassical design and local tropical influence. I'll walk you through how the hotel was like before its renovations. That's the picture taken at the early 19th century. It's a beautiful piece of architecture. And this is the picture which is taken right before we did the renovation. It took us 3 years, to do the lighting design for this hotel. You can see the exterior lighting or the facade lighting was used mainly flood lighting. That is a very common and older way of lighting a building. But the way it light the building is kind of make the building smaller because the light is concentrating only in the middle. And also because of the nature of flood lighting, and if it is put right in front of the building, it tends to flatten, all the architectural features. So when we come to design or redesign the lighting for this facade, what we need is we need to study the architecture. We need to study all the details, and we also need to study how and what kind of lighting we can put on this heritage protected building, because there's a limitation that where the cables can go through the walls and all that. Okay. So instead of floodlighting the building, we have used concealed lighting, highlighting the columns and the cornices and the balustrade, and giving it a fresh look. And then we're using a cooler color temperature, and because the building is white in color, and I think we give it a cooler color temperature which represent the buildings. And also by taking care of the whole building, right and left, we can really appreciate the extent of the architecture and the extent of the building instead of concentrated in the middle. So you will appreciate all the details and of the facade and all the columns, the cornices, and the moldings and everything. And that will leave you a very deep impressions about the brand or the hotel, the physical look of the building. So we can go in to have a look at the interior, and also we will take you to see the interior before it's renovated. This is a foyer. In the old days, lightings mainly is of decorative lights. So they use a lot of decorative light chandeliers, wall sconces, wall lamps, table lamps. So this is no different. And this is a bunch of chandeliers and wall lamps. And this is the shopping arcade, having the wall lamps and some pendants and some backlit logo. And this is the main lobby, a very tall space, and there's a bunch of chandeliers hanging all over the place, and then with all these wall sconces or wall lamps on the columns. And that's the restaurant. Again, the same idea, same concept, have decorative lights being the main light source, being the lighting for the whole entire restaurant. This is a very, very popular bar. The lighting will be just some pendant lights above the bar counter and some general lighting for the bar. A bedroom, again, very traditional with table lamps, ceiling lamps in the middle of the room, giving quite general lighting. The bathroom is the same. We have two very tiny wall sconces and then a ceiling light in the middle of the room. A very typical, very old style of lighting solutions. So when we receive these projects, we find a way of keeping the culture, the design of this heritage hotel, but we do it in a modern way. So in the foyer, we have, besides having these pendants and the wall sconces with keeping the old kind of design, and then we create this cove light in the ceiling and make the space much more spacious, and also be able to appreciate the details of the ceiling and the ceiling moldings. And for the shopping arcade, again, the changes will be minimal because of the limitations. So we retain the pendant lights, but instead we have concealed lights, for the shop front, have to really define the shop front architecture, the arches. At the same time, we're lighting up the logo. So making it all consistent, because sometimes, before, they have this logo which is smaller, which is backlit. When they have a bigger logo, so it provides much more light in one shop and less light in the other shop. So we make it very consistent, and that also helps to uplight and reflect the light to the ceiling. Very simple, but very clean. So instead of a bunch of chandeliers hanging over the place, we decided to have one large chandelier forming a focal point anchored in this very high lobby here. And then also we're using this very small, tiny uplight to help to light up the columns, the cornices, and all the way up to the third floor. And also the arches, really to bring out, the architecture rather than seeing decorative lights. So we kept this kind of pendant lights above the bar, but we have accent lights, on all the alcohols, all the bottles, which promotes, sales. That's what lighting can be done. And also we have lighting concealed above the bar counter, back bar, and reflected up to the ceiling, and indirectly lighting up the features, the moving fans, in the ceiling. And the restaurant looks totally different with a new design chandelier, but using the traditional elements of glass and the lamps behind it, and then in between all the columns, forming layers, layering in the space. And then we have focal lights, accent lights over the display table, and then we have all the concealed lights for all the display objects, giving interest to the room. The bedroom, again, we kept it the old style with table lamps framing that, floor lamps, and then but we have some accent lights. With 2 accent lights focus on the pillows making a focal point in this bedroom. And then we also have general lighting for the carpet, giving warmth, to the space. Again, the bedroom becomes very spacious because we have created a cove ceiling, and which defines the space and giving shadowless light, to the bathroom. But the accent, the focal point, still on the vanity, where we have very good facial lighting with wall sconces, and then we also have accent lights to light up the top of the vanity, giving some kind of a modern approach to that. And in the shower, we also put in the lighting where the shelf, you put all the shampoo and soap. So with the lighting, it really helps us to find the things. So helps us to it's really enrich, our life and finding things. I even, there's a project, I even put lights in the toilet, inside the toilet roll. Because it's really, lighting can change your life, not change your life, but really give you conveniency. You know where to reach, for your toilet paper. Where to reach, for your shampoo, because the light is there. So this is something that we always like to do. So just recap a little bit, of the old before renovation, and that's the foyer, and that's the lobby. And that's the facade. And that's the pre-function, actually. This is shopping arcade. There's a restaurant. There's a lobby lounge. There's a bar, bedroom, and the ballroom. Very different. So I'd like to talk about my philosophy. Minimal lighting equipment to achieve maximum lighting effect. So when I first started my company 45 years ago, I was thinking, what kind of a lighting design I'm going to base on? So when I look at all these other designs, they are either full of lights in the ceiling, and which really didn't do a proper job. And so I was saying to myself, I wouldn't be doing something like that. So I created or established my own philosophy. But a lot of people will say, Tino, if you use minimal lighting, would there be not enough? Then I say, yes, for a lot of people, when they use one light to do one job, the other light to do another job, and the third light doing a third job. And that would not be considered, they haven't really considered all these different lighting. In fact, they have a lot of reflections. So when one light hits on the, on the floor, it reflects back to my face, or reflect to the ceiling, and reflect down, or maybe down to the wall. So when I design, I consider reflections. Reflection helps me to use less light. So in a situation, even a table lamp, it has lighting what I'm trying to read, but it's also lighting the wall, it's also lighting the ceiling and reflecting back. This kind of ambient light, which I always consider and helps me to use less light. So I think the following project is a very good example of seeing, how minimal lighting I have used. This is a restaurant called Take in Hong Kong, designed by Kenko Kuma and Steve Leung. Take means bamboo, and is falling into Kuma-san's favorite materials. So when he designed this restaurant, he uses bamboos everywhere, from screens to partitions to window treatment and even ceilings. So when I look at the plans, I was working for him for the first time at that time. I was wondering what I'm going to do with all these bamboos. Should I all blast it with light? Then took me a long time to find out and to what he's thinking. That's important again for a lighting designer, is to be able to get into the designers that we work with. Otherwise, we don't know what they're thinking about, or what they're trying to express. So we are the one who be using lighting to express the interior, rather than we stand out alone, to do our own lighting. Okay. So I thought about it, and I came up with these solutions. This is the entrance to the restaurant. I really like this. It's completely dark. I would like to give the impression of going through like a tunnel and opening up, to the restaurant. This kind of experience. So on the left-hand side is all wooden slats, black wooden slats, go up to the ceiling, and the opposite side is bamboo wall. And at the end of the place is also another bamboo screen. So I only use a row of recessed light, lighting up these vertical wooden strips and across, and reflect it to the opposite side wall. And that's it. That's the entrance. So once you come through this, you're coming into this very open space. Again, bamboo ceiling, bamboo here, bamboo there. And talking about reflections, instead of having light, trying to light up to show the ceiling, I only have lighting up the countertop, which reflects and up to the ceiling. And you appreciate, the shade or the sloping different angles of this arrangement of bamboo ceiling. And also the bamboo screen, window screen treatment. So on the other side is the continue with this dark entrance. Then I use even less light, use a footlight to lead your way in. Because wayfinding is also, what lighting can do. And I have lighting that side of the screen, and then creating interesting shadows on this side of the corridor, and it came out as a very beautiful space here. It seems time is running out already. I haven't even started. Once we come into this main dining, again, the ceiling meets the vertical screen. Kuma-san has created interesting details. And there was no way I can light it. So what I've talked to Kuma-san, I said, can you give me a slot? Can you cut the ceiling for me? I was very daring. Asked him to cut the ceiling for me to put light. Before it was just ceiling and the screen, I need to cut a slot. So that's what I have created. Be able to have a little bit of light, not lighting up crazy, but just enough to be able to light up his details, you know. And that's how it helps me also to divide the room, and again, giving layers to that. Let me just quickly go for the picture, okay? I'm done. And that's how I use mostly indirect light to light up the bamboos. Thank you.
There's so much to learn from him, and using less is more. We can definitely learn more about Mr. Kwan later on if you want to connect with him as well. So thank you very much. Please be seated. Next up, please join me in welcoming Mrs. Julia Capp, CEO of RDIA, who will present our next keynote presentation on the creative exchange between contemporary design and craftsmanship. Julia will delve into RDIA's remarkable work on ML stores worldwide, where each space reflects a commitment to elegance and innovation. She will share how RDIA's design honors the artisan spirit, creating immersive environments that elevate modern aesthetics while celebrating exquisite craftsmanship. This session is presented by the Oval Partnership, and we appreciate your generosity in supporting BODW. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Julia Capp.
Hello, I'm very, very honored to be here today at Business of Design Week, representing RDIA, which I direct with Denis Montel, who is also here today amongst us. RDI, René Dumas Architecture Intérieure, was founded by René Dumas in Paris in 1972. René Dumas was an interior architect. Since 2009, RDIA, in English, has been co-directed by Denis, who is our president and artistic director, and myself, I'm CEO. We're both architects. We have 100 people approximately in Paris and 6 people here in Hong Kong who are amongst us also today at the PMQ, and we're very happy there. We have a mix of nationalities across both offices, and as you can hear, I'm not French, I'm Australian. At RDIA today, we practice architecture, interior architecture, and design. We have a mix of architects, interior designers, and designers, a strong technical department, and a materials department where we do research and curation. But we don't have dedicated architectural teams or interior teams. Each team is a mix of the different professions, and they work together to find a solution to the challenge. I really insist on that because I think that the kind of projects we do, you can't do them alone. And in the office, we have this motto, which is faire ensemble, which means make it together. And that's how you get projects done. Our material library is the heart of inspiration of the office. Every day we're searching for materials and craftsmanship, and the discoveries really enrich us and stimulate us. Sometimes we'll wait years to be able to use a craft that we've found in a project. We find the context and then we say, yes, this is going to be fantastic here. I want to share with you how we design in terms of craftsmanship today. They're the hands of Denis. And we still design sometimes manually like that, but we also take that and then enrich it with digital help. At RDIA, we conceive and design the elements that make up our projects ourselves individually. We rarely use off-the-shelf solutions. And that's where today's digital tools allow us to manipulate and reinvent traditional crafts. The teams prepared, I didn't do this on my own, I was really helped by all of the people. You don't do anything on your own. The teams prepared these slides, which show also the evolution of the process of design and working with craftsmanship. You can see here today, the different parties are much more together. The lines cross each other. And you can also see at the beginning, we have crafts that are even there before the project starts, which is what I was saying about finding a craft and wanting to be able to use it. And we are also involved for a much longer time as we all work together to try and challenge and do prototypes and really achieve amazing things. Extending the parameters is also important. With digital technology and collaboration, we can challenge the limits of feasibility of materials, form, and fabrication. We love to play with simple materials and take them to another level, make them very sophisticated. We don't look at what an artisan or a craftsperson makes. We look at how they make it, what their savoir-faire is, what their know-how is. And then we take it and make something amazing, take something new. I'm going to share with you today the application of our work on crafts and materials, and it's organized through either crafts or materials. Bending and assembling is something that's very important for us, particularly with wood, although we also do it with stone. And one project which was really a pivotal moment for us was Hermes Rive Gauche, which was a very important project for Hermes because it was their first major project on the Rive Gauche. And it's a project which was situated in a swimming pool, which is a listed building from 1935. And we wanted to create, you can see the space is very big, we wanted to create something where the client could feel a certain intimacy and look at the products, but also to be able to look at all of the Art Deco decoration around. So we had to have something also that wasn't heavy, because you can see they're situated on the swimming pool, which we had to keep, and we couldn't add any foundations underneath. So we designed huts, and we worked in collaboration with Bollinger Grumman engineers, and they designed a parametric script to be able to design these huge 7-meter-high huts, which were formed in bentwood. And they introduced us to a German company, Holzbau Ammann, who knew this craft and had used steaming and bending wood for making tracked housing. But they were able to change the application of their craft and work with us to make these huts. They used 3 lathes of ash wood, a very, very hard wood, used also to make cricket bats, and they glued it and steamed it and bent it in their workshops in Germany, and then numbered it, dismantled it, and brought it to Paris for installation. The project was also very important to us because it created a dialogue with Hermes, and Hermes's heritage is using traditional craftsmanship and making it dialogue with contemporary design. So here you have both the Art Deco and the contemporary design. Then we did another project with Bollinger Grumman and Holzbau for an art collector who had an art collection in his field, and he wanted us to create a pavilion so that he could sit and look at his art collection. Here, we decided to create something so that it was like a plant which grew out of the ground. And unlike Rive Gauche, we didn't have transoms at the openings. The openings were actually formed with the help of the parametric program. They were formed themselves naturally, like a plant. And you can see here this photo is the same thing in their workshops in Germany. And it was dismantled, numbered, and then sent to Cleveland. And here we used a coir wood because it had to withstand the incredible exterior elements without any protection. We really enjoyed discovering this parametric design and using this wood, which was so incredible for making very organic forms. And a client asked us to design a beach club, a nightclub in Tulum, Mexico, very, very quickly. So we designed what you can see here, the red drawings. Very simple. We sent them to the client and we're expecting that they would come back to us for questions. No. They found this contractor, GoGo, who you can see here, and they just designed the prototypes on site and built it in 2 weeks, and it became a really great dancing place. And then on a more serious note, back in Australia, in Sydney, we had a project for the Trust building in Sydney for Hermes, and the concept of the project was really related to the situation of Sydney, near the water, near the ocean, and we wanted to have something very flowing. We had opened up the basement, and we wanted to create a stair, which was like a river flowing down. It's very important in retail when you create a space which is not on the same level when the clients come in, that you want to attract them and take them in. So again, we were able to design it here with the parametric design, but we didn't want to make it in Europe. We didn't want to send it all that way. We wanted to find someone in Sydney. So our local architect searched, and he found some boat builders who knew the craft, but had never worked on this kind of project, and they were able to do it. They built it on site, they bent it and steamed it on site, and it's amazing. And it also is interesting, Hermes were very happy because we were able to really create something additional, because without the boat builders, so the marine influence, we wouldn't have been able to do this project. Another application of wood is assembling wood. And here we have kumiko, which is a Japanese technique of assembling wood using cypress or cedar, and which dates from 700 AD. In the 17th century, kumiko became a very popular craft to make doors and screens for homes and temples. It was quite rigid art. There were only about 200 designs. We'd long admired this kumiko craft and were waiting for an opportunity to use it. And here at Fukuoka, we were able to take a design, rework the patterns, and create 4-meter-high screens for the facade. I forgot to say that kumiko is an art assembling where there are no nails. We were able to take this design, and transform it, or maybe I should say deform it, to be able to create areas which were opaque and areas where you could see through. And this facade, which is 24 meters long, was so digitally designed by us, but hand installed by the artisans without any nails or any glue. Another application of wood is marquetry, which is often used on a smaller scale for furniture design. And here at Shenzhen, which opened recently, the whole project was inspired by the very tropical surrounding of Shenzhen city. Here we designed huge lily leaves which climbed up the walls, very large size for marquetry and very strong colors for marquetry. They were also helped by all of the carpets and the screens, and they created a really immersive feeling for the client. You walk in there and you feel that you're in the tropical environment and then you see the products afterwards. It's a really great experience. Weaving is a real passion for us, and we look at the context and then work out what is the material that we'd like to weave with, because you can use so many different materials. This project at Hamburg in Germany is where we worked with craftswomen Leah and Lily using recycled Hermes leather. It's a very immersive space as well. The artisans hand-wove the material, and we install them with a cherry wood framing. In this room, when you walk in, it's like walking into the world of Hermes. The weaving of bamboo has had a very long tradition in China, and we really used many, many different designs for the project in Chengdu, on the interiors, on the wall finishes. I think in particular, the stairway which runs up has been really married with this movement of the bamboo, and it sculpts the movement, and it follows you as you move up the stair. The project architect, Stephanie, was really, really inspired by this weaving, and she decided that we'd also work on the facade and weave stone. And so we were able to design it, and it looks like the stone is as malleable as the bamboo, with all of the different forms that we're able to use. That's thanks to the craft of sculpting the stone. Ceramics and glazing, another craft, are really incredible because they offer just so many possibilities in terms of form and also color. At Hermes, we've been working with Winkelmans, who are a traditional stoneware ceramic craftsman in Lille, in France, for many, many years, and their team hand fits all of the ceramics. Here you can see the Ex Libris, which is a sign of Hermes, which dates from 1927, and which is at the entrance of every Hermes boutique, welcoming the clients. With the multitude of color that you can have in the ceramics, we're able to take this and reinvent it in every shop, creating a new experience. We can also, with all of the colors, and because the tile in itself being so small is almost a script in itself, create movement and vibration and light on the flooring. It's a really, really beautiful material. And we have even been able to push it further with digital design and to be able to create a sensation of blur. Here at Les Bains-Douches, which is a famous discotheque in Paris, which was originally a bathhouse in the 18th century and then the discotheque in the 80s, we wanted to create a mix of the two contexts. And so we took the original design of Philip Stark's checkered flooring, and we worked on the digital design and then create this blur. So it's almost like when you come in from the front, I can't move to the next, when you come in from the front, that it's like the water has been able to melt the tiles from the 80s back to the baths. Here we were using stone, formed stone, to be able to create repetitive forms and to be able to use the different colors to create the top of the project. It's really with this liberty that we have with the form of ceramic that we're able to create all of these different designs. Again here, we were inspired by the salt marshes that surround Tianjin and the way they go from the light color to the dark red. We used 3 different designs of blocks, and they created a relief to give movement, and then also different colors which mimicked the changing color of the salt marshes. It's really incredible at night because the color changes and becomes almost deeper, as if it still continues to mutate, which is also interesting because a client who passes, they see it in the daytime and they see it at night. This is really a fantastic experience. And coming back to Shenzhen, we, as I said, designed this because it's such a busy, crazy city, but it's still nestled in this beautiful subtropical environment surrounded by the mountains. And we were inspired for the facade to work on tiles, which were like bamboo shoots. We wanted to mimic bamboo growth. And so each tile element shows the bamboo growth as it moves. And we also put these tiles onto a curved facade, which gave movement and echoed back to the tradition of the temples in Shenzhen, which have roofs that are curved and also use the same ceramic tiles. It's an incredible experience, I think, for the clients, this whole project, and we've had really great feedback from it. I think the project is a balance between nature and craftsmanship, and it's also a way to get away from the bustling city. At Guangzhou, you can see that glazing is an incredible craft, and it brings the light of day and night to play on the facade. The vibrations are creating a shimmering effect on the facade. We designed 2 types of bricks to create this vibration, and then they also had a double glazing. First glazing, and then a second one which disturbs the first and creates a kind of snake-like effect on the surface of the stone, of the brick. And at night time, with the lighting, it really lights up. And I mean, I just feel like you think that the bricks themselves are lit from within. It's alive. This is the great thing about ceramics and what they can do. At Cité des Métiers, we wanted to build a brick building because we wanted it to insert in the exterior environment that it was in, but we didn't want to create something heavy and not moving. We wanted to have something with vibration. So we worked with a Belgian brick maker who handmade the bricks, and we had glazed bricks and protruding bricks, 10% glazed, 10% protruding. And when you walk past, it really changes and shimmers, and so it engages with you. This is really important for our projects. At Qingdao, we worked with, again, a brick, but here using the very traditional Chinese clay, and we wanted something very rough, and we cut it. It was inspired again by the mountains, and so we cut it and used colors that also were inspired by the mountains. We had a parametric design which took a particular mountain, Kaohsiung, and worked out how it moved, and then that's how we worked out how we would assemble all of the different colors and the cuts. It really gives a pixelating effect. Knotting is another incredible craftsmanship which takes a very simple material and creates something amazing. Here we have the rope knotting, which is a very traditional Japanese craft, which is also very related to the marine world. It's another project another craft where we had really wanted to use it for a long time, and here we had the opportunity. But we ended up not working with people from the marine building. We ended up working with a traditional family company who had made decorations, belts, for samurai costumes. And here we were able to really elevate this craft to another level. We also added some rippled glass so that when the light reflects on the facade, it creates shimmering effects as well, and moving as people move back and forth, it dialogues. It was an incredible experience with this company because their finesse of working at a scale of clothing and taking it to another scale was just amazing. And so it was win-win for us with their finesse, and also for them to be able to suddenly do an architectural project was many, many meters high. And at Bahrain, we took it a bit further, working with a Middle Eastern craftsman and being inspired, much more decorative here, being inspired by the flora and beach landscape around. I hesitated to put this project in weaving, but in fact it's knotting bamboo. And it's also a project that a craft that we'd had for a long time. Karokot is the son of a fisherman, the grandson of a kite maker, and it's really his passion. He was able to use his traditional savoir-faire from his family and create his own special method to do this. We, with the digital design, were able to help him create something which was huge at a scale he'd never worked on, very sculptural, and when you walk under it, the light also attracts you and moves and it changes. So again, very engaging. Paper making, and here washi paper making, was something that we'd also been fascinated for a long time. Washi paper making dates from the 7th century in Japan. And here we're at Tyranneman Hills, which is a project which was designed by Thomas Heatherwick. And the facade was already done. This often happens in our projects. We can't necessarily intervene on all of the projects. But we wanted to create a real presence for Hermes. And so this was the opportunity to work with a washi artisan. We created areas which were, again, opaque, areas which were open. And you can see here the artisan, to create those open areas, he pours water over it, which is an amazing exchange with us because we digitally design it. And then he is just hand doing it with that risk, but that incredible know-how and precision to be able to do the project. And he was really, really happy because he'd only worked on small-scale projects. And here we created this incredibly enormous lantern. It's a beautiful, beautiful project. Finally, textiles, of course, are a very natural craft with interior work. And here we worked with Samira Boun, who is a textile artist, and we worked on a 3D textile, which was made of a very rigid fabric. We were able to really create a sculptural construction on the facade. And it gives a certain intimacy that we wanted for the project, but still allows the light to come in. And the light is also accentuated, as you can see, on the ridges of the fabric. Also, Nantes, which is a project that we recently opened. Here, we did the design. It's in a 19th century gallery, and it has many, many floral references. We took the references and reworked them in a more contemporary way, exploding them and really pushing the colors. And here we worked with a French hand-tufted carpet company, and they were really able to create something which had incredible impact. We also worked on other crafts, and you can see here on the right-hand side of the image, we also did a lot of wall fabric designs. Finally, a project which opened last week in Lille, in a 16th century building. I talked about Chengdu, where we took weaving of bamboo and pushed it into stone. Here we did the reverse and worked with Alexandra Gacka, who is a designer, an artist, who we've worked with for 20 years. And we were inspired by the traditional brickwork of Lille, and she created with us a textile where the bricks are mimicked with small cushion-type finishes. So you can see here, this is the interior of Lille, which has this beautiful brickwork that, of course, we didn't want to mask. We wanted to work with it and dialogue with it. And the result is really incredible. Finally, just to finish, I'd like to go back to the idea of faire ensemble. And here you can see today I've added the client. The client is very important because with their accompaniment, you can really, it's very critical to the ambition and the success of the project. And here you can see how important it is also for everybody to work together. And I think that's also why we're here today at Business of Design Week, because we all want to share with each other and learn things. And I think that's great. This whole presentation is done with my team, and that's how I think we will be able to move forward. We believe that the future of design is people, context, time, and faire ensemble. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Capp, for sharing with us your insights on how to bridge craftsmanship with contemporary design. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we will hear from Mr. Mark Dytham, architect from Klein Dytham Architecture, in his keynote, Pioneering Experimental Retail Space Design. Mark is recognized as a visionary in retail space design, celebrated for his dynamic and interactive approach that seamlessly blends functionality with vibrant aesthetics. Under the leadership of Mark and Astrid Klein, Klein Dytham Architecture demonstrates the ability to bridge Eastern and Western cultures together in retail projects such as the recent Fender flagship Tokyo and Keith Music Gallery in Tokyo. Please join me in welcoming Mark Dytham.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here. I want to say thank you, as always, to Victor Lowe and Professor Yim for inviting me and the whole of the BODW team. We've been lucky enough at Klein Dytham to win Design for Asia 3 times the grand prize, so it's great to be here on the stage. I'm going to start with 10 slides of our work across quite a few years, just because there are so many synergies that I've seen in the last couple of days, with Thomas talking about humanizing architecture, the details from Julia, the amazing lighting from Tino, and a lot of that comes into our work as well. So I'll start with some of our projects. This is Ginza Place in the heart of Tokyo, one of the most important crossroads in Tokyo, if not the world. And it's a project for Sapporo Beer. They own the site. They've been on this site for 110 years. And there's very simple ideas. We wanted the building to flow around the corner, but because it's for Sapporo Beer, you can see the panels, the bubbles are very small at the bottom of the glass, and they get bigger and bigger towards the top. A little joke there. And again, we're always trying to bring humor and a twist into all of our work. I think it's quite important. We're going to get this to work. And again, we're trying to make things which are iconic, and as Thomas, we're trying to humanize things, like Thomas said. So this building in Tokyo, it's a hotel. It's right in the heart of Tokyo. It's at this amazing crossroads of the main railway line across the center, an expressway. Hundreds of thousands of people go past this every day, and we just didn't want another boring, bland, gray building. So we've built this billboard, this pixelated piece of architecture, which really is very, very eye-catching and very iconic for the hotel brand called Toggle. And then this is a clubhouse for a hotel. It's actually for the children. It's in this hotel brand called Risanare. They try and take the children away from the parents during the day so you can get a bit of private time. And we've built this fairy tale building within the forest. Again, extremely iconic, and that's really key for branding the hotel and using architecture as branding. This project too, again, picking up on what Thomas says about reusing buildings. This building in the center used to be a summer getaway for a university in Tokyo, Aoyama Gakuin University. And in the foothills outside Tokyo, they had this summer retreat. And our client bought it, our bookstore client, which we'll talk about later. Bought this building to turn it into a bookstore. And what we've done is we've put this great big swirling skirt around the building. And we've kept that building there. We've kept the memories. We've kept all of the feelings. It's a key part of the community. And so instead of just ripping it down and rebuilding it, which would have been easier and cheaper, to be honest, we've actually retained it and saved a lot of carbon in the process. This project is in the center of Bangkok. It's called Open House, and it's a new sort of hub within that sweltering heat of Bangkok. This is really a clubhouse where you can go and read books. There are restaurants, there are co-working spaces, and it sits in the grounds of the British Embassy there, which is very green. It stretches across to a park, and we've painted 10,000 leaves on the ceiling, hand-painted, which link these two green areas together. And then we've worked around the world. This is in London. This is for Selfridges. And just like Timo was saying earlier, trying to restore the lighting is very important. This room was over 100 years old, but over the years they put layers and layers of new ceilings and things. You couldn't even see the capitals. We ripped everything out and we relit it. There were 36 brands in there, and our pitch was not another duty-free. And we wanted the room to be the most important thing, not the brands. And so by putting this very simple louvered facade in, that as you turn around, the room becomes more important than the brands. We do a lot of pro bono work, a lot of charity work, and this is in Tohoku, where they had the huge earthquake about 10 years ago. And we built a lot of buildings there with Toyo Ito and a project called Home for All. And this is a wedding chapel. Again, really simple ideas. This is all about a wedding veil. When the groom picks up the bride's veil for the kiss, this veil opens. It's 11 tons, has 4,700 acrylic lenses in it, but it's a very simple, iconic idea. There have been over 10,000 weddings in this wedding chapel over the years. We're going to get there. And finally, we design police boxes too, yeah? Police boxes can be fun. Police boxes are very important in Japan. They're a little sort of center of the community too. So we've taken the notion of a police car, black, white, with some lights on the top, yeah? And a real fun little project. That's in Kumamoto in southern Japan. So I'll move on to, we're going to run through 5 projects quickly, which are all about branding and retail resurgence. So this is a bookstore in the center of Tokyo called Tsutaya, or T-Site. Many of you, I'm sure, have been there. And this started almost 13 years ago. And our client, Masuda-san also won the Leadership Award here a couple of years ago. He's a very important guy. He's like the Richard Branson of Japan. And is really, really key client. And he ran the largest DVD and CD store, like Blockbuster in Japan, but could see that streaming was coming. And he had 1,440 stores. How do we change that? So he decided that he's going to turn those stores from CDs into bookshops. And I think, what? You know, this was the moment that the iPad had come out. But he was convinced that books there was something core to books and something very cultural and something that people would be attracted to. So we started working with him on the project. His DVD and CD stores had this thing called T-Point. It was a loyalty card system. And he started using this loyalty card system with other companies in Japan. 500 companies use this now. 70 million people have an active T-Point card. And this was kind of ubiquitous across Japan, and we thought this could be the core of the new project. But let's do it in a very sophisticated way. Can we bring this T-Point into the branding of his new bookstore? So we had a competition, which we won. Kengo Kuma also entered it. So we came up with this very simple idea that it would be based around this tea. We would brand the project with the tea. And we came up with the notion of tea garden. It became tea site in the end. But it was really, really key to winning the competition and key to branding the project. The T is just not slapped on the front. The base of the T is the spine. That's where all the bracing is for the earthquake. If the earthquake comes, all of that energy is absorbed in the spine of it. So it's not just a graphic. And then we've used these brise-soleils all around the building, which cover up all the air conditioning and things. So it's a very simple but very clearly branded piece of architecture. The bookstore is around 6,000 square meters, so it's huge. And how do you begin to organize that? So we came up with a very simple idea of having something called Magazine Street, which runs all the way through the 3 buildings. It's 70 meters long and just has magazines on here. And the great thing with magazines are they change every week or every month. So every time you come to the store, you see something different. But also, it was a way to organize the books. Because when you found the magazines on cars, that's where the car books are. That's where the car things are. Same for cooking or for food. You find the food magazines. You find food books, food things. And in some of the larger stores, we've designed 8 of these now. You find a cooking school. So there was a way to go from magazines to books to things to services. And it's been super, super successful. And these are becoming, spaces where you go not for an hour or for one thing, you go for half a day or the day. You go there for an experience. It's something that you can't get online, and that's, I think, the big thing to today. The other thing is this was designed for premier age people, people over 50. That was the first target market. That sector is really not looked at very much. And, being in that premier age bracket now, the kids are at university, you have a little bit of excess income or money, you've got plenty of time, you've got your passions and your interests, but you've got nowhere to go. And this idea here was to focus on that type of lifestyle. So the bookstore doesn't sell all books, it only sells lifestyle books. So it has 12 different sections. So fashion, photography, cars, design, food and cooking, things like that, things that you're passionate about. And that was really the target for the bookstore, which I think is really interesting. And again, it's a really fascinating place where you can hang out, have a coffee, read books, get interested in what you're interested about. And it's become an amazing destination. And still today, it's incredibly popular. But the key thing is about something we call social retail, something sort of a phrase that we've coined. So these 12 sections have 12 concierges. So this guy looks after the travel section. And he used to be a travel organizer for the main TV company in Japan, NHK, and now he looks after the travel section in Tsutaya. This lady here looks after, come on, the food section. She looks after food, looks after everything there. And then Fuji-san looks after the car section. He knows everything about every car. He knows, got amazing books and there's amazing things and manuals and different things about cars. And each of these concierges, he doesn't start going to looking after the food section or the graphic section. He just looks after cars, and that team looks after the cars. They buy the books, and they have this little club. And if you go there and you exchange cards with him and he asks you what car you've got a Volvo, he will invite you to the Volvo Cars and Coffee, which happens every few months. He won't send you one to every Cars and Coffee. They're every weekend. But you're beginning to build this social club, a reason to come back, a reason to get excited, a reason to belong there. And this is, this is the 9/11 Club, obviously, and that happens on a Saturday or Sunday morning between 6 in the morning and 10 a.m. when the car park is not used. All the enthusiasts will come, different cars and coffees each weekend. So everybody hangs out, looks at the cars, then they go to the bookstore, then they go and have breakfast there, and again, that generates a whole new set of customers at a time when the car park would be empty and not generating any income. So it's very clever how you have to work all these things through to make a project like this succeed. And just a couple of other shots throughout the bookstore to give you an idea of what it looks like. But again, it's a cultural hub. It's not just a bookstore. It's beyond retail. It's one of the things that we say. Lighting, again, extremely important within our projects. And a follow-on from this, too, so the bookstore client, Tsutaya, I've done a joint venture. This project is just finished. It's in the center of Tokyo. It's right by Scramble Square. And it's a collaboration with SMBC, one of the biggest banks in Japan, Starbucks, and our bookstore client, Tsutaya, who've got this new project called Share Lounge. And so it's a combination of things about banks. Now, we all need banking, but we don't need banks anymore. We don't need to go to a bank because we've got this app. And in fact, the SMBC Bank app is called Olive, and this is Olive Lounge, where you just pop in if you need to. But all these banks have amazing locations within cities, but nobody really needs to go to them anymore. So what are we going to do with them? But they're great locations. So this here we've converted into a coffee shop, a co-working space, and a bank. We put a new facade on it. We've made it very open and accessible. We've taken the SMBC logo, the rising sort of graph, turned it into a super interesting facade. And then inside, we get this bank, coffee shop, and as you'll see later, co-working space upstairs. So it's completely borderless. Here, the bank on the left-hand side, Starbucks on the right. Again, it opens at 7 in the morning till 12 at night, and it's become a new sort of hub. And it's a way to rebrand SMBC, the bank, a new way to get people to use their app. It's been super successful. And of course, SMBC have 1,800 branches across Japan, and that's a way, this is the first one, and we're looking at can we spread this out across Japan, so we're getting these little hubs of coffee shops and co-working spaces across Japan very quickly. And you can see the bank on the teller machines, the ATMs, the bank, and the private banking going across to the right. And then upstairs, you have a co-working space called Share Lounge. It's just a drop-in space, so for $10 an hour or for 100 Hong Kong an hour, you can get a nicer space than Starbucks. You can plug in, you can have a VC there. This used to be the office within the bank. So the ground floor was the banking. Upstairs was an office, really not used, right in the heart of Tokyo, but not used. So we're trying to find a way to do that. I should just go back one. And then downstairs we have what used to be where all the safes were, and we couldn't afford to take the safes out, but we didn't want to because they're so beautiful. So we left all the safes in, and we turned those into secure meeting rooms. And you can even have a meeting within the safe deposit room. It's really, really incredible in there. So it's a very interesting project. But again, Starbucks, Tsutaya, and a bank all coming together and looking at a way to expand quickly across Japan using the existing footprint of the banks. It's been really interesting listening to Julia's talk too. We work with Cartier. This is a project in Osaka. It's interesting because it's a temporary facade. They're moving their location. And this actually used to be an old bank, so I'm going from bank to bank here. But they asked us, could you design a facade? It's only going to be there for 5 years, and can we sort of exploit that time, that time limitation and do something interesting? Can we also do something which is environmentally conscious? So this facade is made of wood. It's made of Japanese cypress. It's made of hinoki. Hinoki, as you know, is used in Japanese bars, so it's very resistant to water. And we took the inspiration from the Cartier jewelry, the way all the links go together, and designed this facade. It has 2,500 handmade boxes, or masu. They're almost like the sake boxes which you drink from. In fact, that's the company that we use to make these. But these are all handmade. It's not a metal facade. It's completely wood. And again, it's been fascinating working with our artisans. These were made with a company from Kyoto. This is in Osaka, as I say. But it's been really interesting to find a facade. Whoops, go back one. Can I go back one? Yeah, which is soft. So many facades are very sort of hard and metallic. And here we're trying to find something soft and has a different scale. And here you can see them making them within the workshop. So I say 2,500. There were 12 different types. There were 2,500 handmade. They had 3 coats of lacquer on them. This is the aluminium frame, which everything gets clipped onto. This was made from recycled aluminium, 3D printed, and then cast in aluminium, sand casted from recycled aluminium. And then the panels get clipped on, and then they get lit. Each one is individually lit, and we put a very nice effect across the facade. Again, that's what's so fantastic of working in Japan, the attention to detail and the conversations that we have with the craftsmen. It is really, really amazing. And night is really important too. As Tino said, it's what the way, or and as Julia too, the way the facade changes during from the day to night. And this store is in Shinsaibashi, one of the main districts in Osaka. And it's really important. Most of the sales take place in the evening, apparently. So my clicker's not working. Come on. Here we go. So, it gives a very, very beautiful effect. I'm quickly going to pop on to a project we finished this year. This is for KEF, speaker company in Grace, and Edmund spoke about it yesterday. KEF's a British high-fidelity audio company. They make really fantastic speakers. And we felt that the store should feel like, it was a very narrow site, so we thought the store should feel like a speaker too. It started off as a bit of a joke, really, and I was surprised that the client, who's here somewhere, said, that's pretty good, and off we went, and we designed this facade almost like a large speaker with a UniQ speaker driver on the facade. And inside, it's very, very simple. We've got all the active, all the Wi-Fi speakers on the ground floor, very accessible. And then as you go through the store, you get more complex speakers. And this area on the top floor is where people all come together. And you can have, so it's like a studio space. So we can have meetings here. We can have events here. Again, it's like a clubhouse. It's a very key thing to bring people into the space. And lots of rooms which show in different ways how you can use the speakers in a small Japanese home. And if you want a set of Ross Lovegrove's Muon speakers, this is how they could sit within your home. And finally, I want to talk about Fender. We've just finished this store. So Fender, fantastic guitar maker. They've been making guitars for 77 years, electric guitars. But they've never had their own retail space. They've only sold to dealers. And this is located in Harajuku. It's at the crossroads of Omotesando, so luxury, and Meijidori in Harajuku, which is creativity. It's a fantastic store. It used to be H&M, in fact. So it's 1,500 square meters of guitars. We thought, how on earth are we going to fill that space? But Fender's got an amazing history, and we had to go from, if you Google guitar shops, that's what comes up. If you Google it right now, those are the images that you get. And they're man caves, and nobody wants to go there. 50% of Fender's customers are young women that play guitars. And these guitars are, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 US. So the price of a handbag. And we wanted to change that experience to something more luxurious and something which really exemplified, the investment that people are making in the guitars. We wanted to make it more open, more light, more accessible. Anybody can walk in. Even if you're not interested in guitars, you should be able to come into the store. So, we've got the plectrum tables, the pick tables, graphics, very clear organization within the store. There's a fashion brand there too called F is for Fender. And there's a staircase which runs all the way up through the building, which we've turned into sort of, the stairway to heaven, really, with 300 Fender artists displayed within the wall. So you can come in, if you don't play guitar, you can come in and find your artist that plays and what guitar they play. Come on. Oops, no, that one. Next one. And we have these, I'll keep going, I'm running out of time a little bit here. So it's key that it's more than retail. We have all these experiences within the store. You can pick up any guitar and play, and at the weekend they get famous musicians just to drop in and play, and it's really important. So this is Ken, one of the best guitarists in Japan. He would drop in on a weekend and play for an hour. They schedule this all out, and you'll see my son here just dropping in and hanging out and playing with Ken, one of the big guitarists in... So this is what's really important, that you don't quite know who's going to be there. You can hang out with some of the best musicians in Japan. You can pick up any guitar and play in the amp room, any guitar. There are 450 guitars on display. You can go and have a guitar made here at the Fender Custom Shop. We've built a shrine of all the amazing materials. Again, 400 different materials you can get your guitar made from. And this is a custom shop. This is a dream factory. This is a VIP area. It's really incredible. So when a major musician's coming to Japan, they can hang out and chat with the Fender team here in the VIP area. We have the acoustic section downstairs, which also acts as the live house. Everything's on wheels. We can move out and have these different live sessions here. So we can have lessons. We can have events which get pushed out on YouTube and pushed onto the main screen on the front of the building as well. It's really important, as I say, more than retail is really the theme here. And John, how do you push the brand? There's Ken and Miyavi. I don't know if you know Miyavi. He's a really fantastic musician. And then that big facade on the building is really important too. So when Bruno Mars drops in, have a shot, 2.4 million views. Last time this has been looked at 8 million times. So it's so important, the branding. Anyway, I'm going to finish on a quick video that runs for about a minute. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And
Thank you once again, Mr. Dytham, for showing us this beautifully interactive space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As the CEO of Fender says, play guitar, play Fender. Thank you.
Perfect. There we go. There you have it. Make sure to check it out. Thank you very much. Next up, we will be hearing from Emmanuel Suissa, Chief Partnership Officer of Printemps Group, in his keynote, Building a 160-Year Legacy, Printemps Innovation and Timeless Elegance. In his role, Emmanuel drives retail transformation, focusing on strategic global partnerships to attract high-end clientele for the iconic French department store. In this session, Emmanuel will unveil how Printemps Group continues to thrive in an age of digital retail. Please join me in welcoming him on stage. Emmanuel Suissa.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you this afternoon, thanks to BODW board invitation, and would like to share with you what an iconic department store with 160 years in terms of legacy and innovation and timeless elegance. So we'll focus today on three topics. First, the legacy of innovation, our omnichannel strategy, and our vision of the future of retail. First, the flagship store in Paris, erected in 1865. If you imagine the 1900th century, it's before the Eiffel Tower, it's before the Opera House in Paris, but at the very same crossroads, intersection between the Opera, the Madeleine Church, and the Grand Boulevard, which was erected by the Baroness Haussmann, what we call familiarly the Grand Boulevard in Paris, which was a main landmark also leading to the western residential area in Paris. The flagship store is a masterpiece of architecture. It integrates 5,000 tons of iron and glass, which was something quite exceptional at that time, with different situation, because the first building was destroyed by a fire and rebuilt 10 years later. The facade and rooftops are listed as historical monuments in Paris. But all of this could not have happened without the founders. And as we often say, Paris is the city of love. Did you know that the Printemps is a love story between a salesman, the manager of the silk department of the Bon Marché Rive Gauche, which was the first department store in Paris, and a very wealthy French actress called Augustine. They fall in love, and for their marriage, she offered the dowry, which allowed him to build his vision of a department store. So all of this starts with a love story in Paris, which is very well connecting to the storytelling of a destination. I must say that the milestone created by Jules Jaluzeau, the founder of Printemps, are incredible. He was a genius in commercial marketing and a visionary. Nowadays, we often talk about retail experiences, retailtainment, a lot of concepts we know that we bring to the 21st century, thinking that they are new. It's a new approach in business, how to entertain guests, to bring them into stores, etc. But all of this was covered by Jules Jaluzeau in 1865. And he has an incredible set of milestones around all these years, which are really incredible. And just to share a few of them. First, in 1865, 3 months later, after the opening of the store, he invented the first sales. So when you go to a store nowadays and enjoy some good bargain during the sales, he was the inventor of the sales in 1865. It was something visionary already. He was also very engaged in creating catalogs which were translated and mailed to all over Europe and even beyond. Again, for this period when we travel was very limited and very expensive, it was quite visionary to already share and start selling abroad. And one of the achievements at that time, in 1877, he had a counter in Japan, in Yokohama, and one in Tangier in Morocco as well. And I was triggered by the Yokohama one, because I said, how come? And I met with Tashikamaya-san, one of the speakers, who also got an award yesterday as a brilliant designer in Japan, saying, but do you know what happened in Yokohama in the 1877, in the 1900? What was the key element besides being a prominent harbor, etc.? And he told me, we were one of the top producers of high-quality silk. And then I connected the dots. The guy, Jules Jaluzeau, was the founder, the manager of the silk department in the Bon Marché Rive Gauche. And of course, the sourcing of luxury silk came from Japan. So that's the connection. During all these years, Jules was very, very curious and innovative. He brought electricity in store 6 years before the city of Paris. So that was really milestone which he was engaging one after the other. Always visionary. He created the first design studio in a department store, Primavera, which was also in all the expo in 1925, etc. Very, very successful. 2 weeks ago, I popped into our archives office to select some posters that will be offered after the session, heritage pictures of Printemps marketing campaign from the 1900s. And I fall into the motivation letter of the designer. It was, we had the files open in the office, and that was a kind of state-of-the-art motivation letter in 1912, saying that she wants to join Printemps to operate the Primavera studio, something quite unique. And that's the very nice storytelling also of women in power, also in Printemps. Because Augustine, the founder's wife, was very prominent in the high society in Paris. She supported all the projects of Printemps Paris along the years. And we were quite innovative also in the staffing operation, also in HR. The parity of salary between men and women already since 1865. It didn't exist even as of today in Paris. So that was also one of the achievements of the founder. We had a lot of history that you want to share with this video, and you will see how all things which happened, the location, the first building, the first elevators, innovation in delivering. We had also some issues because we have the first building went on fire, the second one also, but they were recreated with the same, thanks to the architect René Binet, who worked on the expo in Paris, and also all the experiential for guests which were covered during all this period of 159 years, because we celebrate 160 years next year. As you know, the pandemic hit badly a lot of industries, including retail. So we had a kind of gray outlook during the pandemic, but we used this time to create new muscles, innovate, and trying to engage also customers from home to a brighter future, because we shaped the future of retail since 1865. We won't give up so fast, and we use this time to reshuffle our strategy for our 20 Printemps store. We have also Citadium, which is one of our culture and youth and fashion brands. With 9 stores, we have 2 e-commerce websites, Place des Tendances and Made in Design, which is the online European expert leader in design. And we wanted to reshuffle the strategy to come up also to be, again, the trendsetter in the market. So the new strategy was really meant to be the personal omni-channel department store with 2 pillars. First, experiential, with a new Printemps brand, new spaces and exclusive concepts, new programming, new restaurants. Also guest-centric, more intimate, with a special focus on VIC, private clients. Personal shoppers, and you will hear more about these, greeters, creating a trail of guest journey with hospitality and services, a new loyalty program with the Club Printemps, personalized services, etc. The omnichannel strategy, which is key, one stock, you know, we buy a lot. The model of department store between wholesale and concession, we have an open to buy, which is very heavy, and we need also to optimize our stock. E-commerce in store and store in e-commerce, Printemps Studio that you will hear more, and of course international, not only about opening new stores, but also international clients for destinations like Paris are key. Nowadays, it represents 60% of total sales are made by international travelers. So it's also very key. Diversified source markets, we worked across the world to promote Printemps. Precision targeting as well, and of course some international store. We opened in Doha in Qatar before the World Cup, and we will open next March in New York. So all of this creating a kind of fashion and lifestyle destination to enhance and create immersive guest experiences. So it's one thing saying it, it's another thing operating it and ensuring that every guest will get access to a dedicated trail in store, from a reception with a greeter, to a personal shopper, to a personal ambassador, to shopping delivery to his hotel or whatever in Paris, you know, and that was one of the achievements of the past 3 years. We managed to recover very fast from the pandemic with a very active and proactive approach with all the new concepts that we will describe, but also gathering as soon as the travel corridors were reopening, the inbound travelers from US, from Middle East, from Asia, and the rest of the world, which are supporting our sales figures daily. So we are proud to say that everything begins in printemps, tout commence au printemps. This is our motto, which is at the front of the store. And to illustrate that, this magical staircase, Art Deco from the 1920s, we just reopened last March. And I will show you how we use it also in the presentation. So of course, we are talking about retail, fashion, etc. More than 3,500 brands curated by our procurement team. The usual suspect brands that you will find everywhere in every capital city in the world. But the strength of Printemps has always been the curation of brands. And I endorse a fashion statement from a fashionista who came to Paris recently and told me, Emmanuel, you have department store, you know, when you are not aware, you come to Paris, you go to any department store. But fashion lovers goes to Printemps because the curation of brands, we are fostering designers from every level, from every country, and we give them the opportunity to showcase their products in pop-up stores, in our VIC apartments, and we pamper them, you know, to deliver. Printemps is a label in fashion, in luxury, in retail, that allows them also to engage. And that's the partnership approach that we develop also with our brand partners, not only a commercial approach, but it's more embedding them in all our activity in our daily life. And of course, the new concept, high perfumery fragrance concept, sustainability and second-hand luxury, you will see that we have developed a magical set. As soon as it switched to the next slide, yeah, here also. We also have created our own brands, refreshed, called Saison 1865. It's the Printemps design brand, which is very successful and going forward. One of the key achievements, which is also connecting to a masterpiece of architecture and design, is the 7th Heaven floor. This floor was closed to the public for 60 years. It's on the 7th floor of Printemps Women's Store. We reopened it after a major renovation in September 2021. The pandemic, and we reopened the store in May 21. We opened this floor to the public after 60 years of closure in September 21. It's composed of 3 areas. The first one, the Silver Bridge, where we created with the artist Charles Quezin a 12,000 origami bird rotonde, coupole, that you can see. The Coupole Binet from the architect Binet from the Exposition Universelle is the largest floor dedicated to second-hand and upcycling in Europe. And in this store, we have, of course, our curation of luxury products. You can find Hermes bags, a very wide range of Hermes bags, second-hand. Also, amazing collection of fashion apparel as well. But the gimmick is that you can also, besides our curation, you can also resell your own products and get paid with a QR code from Printemps, allowing you to reuse this money in store, so in full circularity. And the third space is an amazing terrace that you will see very soon, which was also envisioned by the founder of Printemps in 1865. So these spaces and opening on the Parisian landmarks were also part of the visionary approach of Printemps. This is the look and feel of the spaces. So also a unique offer with food, with restaurants, 18 restaurants operating from breakfast to dinner. It's also very important to enhance the lifestyle experiences when you have all these terraces overlooking the best Parisian landmarks. We have restaurants operated by Paris Society like Peruge, very trendy, but we have our own food operation nowadays, and you will see how this translates. We have dedicated the 6th floor to a retail space and also to a restaurant called Bleu Coupole, operated by our own chef, which is stunning in terms of location and experience. Printemps means spring. The windows of the cupola were designed for spring, where everything is fresh. That was the motto of the founder. Everything in the spring is fresh, new, and beautiful. And that's what we try to convey in the store and extend overseas. And the famous terrace, the first one, the first cooperation we had with the jewelry brand Messica. Valérie Messica designed herself all the furniture, the bar. It was the first summer rooftop that we operated post-COVID in this beautiful location on the 700th floor, with a view on all the Parisian landmarks between the Opéra, the Grand Palais, Eiffel Tower, etc. And this last summer, before the Olympics, we partnered with Veuve Clicquot, and we operated the first Sun Club with a stunning view of Paris. And no wonder that one of the main sponsors of the Paris Olympics selected this rooftop to operate the Visa welcome reception, gathering 300 top bankers from all around the world. We had the pleasure to host Michael Phelps, 24 gold medal winner, to entertain the event. So that was the heat, you know, between how to stage these terraces to the benefit of these events. Nowadays, we have an events team who is shifting and using the retail space from one day to the other. In the overnight, it could be an event space for a gala, and the next day, it functions as a retail space. So optimizing and creating new source of revenue also for the store. One of the new approach also in terms of engaging new audiences and with a proper storytelling, cultural approach, etc. And one of the major innovation and achievements was made on social media. And in Asia, we had, of course, a lot of social media that were operating, especially in China, etc. But we deep dive, and I was very committed to engage a new audience, showcasing the past, the iconic venues that we have in Printemps, to engage a new audience with our personal shopper and creating a guest journey, which will be in Tissing as a destination to be desirable, and to a must visit and a must see when coming to Paris. And I must say that we are extremely proud of what we have achieved, because in my role, I'm in charge of, I'm Chief Partnership Officer. I have the mission to deliver hundreds of millions of euros of turnover on a yearly basis. And we have several guest acquisition pillars. And the most successful pillar of guest acquisition nowadays at Printemps is RED, which is Shayanshu, a social media, where we hire on a regular basis influencers, actresses, etc., who are for photo shoots in the iconic venues of Printemps, like this magic staircase, and other places, to showcase the Printemps and create the desirability of a visit in Printemps. And all of this is not creating content to generate followers, but that the followers or the influencer will come to Printemps and experience the same. And this is a very new way of marketing, you know, on a lot of markets, knowing that the power of social media is not limited only to China, to mainland China, or it covers the whole world. I think that 50% of the redemptions, the drive-to-store activity that we run, are coming from mainland China. 50% are coming from US, Canada, Australia, Southeast Asia, JCC. All the Asian communities connected on social media will see this content created by Printemps and will come over. So a lot of co-branding collabs with Harper Bazaar China or Disney recreating the Beauty Princess. We had also Charmaine Shea, Hong Kongese actress, also recently. We created also a lot of content between East and West in terms of fashion, again using all these iconic places to, and of course the curated looks by our personal shopping. And to celebrate 1 year of opening of China during the Fashion Week, we organized an event inviting around 90 influencers, actresses invited already in Paris for the Fashion Week by the luxury brands, staging this fancy 7th floor and the Silver Bridge for a gala dinner, including the terrace, etc. And you can see how the look and feel of this kind of events that we manage together, which generates a lot of interest. We replicated that with South Korea when we have also a lot of fashion brands willing to showcase and being global, you know. So that's also a trend. A lot of fashion brands, local brands who want to be in Paris and become global. It's highly fashionable to be present at Printemps. I think the reach in terms of followers that we had on this event was around 65 million in terms of reach, which for European metrics is extremely high. The new omnichannel strategy with, of course, store to web and web to store. We also developed a studio where we also aired some live shopping presentations with our personal shopper. It's a calendarized for the whole year, local market, but also international. We also organize some high tea in some venues anywhere in the world where the brand can also present their products, store to web as well. There is a seamless guest journey also in terms of shopping. If the product is not found in store, it will be in web. We have also the personal shopping department, which is huge because we have on the whole network 100 personal shoppers, but 50 only in Printemps Haussmann, and they work and curate products for every activity. We partner also with the Peninsula Hotel in Paris, you know, the Peninsula in Hong Kong, the creation of look to celebrate their 100-year anniversary as well. I'm going fast because I'm running out of time. Remote selling also, we have the opportunity also to perform remote selling with a one-to-one conversation with our personal shoppers. And we partner with that. That's the wall of fame of our personal shopper in Printemps that you can find on the web, the culture of innovation, also with NFT, the live shopping presentation. And one of my last achievements was to integrate payment with cryptocurrency at Printemps. This is a hit, and as we speak, the Bitcoin has reached 100,000 euros in terms of sales. So we are very proud of having rolled out this. Human at Heart in 1865 is the same software that we use in 2024 with our employees who are catering and delivering experiences for our guests on a daily basis. A new Augustine suite for our VIC. In terms of design, is Tristan Hour. So you will, that's for our private clients. I would like just to showcase rapidly the journey from Paris to New York. In 1962, we were already on board of the cruise ship France, which connecting France to New York. In 2025, in March, on Spring Day, we will be in New York in the 1929 historical building on One Wall Street, which is a urban renovation project. And I think that we have a play here because the rooms, the Red Room and Bar, it's one of the 50 iconic interior landmarks in New York, so it will be a hit. It's an experiential store. It's not a massive department store with thousands of square meters, but it's something quite unique that we would like to show. And since we are already engaging the festive holiday, we have conducted also a major campaign for Christmas with the windows of Printemps, which are always a big trigger to generate traffic in store. This year it's dedicated to train with different the windows, and what is very immersive is that our guests are allowed to get into the windows of Printemps and taking pictures, like you can see one of the influencers doing it. We have allocated 300,000 pictures for guests to, in an immersive experience within Printemps windows, so they can stage themselves. And last but not least, also the atrium with Mont Blanc. It's a collaboration with the brands, keeping the brand equity and our Printemps equity also in staging the atrium of Printemps. One of our achievements from our guests is that we have the highest ranking in department store in the world with 4.6. So that's, I think, the major achievement of Printemps, how to build this legacy. And I feel that our Printemps heart will beat for the more centuries to come. Thank you very much.
I know it's very difficult with so much experience to condense it in such a short amount of time. We will be hearing from you very soon, so please take a short break. Thank you very much. Now, upcoming is our first panel discussion of this afternoon. We will be seeing some familiar faces. Of course, Mr. Suissa will be joining us momentarily. They will be sharing a keynote presentation, a panel discussion on elevating the retail experience through immersive storytelling. Again, with our familiar faces upcoming, we will be inviting Ms. Julia Capp, CEO of RDIA, Mr. Mark Dytham, Architecture of Klein Dytham Architecture, Emmanuel Suissa, again, once more, Chief Partnership Officer at Printemps Group, and moderated by Delicia Tang. She has joined us for several years now at BODW. She is the CEO of Hong Kong and Greater Bay Area of Alderman. This panel will explore the power of immersive storytelling in creating a meaningful customer connections, from the traditional craftsmanship and technology integration to spatial design. Our panelists will share how leading brands are reshaping retail landscapes to deliver unforgettable experiences. Now, this session is presented by Debbie Lowe Creativity Foundation, and we appreciate your generosity in supporting BODW 2024. Of all the panelists that are joining us again, we might be able to open up the floor to questions with all of you. So please think about things you might want to discuss with them. There will be, again, 4 of our esteemed speakers. Let me just remind you who they are. We have Julia Capp. We heard from her this afternoon. Mark Dytham, Emmanuel Suissa, and it'll be moderated by Delicia Tang. They will be joining us on stage momentarily as we prepare the stage. Think of some questions. I think Delicia might actually open up the stage, and if not, you can always connect with them online or in person after today's conference, and also on day 3, where I'm hoping to see you all once again that evening. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our panelists and our moderator on stage.
Okay. All right. What fascinating presentations about retail experiences, and really catering to different consumer needs and client needs as well. So, Mark, as you get comfortable,
thank you.
Can I kick us?
I'm struggling with my cold, as you saw earlier. But anyway, I hope to get there.
No worries. We will definitely get there. So, Mark, to kick us off, we've talked about retail and how it's evolved. Emmanuel alluded to that earlier in his presentation. How would you define the immersive retail experience and the importance of storytelling today?
Right. Well, I think that immersive is used a huge amount at the moment. Everything is immersive, but there are many components to that. And I think, as you've seen through the Fender store or through the bookstore, I think one of the key parts is curation. I think curation is a very key part. And that curation is not static. It has to keep changing. There's got to be change. There's got to be curation to keep people coming back and to differentiate itself, obviously, from an online experience. And online can be fairly immersive too, but in the physical space, I think that notion of curation, I think that notion of change is really important. And I think we've learned through the Sutaya bookstore that immersive means every group, whether you're kids or whether you're Generation Z or you're 40, 50 or older, that experience has to work across all generations, and I'm sure that happens within the department stores too. So I think all of these things combine to make something really immersive. It's not about just digital. Digital is a component, as you've seen within our stores, but it's much more than that. And I think I think making these sort of these hubs, these clubhouses, really, that's really immersive too. So you're linking people back with this notion of social retail. All of that makes something very, very immersive.
Yeah, indeed. And Julia, when we had a little chat the other day, you were talking about this idea of embassies and really creating that. How have you done that for brands that you work with, and what are the essential elements to make sure that that story is told despite the location and despite what you're working with?
Exactly, Del. Yeah, with Hermes, they are like embassies, and it goes back to my presentation and why we really look for craftspeople and traditions to work with, so that when Hermes goes somewhere, they bring their codes, which remain quite subliminal, and then we transform them, and it creates a dialogue with the local context. So that's how they're embassies. And it's very interesting for the experience of local people to see how Hermes comes into their town, into their country, and they're able to create something new. And also for visitors who go around the world and visit different shops, and they're all very different. In Milan, for example, we made this a client room on the top of the building, and we had a whole array of Milanese or just general Italian designers, famous Italian designers, and so you experience something very new. It's really important.
Yeah. So again, that whole idea of that placemaking and really bringing that to life through the lens of the brand. I'm going to point to Emmanuel. How do you maintain that consistency in that storytelling? You've got an amazing portfolio of brands.
Yeah, we have an amazing portfolio. It's very challenging for us with our architects, etc., to balance and keep the harmony, between the brand equity, the design, some who wants a specific corner, how they will fit into, and that the guest journey will be balanced and wowed, with also all the storytelling we have, in terms of architecture. We play with our assets, which are really key, and how to enhance them, with the new renovation. I didn't have the chance to show all the project, but we have also a project of opening up some ceilings, with magical stairs, which will be reopened in 3 years' time, giving some heights also in Printemps. So all these balance of architecture, building it up with the brands, to respect still their brand equity, and also the storytelling of this Parisian iconic store is really key to create these experiences for the guests.
Yeah, indeed. That idea of storytelling runs through all the projects that we've seen today. Julia, I'm going to point to you again. Emmanuel talks about this idea of innovation. How do you marry history, innovation, and craftsmanship all at the same time?
Well, innovation is what I was explaining in the presentation. Taking something which is a traditional craft, and then reinventing it. That's innovation. Yep. Finding a way to take it to a different level. And it's often, as I said, it's often simple materials that we will then project at a larger scale. And the simple materials, I think, that people know very well, which are very crafty, they also dialogue very well with general people who are not in the building industry. So, for example, the knotting or the kumiko, people have seen that, and they've seen it at a different scale, and suddenly they see it at this huge scale. And that's what creates the real interaction. And that's also where Hermes come in to be an ambassador, to say, we've taken this and we've really projected it on a different scale. But it's very interesting for the public, I think.
It is. And Emmanuel, how important is that public engagement, especially with what we alluded to earlier, the Gen Z audience who may have never encountered your brands, especially as you start to take over the world?
Yeah, well, it's we have to capture new audiences. The future is the future of retail. So finding the right storytelling and also the cultural approach to every market, knowing that we work on Greater China, Southeast Asia, North America, South Korea, Japan, Gulf country, India, Africa, etc. We have to adjust, and it's quite a tough exercise, but it's very important also to, as a recognition to the audience that we would like to capture, to deliver the right message, the right engagement. So it's a strong marketing approach in calendarizing all the key moments, travel, holidays of every market, using our assets that we have developed, customizing them for the specific market we approach, and creating the nice storytelling and drive-to-store elements, also. So that's our daily life, and I think that the success of this engagement of Gen Z millennials is key, because the American Express luxury conversation, which happened last September, was showing that the biggest growth is coming from the Gen Z millennial generation in terms of luxury sales, and that's key. So we were already ahead of the trend when we planned the strategy. We knew that it was going to happen. I think the revenge travel spirit, which happened after and not only revenge travel, there was also a revenge shopping as well, which happened after the pandemic, showcased and proved that it was the right approach.
Interesting. Speaking about the right approach, T-site. It's a must visit whenever you're in Tokyo, if you're a book fan, or you're just, after a great day out. So perhaps, Mark, if you can tell us a little bit about that idea of creating community, and how, it's not just about the placemaking, but about the people who make the place.
Right, and I think that's come across all the projects that I spoke about, whether it's Fender or T-site or KEF as well. Yeah, I think that notion of community is something that, again, is something you can only get really face to face. And getting a relationship with each of the concierges within T-site has been really important for them. In fact, Masuda-san, when we started T-site, put out an advert in all the national newspapers in Japan, full-page ad, asking people that were over 50 who were interested in the 12 concierge areas, if you've got no retail experience, no book experience, we want you. And he got like 2,500 people who are totally passionate about what they want to do. And passion spreads passion, And I think that getting passionate people, and so the person that looks after the cooking section, she buys the books. She can also, she's got a budget to bring people to Japan. There's a lady that's written a book on eggs, and she got her to come over economy with a book, suitcase of books and things, and did a show.
And eggs.
And some eggs, and she was doing some cooking and all of that. And that is really tactile and getting into people's passions and emotions is very, very endearing. As I say, passion spreads passion, or positivity spreads positivity too.
It's
so
contagious.
those things, it's contagious. And trying to get that within the retail environment, I think is really important, and then people just buy. And the other thing with Tsutaya, they found that if you provide seats for people to sit down, and you don't lock the books up, you don't put things around them, and you encourage people to sit down, they sell many more books than if people are standing. And so if you're generous, the customer is almost generous back. There's nobody taking a book, getting their phone out and seeing how much it is on Amazon. That doesn't happen. They just feel that they've had a good experience at the store, and they kind of want to support the store in a way. And they want that gratification there and then. But that sense of community is really important, and everybody kind of knows you in there. So it's really just like going to a sort of a top-rated hotel. I hadn't been back to the Grand Hyatt for a long time, and somebody recognized me and said, "Oh, Mr. Dytham, how are you?" And that type of thing, even at retail level, is so important.
Yeah. Julia, would you like to build on that? That full experience through the line from the point that you make a decision to visit the destination and then you experience it as well.
Yeah, in the projects we do for Hermes, the destination is very important. I know at Rive Gauche, Hermes explained to us that they have a lot of people who buy products. They did a survey, and they actually discovered Hermes through Rive Gauche because they go and they look at it because the huts are so iconic, and you can walk around it and you don't feel like you're there just to look at the products. You also look at the project, the Art Deco decoration, and there's a little cafe there, so you can sit and you can become part of the Hermes universe.
Right.
And then they actually purchase either online or maybe in their own hometowns. So yeah, it's very important. In New York, they have a champagne bar so that people can just go and sit. We're designing more and more salon areas so people can sit and discuss and just spend time. In Bordeaux, they even have a client area where they have a little wine bar.
Smashing. Lovely.
That's quite important what you said about the store, people not necessarily buying within the store. They come and see it afterwards. And that's what's happening with Fender too. So
it's not a supermarket.
Yeah. So people, take some time to buy a guitar, and you go to the Fender store, you can play any of the 400 guitars there. But Fender won't give you a discount within the store, but you can go to your local dealer and get a bit of a discount. Then it's win-win. The brand is win-win. There was, when they built the first flagship, they were concerned, the dealers were worried they were going to lose all their guitar sales. But because they can get a slight discount, so that the flagship has generated about 20% uplift within Japan. Just one store across 400 dealers. But it's not necessarily buying within the store. It's a trigger to a sale somewhere else. I think that's what's really important. It's a complete branding package. And as you can see from the Bruno Mars shot, that social media, the social media that the store is generating, it is this antenna or epicenter type thing, but it's so much more amplified now with social media and everything that's going on within the store to generate sales for the brand, across the board.
Yeah, Emmanuel, as a brand owner, multiple things to consider. So building on that idea of, the word was very, the term was very trendy at one point of time, online to offline and vice versa. And then now it's the added element of social and social selling as well. Yeah. How do you navigate this from a design perspective?
Well, it's not a real social selling. We are creating drive-to-store experiences through social media and driving to store mainly, or through online, knowing that we have different e-commerce websites. Some of them are cross-border, shipping abroad, and some are just locals. But of course, we try to connect the dots between all the online and offline to maximize the customer experience. We create also, we trigger the guests with some benefits. You were talking about discounts. We have a 5% welcome offer to our loyalty program, which applies on all the 3,500 brands we operate. And that's something which is also key to engage communities also. So I think it's very key, to connect the dots between all the phygital, I would say, approach, which is more the right term as what we do nowadays.
Yeah. So what is the greatest challenge for you navigating, the physical and the phygital?
Well, of course we integrate a lot of tech, nowadays in our buying process. We have open to buys. AI is coming very strongly in all aspects, optimizing purchase. I think it's incredible what we can do nowadays, and I'm always thrilled when we attend. We have a lot of benchmark here, but we have events like Vivatech and others when you can see all the new technology applying to retail, guest CRM, guest experience, etc. We need to bridge among with all of that to be again forefront in terms of retail and build the future of a department store. it's just amazing what's happening. We were thrilled about putting elevators or electricity 160 years ago. Nowadays, we are talking about AI to deliver experiences or to find the right products, and that it's quite interesting to test all of these. We are going to test a kind of hologram with a personal stylist from Paris to New York, for example. So of course, using all the tech to enhance a guest experience is quite key.
Yeah, indeed. I was wondering how long it would take us to mention AI. That's 11 minutes and 12 seconds before we mentioned AI, and definitely something that's changing the way that we operate today. Julia, any thoughts about AI and application?
No. Actually, that's not true. There are people in our office that are looking at AI, but no. I mean, we're helped by in terms of being a designer, architects, interior architects. No, we're very helped by digital design, parametric design. There are a few people in the office who are looking. We have a research director that are looking into AI, but for the moment, it hasn't really moved big. Yeah, we're more hands-on. Yeah.
No, for sure.
It just means that my emails are a lot better. That's all it means for me. So,
yeah, no, and AI in a lot of...
ChatGPT sorts it all out.
Okay. Yeah. In many senses, it is a tool to help us get us closer to where it needs to be. It enables us to take shortcuts or to have quicker access to research and data as well.
Yes.
So again, no need to be retiring about the fact that it's not something that is going to anchor the thinking or the development of the project, indeed. Yeah. So Mark, I'm going to shoot back to you from a data perspective, right? I'm an absolute data geek, and from a consumer perspective, as Emmanuel alluded to, we've got loads of data. Does that influence the way that you create or the way that you build communities?
Well, it doesn't. Data's not something. I mean, data, there's all sorts of things you can think about for that, whether it's the brief or not. But I think our practice isn't data driven. It is driven by the idea and the emotion that we get from the client or from the brief. Data is important, certainly when we're designing offices and things like that. But in our retail thing, it's something that we've not. We look at the data afterwards. I think that's what's been really important. Certainly with Defender and with Satire, we're very interested in the movement within the store.
Like what kind of data?
So just data for people coming through the door. Fender's on 4 floors, and we know that 100% of the people come in go up 1 floor, which is fantastic. And so that type of thing is really important. So we like to look back and we try and tweak things from there. With Satire, we're looking at the times that the people are coming in and what dictates who comes in and when they come in and what events and what pop-ups, things like that. So that's all a part of it. And at KEF too, we're interested in what type of events cause what type of people to come in. And the notion of one of the things I wanted to talk about was collaboration. And so to try and get this cross-fertilization of people coming within the store. And so KEF in Tokyo, in the music gallery there, we do all sorts of collaborations with furniture brands, with alcohol brands, with sportswear brands, because they have yoga within the music studio too. And trying to get these things through, and that data is super important. Not just for really the design, because we're involved all the way through the process now. Now all these stores are open, but we're still involved because we're looking at the next set of stores that are coming through, especially for Fender and for KEF. So that data is really informing the next set of stores as opposed to the initial store.
Yeah, so again, there's that idea of rolling and longevity, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think data is important. And what's particularly important when you do a project, you're doing a project for a client, for people, for their experience. So that initial brief that you get, which is informed by the data, which can come from the client or other people, that's super important. And you need to have a very, very good communication with your client. And that's how you end up making incredible things, where you're on the same level.
Absolutely.
And you can talk to them all the time. It's not just, okay, we want a project and come back in 2 months. At the beginning, you really have to dialogue with them.
And
that's how you create amazing things.
Yeah.
What's interesting now at our age, we tend to have more experience. In the beginning, we didn't have as much experience as our client.
Indeed.
But now we tend to have more experience in our client, and we tell them that they're wrong, or they've got it wrong. And that's
And a
I've
good
got a
client
confidence.
really appreciates
And you have to have that. And that catch
Indeed.
ball,
Yeah.
a level playing field, and catch ball backwards and forwards, and not being afraid to say you're wrong, is really important.
I always say good work is sometimes grounded in how good a client you have
absolutely.
to be able
Without
to take
client,
that forward.
You can't do good projects, you know.
Indeed. So Emmanuel, we talked about good clients and good projects. I'm going to pivot to longevity. Right? So again, the idea of longevity of design and that story and that brand story, how have you and your portfolio of brands been able to keep that alight? And how important is that longevity in our fickle world today?
Well, it's key, of course. Brands are our partners. We are distributing brands. We have our own, but of course, fostering the relationship, creating also partnership with brands and our guests as well, and our customers is key for us. That's how we evolve and we keep the relationship with our brand partners across the board, across France, on international as well. And that's really important for us to be also to share what all these, you are talking about data, but we are also creator of a lot of partnership in a very, I would say, unique ecosystem of travel, lifestyle, etc., which we are embedding our brand partners with as well. So this exchange, is mutually beneficial, because we are getting a lot of input. For example, we are embarking our brands in a display in luxury hotels in Paris. We have access to hotel suites where we can display brand products thanks to the relationship we have. So we are running campaigns with our brands. Last week we hosted a very famous Japanese actress, Anne Watanabe. They came to Paris with NHK TV to do a video shooting of the windows of Printemps. We celebrated this year, 100 years anniversary of the windows, 1924. 2024, and Anne Watanabe has this immersive experience within the window, in a shooting. And of course, I had the idea, I said, we need to provide her with a gifting. And I know that Baccarat, that was showcasing earlier, is very famous in Japan. So they crafted a gift with her initials that was offered to her. So we are always, sharing all the opportunities with the brands, off-the-shelf products, the marketing product that we can offer. It's a kind of trade marketing approach. And of course, it's very time-consuming because we have a lot of brands and everyone wants to gather the attention as well. But we managed to frame that in a very elegant way and to engage the relationship and provide longevity also for the brands.
Indeed. Julia, any bills on that in terms of longevity from a design perspective, given that, it's a 40-second, 140-character world we live in?
I think the longevity today also comes from the experience longevity in terms of how a brand can keep interesting their clients comes from their capacity to be able to offer different things throughout throughout all of the places they have throughout the world.
Throughout their touch points, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I explained that for Hermes, but also we can see that with our hotel clients. You used to have the worldwide concept. Now, in order to keep the brand moving and interesting clients, each hotel has to also have a different aesthetic and a different engagement so that as people move around, they can have a different experience. And that is also, I think, in terms of longevity of customer engagement, that's really important.
Indeed. And Mark, to take us home, your thoughts on design longevity and brand loyalty.
Yeah, but I think
loyalty, sorry, that's the word. In terms of customer loyalty. That's really important.
No, I think
exactly.
What you're talking about is really important. And we designed several lounges for Virgin Atlantic and one in Tokyo. And that's the key point there. Where it was meant to be a third Tokyo, a third Virgin, and a third the designer. And so each location they had around the world had got that local component to it. But I think to keep things moving, to keep longevity there, you have to have movement. And I think that's a key thing that we're discovering. It can't be the same every time you go back. There's got to be something new and
you have
fresh.
to design that into your project.
Exactly,
the possibility.
and you've got to allow this sort of almost this flexibility. You're building basically a framework, and onto which they can hang different things. But that also is to do with the staff as well. Gone are the days where you have just a basic staff that knows nothing about the part-time staff. You've got to have staff that really understand the brand and understand the product. So just in Fender, every morning the staff get there, opens at 11 o'clock, they get there at 10:30. All 400 guitars are tuned every morning.
Wow.
They don't want, you don't want to pick up a guitar, it's out of tune. Yeah? But they all love guitar playing. They're all a part of that music industry. And I think that creates the longevity. And it is about passion and emotion that creates a longevity for a brand.
Which is a perfect note to end on. Passion, innovation, right here on our panel today. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and look forward to the Meet the Speaker session after this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia, Mark, and Emmanuel for your sharing, and of course, Delicia for moderating our session. Please take a seat downstage. Thank you very much for all of you, and thank you. Thank you. This is from Wilson Choi, a local Hong Kong brand designer. So if you would like to connect with them later on during the day, please do catch them, and they'll be around the hall, and of course, day 3 as well. Now, our upcoming keynote presentation is by a brand we all know and love. It's titled Collaborations, Evolution of Luxury Retail Architecture at Louis Vuitton. We are pleased to welcome Dak Schultz, Vice President Store Planning of Louis Vuitton North Asia. Dak will explore the evolution of architectural design in luxury retail, discussing the brand's shift from a global design approach to a tailored concept that resonates with regional sensibilities. Through collaborations with renowned architects like Peter Marino, Jun Aoki, and Ben van Berkel, Dak will showcase how these partnerships bring unique, regionally inspired store concepts to life. Please join me in welcoming Dak Schultz.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, my first image here may evoke some nostalgia, if I can get to it. Yes, may evoke some nostalgia amongst the older members of the audience. It's a photograph of our store at the Peninsula Hotel, taken sometime in the 80s or 90s. And it typifies an older world of luxury retail. It's a respectable, conservative shop fit-out. And today, I'd like to trace our trajectory from shop fit-out to architecture, from a parochial French interior design to a world of international collaborations. In 1997, Marc Jacobs arrived at the conservative world of Louis Vuitton, and he was known as something of an enfant terrible of the fashion industry at the time. So he arrived and immediately started breaking rules. He completely revolutionized the product design, and he introduced a whole series of interesting artistic collaborations. Around the same time, the Louis Vuitton architecture department was formed and given a mission to transform the store network design. The journey started in Nagoya 25 years ago. We had a limited competition for young Japanese architects, which was won by Jun Aoki, who took the checkerboard pattern from the patented Louis Vuitton damier canvas and turned it into a double-layer facade. It was a very simple idea, but very effective. It created a moire, the visual interference pattern between the two layers, that was very dynamic. As you move, get closer, further away to the building, move around it, the pattern shifted and changed. And we used it for many years on many projects. It was also widely copied by some of our competitors and even turned up on pachinko parlors in Japan. Our next standalone building was in Seoul, in Cheongdam-dong, in the Gangnam district. And here again, it's a double-layer facade, but with a different materiality. Around this time, a lot of architects were experimenting with GKD mesh, which is a metallic fabric originally used in industry and mining as conveyor belts. Here, during the daytime, it defines the cubic volume with a shimmering outside skin. And then at night, it becomes a translucent screen, allowing views through to the interior of the building. Oops. Sorry. Okay, the early 2000s were a particularly exciting period for retail design in Japan. There were major projects by Herzog and de Meuron for Prada, Renzo Piano for Hermes, Toyo Ito for Tod's, and Sana for Dior. And the Omotesando Dori became the equivalent of a Japanese Champs-Élysées. For our project there, we went to Jun Aoki, and he developed a design taking the materiality from Seoul with the GKD mesh, but a compositional approach based on a stack of trunks. And you see in the photograph there a stack of antique trunks in the store, which was a common display we used at the time. So each of these elements on the exterior has a different weave to the mesh to reflect the different types of trunks. The interior spaces were a series of interlocking volumes, all double height, which allow a series of views from the different split levels and entice people to move up through the building, eventually arriving at this sublime exhibition space, a room like a cloud. In 2004, Jun Aoki and Peter Marino had just completed our store at Fifth Avenue in New York. And for our expansion of the landmark store here in Hong Kong, we decided to bring the same team in to work on the building. So Aoki did a different take on the damier, this time creating a curtain of angular blades, and the angles have a shimmering effect reflecting the exterior and the interior. Peter Marino acknowledged that this was a unique element and pulled back the entire first floor slab to allow a view of the double height curtain, and it became a major element of the interior design. He also injected his own element of playfulness, this video stair, which connected the three levels of the store. In Taipei, we worked with a protege of Jun Aoki's, Kumiko Inui. And she did another variant of the damier pattern, this time a subtle gradation across the facade, which she said evoked the shadows of the leaves and the trees adjacent. At night, the pattern completely reverses, and there are thousands of water jet cut holes which allow the light to project to the outside. On the interior, we worked with a Taiwanese-born artist, Michael Lin, and you can see his work here at M+. We had a bit of fun with him and this hot pink lift interior, and an immersive space linking the lift to the VIP room, and finally, this fine translucent screen in the VIP room itself. And they're all based on his work, which looks at 1950s Taiwanese traditional fabric designs. Guam. Now, Guam may not seem the most obvious place to do a major building investment. Most of the retail there follows the completely charmless model of American strip malls. However, we saw an opportunity. Let's break that mold and do something different. So we engaged the French architects, Barthélemy Grignot, to develop a new facade type. They took the LV logo and abstracted it into a geometric pattern, which is then spread across the facade. And here on the top right, you see the model that they made in their office in Paris. Somehow, miraculously, they got some sun on a November day in Paris. And you see it where it's cut out to create a brise soleil, which allows abundant natural light into the interior space of the building. And that's something quite unique in Guam. You don't find that at all. Guam's a kind of odd place to work. There are a lot of constraints. Salty air, corrosion, seismic codes that are very difficult, and super typhoons. And the local team assured us that during the typhoons, the coconuts fly off the trees and ram into the side of the buildings like cannonballs. So here, the brise soleil also acted as our first coconut-proof facade. We use the same motif again at our store in Shanghai, at IFC. This time it's done in etched glass and stainless steel. And the composition with the vertical tower, as you can imagine, is a nod to the towers of Pudong. At night, it's illuminated with a whole series of small LEDs that ripple and create an interesting effect across the facade. On the interior, Peter Marino brought in collaborations with two artists, one Venezuelan, Arturo Herrera, who did this gold leaf ceiling, and another German artist, Ansem Reiler, who developed this geometric plaster pattern. Now, I'm sure you've all seen the famous photographs of the airplanes landing at the old Kai Tak airports, skimming over the rooftops of the buildings. And one of the buildings they skimmed over was this one, Ocean Center. As a result, the floor-to-floor heights in the building are really quite challenging. And so for our store here, designed with Peter Marino, we look to create a surprise and a verticality in that environment. And you can see here, we have a 3-level atrium, a barrasol creating a skylight effect above, and an invitation for the clients to mount to the higher levels. For the facade, we kept Kumiko Inui's 2008 design and refreshed the base with some copper cladding. In 2014, we opened the Louis Vuitton Foundation in Paris, designed by Frank Gehry. And if any of you have the opportunity to go to Paris, I would thoroughly recommend a visit. It's really quite a spectacular building, and there's a lot of very interesting art inside. So after the opening, Mr. Arnault asked us to bring a little bit of that magic to Seoul, to Cheongdam-dong. And we commissioned Frank Gehry to redesign the building in Seoul. He was inspired by the traditional Korean crane dance and the roof forms of the traditional architecture. He conceived of a design which has a solid masonry base and then this floating roof which seems to want to take off. And here you see the end result. It was a very challenging building to work on. Luckily, Gehry has an extremely professional team who are quite used to turning sculptural objects into usable buildings. For the interior, we worked again with Peter Marino, and he had just completed the interiors for the Dior store, a few doors down the road, designed by Christian de Potsenpark. And he kind of worked with a theme of quite closely related to the facade. Here, we were a little bit afraid that Peter might do a mini-me version of Gehry And we managed to convince him to go in the other direction entirely, which was to do something very simple, rectilinear, and contrast with the flamboyance of the facade. So you'll see that the interiors are really quite restrained, very calm, and seem almost to be hewn out of the stone base of the building. Then they're animated with an interesting collection of art, monochromatic square pieces throughout the building. On the top floor, we worked again with the Gehry team who'd done the foundation, and it follows the same model. So there's a very simple cubic exhibition space, top lit with a skylight, that opens out onto a terrace where you can experience the underside of the Gehry roof. Now, many of the architects and designers in this room are probably aware of the term non-linear process, and this project exemplifies that. And usually in retail architecture, we move fast, except sometimes we don't, and this is one of those cases. We acquired this piece of land in 2002. In 2007, we held a design competition, and this is Aoki's entry, very restrained, elegant. Another one from Rudy Ricciotti, much more exuberant, somewhat baroque. We think he might have watched a bit too much Hitchcock before penning this one. One from Ben van Berkel and his team at UN Studio. Very thoughtful approach to the vertical circulation within the building and wrapped in a really sculptural form. And lastly, from Shigeru Ban, you'll see resemblance to his projects for the Swatch Group in Tokyo and the Pompidou Center in Metz, but here reinterpreting the traditional Japanese woven basketware. So 2007 was followed by 2008, and some of you may remember there was a small financial crisis, and so another hiatus. And it was several years before we again went back to Jun Aoki, and he came up with a completely different design, this time working with an inspiration from Osaka's maritime trading history and design of sails. However, it wasn't all plain sailing. The middle image there you see is our first attempt at prototype. And I remember standing out there in front with Jun looking at it going, it looks kind of like a dirty shower screen. It's not really the effect we want. So luckily we managed to work on it a bit further. We put the frit pattern on the external face of the glass, which I think was the first time had been done on curved glass, and thereby got a very white and light effect to the exterior. And this was the end result, which we were all very happy with. For the interior, Peter Marino also riffed on the maritime theme with these nautical elements like the stairway, like a gangplank, and the wooden floor evoking boat decking. And this was our first store with a restaurant, collaboration with a Japanese chef, Suga, and he brought in interior designers from Tokyo to work on the upper level of the building. Not all the collaborations are with architects and designers, though. In this case, for our store in Hong Kong, in the airport, we worked with Neil Fay, who are a specialist aluminium fabrication company. You can also see their work at the Henderson in the lobby. And they have a rather artistic bent and helped us come up with the aluminium linings to the portico, which are all hand-tinted and sculpted to reflect the light. The main portion of the facade picks up on a lozenge motif, somewhat similar to the ceiling above, but it's derived from malletage, which is the internal lining of the Louis Vuitton trunks. We ran into another interesting technical problem here. at the entry of because of the sloped geometry of the entry, the disabled access code kicks in, and you need a barrier so that blind or visually impaired people don't bump or have a cane bump rather than a head bump when they come into the store. So we ended up with 2 podiums. And then a second technical constraint kicked in. We were outside the alignment of our fire enclosure, so we couldn't put normal mannequins sitting on these podiums. So we worked with Faye McLeod, who's the head of our visual image studio in London. She and her team are the ones who come up with all the creatives for the show windows around the world. And they generated these mannequins, which are made from cast aluminium and then chromed, completely fireproof, and act a little bit like temple guardians on the way into the store. Another specialist collaborator is Hugh Dutton, who many of you may know. He's done a lot of work in Hong Kong. He was here just a couple of weeks ago to open the pedestrian bridges at Taikoo Place. And he's a very talented architect and structural designer. Here in Wuxi, we had a very tricky problem, some very awkward geometry and some structural constraints. And he managed to turn it into a virtue with this quite sculptural, sinuous stair connecting the 2 levels of the store. And sometimes there's a crossover between the world of product design and the world of architecture. In this case, the central image is of spiral lamps developed by Swiss designers Atelier Oy, and they're part of the Objet Nomade collection and sold in the stores. And the facade is very obviously derived from the same principle of a twisted element. And we also developed a new lighting system behind the stair with a company basis form. On the outside, this was an in-house design, very difficult base building geometry, quite complicated, MTR vents, so a series of interesting constraints. So we wrapped this up in a ribbon of tubes, which are illuminated at night and bring the whole composition together. Then, if I may, a few teasers for some work underway. This is a project we just recently opened, designed by Marc Fournes in the Heathrow T2. And we've done a couple of other collaborations with Marc in the past, one at Selfridges, a pop-up store for Kusama, and the other a pavilion at the Salone del Mobile in Milan. So we're looking forward to working with him on a project slightly closer to home here. Another collaboration with Shohei Shigematsu from OMA, who I believe spoke here last year. And this is an exhibition, part of an exhibition design in Bangkok that he did for us. And the second one, this is what he calls a trunkscape, a whole volume created out of Louis Vuitton trunks and surrounded by a video installation. So we're doing a second round with him on another project, which we look forward to seeing soon. And lastly, with our old friend Jun Aoki, we've got 2 projects on the boards with him at the moment, and we're always interested to see what he comes up with. This is the most recently completed project with him in Ginza. Rather stunning dichroic glass facade. So I hope you'll agree we've come a long way from that shop fit out in the Peninsula Hotel. And for me, it's been a fascinating journey, watching retail architecture come out of the shadows and into the mainstream and contribute to our cityscapes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coutts, for making Louis Vuitton even more mesmerizing. Next up, we'll be welcoming Rami Flischler, the visionary designer and founder of RF Studio. His keynote will be titled Designing Spaces with Rami Flischler, a synthesis of design, artistry, and innovation. Rami's work seamlessly blends technology, sustainability, and human-centered design, creating transformative spatial experiences. His projects range from interior design to furniture creation, and he is known for his innovative approach that integrates artistic direction and scenography. His notable works include Madame Bazari, the Parisian restaurant at the Eiffel Tower. Rami will also give us a first glimpse of the Maison des Métiers d'Excellence of LVMH Group, which he designed and will open in 2006. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rami Flischler.
Hello. Do you hear me well? Okay. I'm very happy to be with you today. I just try the screen. It's fine. Okay. So I'm going to show you a little bit more about my project, but above all, I'm trying to share with you my vision and the question and the thought I have about the world of design today. So I'm a Belgian designer, even if I represent France today. I'm living in France since 1998. And in 2010, after 1 year at the Villa Medici in Roma, I started my own studio. And from the beginning, I really chose to not limit myself on a particular field of design. I'm always trying to look where design can be useful. Today, we are working in a very large amount of projects, very complementary, such as, such as gastronomy. We do many restaurants. I will talk about it later in the presentation. We do many hospitality projects, and I like to work on many types of category, palace, but also 4-star hotels. And I think that the mid-scale category is probably the most challenging today, because it has to be very competitive. 4-star hotels must prove everything about the identity, the services, the innovation, the originality. For instance, you can see on the right side the concept we designed for the Novotel brands that I'm sure you know. It's about more than 100,000 bedrooms in the world, so it's huge. And all those bedrooms will need to be renovated the next decades. So the guidelines must to be very flexible due to the difference between each location of the hotel. That's why we design all the furniture specifically for the brand, because it's much easier to produce perfectly the seat, the lamp, the table, and then to remove it when you have to refurbish the room. Then to put the value on the walls, on floor, on the decoration. We do also many residential projects, but in this case, we only work on very highly sophisticated projects, for which we design the majority of the furniture, the light fixture, and all the details as custom made. I just want to show you an example. This one is not nice. Yeah. It's the Elysium project. It's in Budapest. It consists on 5 identical apartments of 500 square meters each, designed for the same client, who requests us to follow the layout and the rules of the Vastu Shastra. I don't know if you know it. It's a kind of ancestral Indian feng shui. It was quite an experience for us, but I have to notice that even in Europe, oh, I don't show you the picture, sorry. That's some of the image of the space. Even in Europe, the need for spirituality and a return to old practice of well-being is more and more present among our clients. We do also many retail spaces. We talk about a lot today. We work for Dom Pérignon, for Winard, but also for a Parisian showroom for the Chinese brand Taiping that you may know. But I will not talk too much about it because I don't have the time. And we are creating many workspaces, mainly for headquarters. We have just delivered the Deloitte University that you see. Oh, I passed too fast. Yeah. That you see doesn't move. It can move? No. Okay. That you see on the left. It's a 22,000 square meter building hosting hospitality area, classrooms, several restaurants, and more than 100 bedrooms. Thank you. More and more, the workspace, and you know it, are not anymore only for work. So obviously, our mission is not limited to decoration, but to become a reflection about the program on how to animate each space and make it useful at all times of the day. So that's why we have set up a few years ago a research unit that I call Bureau des Usages in French, with which we explore new ways of living, eating, entertaining, and well-being, so we can try to anticipate the response we bring to our customer. We do also many product design, sometimes for care, such as the air purifier that you see on the top left. It's totally produced in France. Sometimes we design connecting furniture, like this fridge that you see on the right, that propose to avoid plastic packaging and food waste, thanks to an application, a digital application that connects the restaurant around the place where you have the fridge. And the restaurant then deliver the food in glass containers. We also do urban furniture that you can see down on the bottom on the right. Is the terrace and the seats that we designed specifically for the Champs-Élysées in Paris, and that we installed just before the Olympic Games this summer. And more classically, we also develop our own collection of furniture, manufactured by craftsmanship, by craftsmen, mostly in France, but also in Italy and in Portugal. And finally, we always try to keep some cultural projects that allows us to experiment with artists, researchers, authors, with whom we ask questions that we don't have any time, unfortunately, to address in our common or conventional design projects. For example, you can see on the left, on bottom, a project that we did for the IRCAM. I don't know if you know, it's a music research center based in Paris, which allows the musician to connect their instrument to the stage and collectively compose sounds and light at the same time. This set is traveling all over the world, and sometimes with the musician, but also sometimes without, as the stage records the concert that have taken place in the stage, and they can replay it, and they replay the music and light as an art installation. Projects of this type often start with an artistic rest and ends with real innovation that can be exploited in our other projects. So, we do, as you see, very different things at the same time, sometimes maybe too many. But in a world where all technology uses and needs are blending together, being in a large number of fields is a real advantage. When I talk about intersection, because it's the theme of the day, and the place of design in a wider ecosystem, it's always for me good to remember and to remind to you where we come from as designer. So we need to go back to the beginning of the 20th century and the Industrial Revolution. For me, the first designer of modern time is called Hugo Gernsback. I dedicated an exhibition to him a few years ago because this character is so inspiring to me. Hugo left for US from Europe at the end of the 19th century. And his dream was to design electrified objects to change people's life. But the technology weren't ready yet, and neither was the industry. So, rather than give up, he draws his objects and tells their story in the context of everyday life, but in the future. Every week, he sold thousands of magazines made in recycled paper. I can show you some, if it works. Those magazines, as you see, the date, 1925. Hugo is really a visionary for me. And some of his ideas, like the FaceTime or the 3D printer machine, will take 100 years to become real, and some don't even exist yet. This character inspired me because he chose to not bend the technology of his time, but to imagine uses that would force the technology and the industry to progress to make his idea possible. And that's, I think, key even today. Our second ancestor would be Norman Belgedès. In 1939, when Europe was about to enter in the Second World War, Belgedès was working for American oil company and car manufacturers. He will make the largest immersive exhibition of all time that millions of American visitors would run to see to discover the lifestyle of the future they dream to being able to offer, including the homes, the city, and the individual transportation. You see the queue. At the end of the show, just show you some pictures because it's just amazing. The reproduction of the city of New York, and to finish with a shop where you can see before buying the cars. At the end of this show, the audience felt so much like they have been in the future that when the future became their present, a decade later, it seems normal to everyone. We tend to forget it, but the world we live in today has been imagined, exhibited, and even introduced into movie with one clear aim: to make us want to access this way of life and for the industry to be able to produce it with less risk of commercial failure. Personally, I think it's a very brilliant strategy. And it's also showed just how much the complementarity between designer, engineers, industrial, scriptwriters, and scientists has been useful and effective to imagine the daily life. The only thing that's changed is the meaning we want to give to our work and the vision of the future to which we want to contribute. It is not possible to continue dreaming of a vision of the future that's over 100 years old and in no way correspond to the present or the reality of the present today. '20th century design was based on an ideal of individualism, performance, overconsumption, the conquest of universe, and the world city as a dream habitat. Our generation should seek to build a future with different notions, such as common sense, sustainability, connection with the living, or the notion of local and proximity. These words should guide our work and our creation in every field. Sometimes a modest contribution to the way we think about making an object or a space can even have more major long-term impact and the quality of our lives. Saying that, I try every day to get closer to this ideal in my project, but I don't say it's always easy. I just pass this. Can you pass this? Sorry, thank you. The Eiffel Tower, I'm sure you know, is one of those architectural monuments that embody the Industrial Revolution. And it's still standing more than 100 years later, even though it was supposed to be destroyed after 20 years. With my friend, architect Nicolas Delon, who is also here for a talk in Hong Kong, we had the honor to design the restaurant on the first floor with the chef Thierry Marx. I don't know whether to laugh or cry about it, but it took to us twice as long to renovate the restaurant as it took to Gustave Eiffel to build the old tower. In any case, I will show you some pictures too, sorry. Working on such iconic, sorry. I'm coming back? Yeah, thank you. Sorry. In any case, working on such iconic site necessarily requires more than just decoration. Each material, each aesthetic or functional intervention had to make sense to us and fit in with the speech we had with the chef about the origin of each material, the sobriety of the intervention, the durability of the materials. On the second floor of the restaurant, that you can see here, a 15-meter-long art piece symbolizing our approach, which is mixing artisanal know-how with a strong message about climate change. This handmade textile tapestry doesn't represent the French flag, as some customers think, but the evolution of temperature from the construction of the Eiffel Tower on the left to the inauguration of the restaurant on the right. So more than 100 years separate these two periods, and a few degrees more too, as you can see. We designed the rest of the restaurant with French wood, cork, and raw earth that symbolizing both the origin of the food we eat and the metal used to build the Eiffel Tower. I also designed, sorry, no, I'm come back. Can you stay on this? Can you stay on this? Sorry. The picture before. I designed the restaurant furniture, and it was also an opportunity to study the durability of a chair, which is used 4 times a day, 7 days a week. In other words, this chair generally lasts 5 years at best, when the restaurant itself has to last 12 years before being renovated. This is a real problem, because generally, once this piece of furniture has broken down, they generate a great deal of waste, as they are thrown away and replaced without being reused. So we decided to design a chair that would last a minimum the same time than the restaurant, on working on all the usual weaknesses. We create a very solid and totally independent wooden structure with Cassina, the Italian brand, covered by a leather or fabric skin, which is applied without glue or other mechanical system. Just rivets to assemble the origami skin, in reference, of course, of the rivet of the Eiffel Tower. This leather cover, which deteriorates much faster than the wood, is often not detachable from the structure. Here, it can be replaceable and recycled easily. For me, it's really the way we design furniture that needs to change and anticipate its life cycle. The pollution and the waste caused by the furniture industry is just as negative as the other fields, like the architectural construction. In France, only 3% of reused furniture find a second life. But we have another problem in this sector. Furniture is made with glue, varnishes, and toxic materials that make it harmful to the users, as well as being impossible to recycle. We are currently working with a French company to design a table that deals with all the harmful aspects of the furniture by limiting the use of the materials and selecting local reused materials, by excluding chemical products, by anticipating in the design the evolution of the electric system, which will have to change several times during the life of the furniture, but also by anticipating the transport, the assembly, the disassembly, and the second life. It's a difficult exercise, especially when the ultimate goal is anticipating when the ultimate goal is to remain competitive in the furniture market and to design a beautiful object that remains attractive and desirable. But it's the path we are all going to have to take. This collection that you see is made near Paris, and it will be released next year at Maison et Objets. Sometimes we could be more radical. A few years ago, we came up with an idea of manufacturing the furniture for an office building next to Paris at Saint-Denis, directly in this final destination, using raw materials from the construction site. Construction work in Paris generates the excavation of tons of earth, for which it's very difficult to find a destination. This raw earth is perfect for producing furniture. So it dries naturally, it becomes strong enough to be a bar, a seat, or a table. There is something magical about seeing these objects come to life on site with so little materials and almost no energy. The same mold can be used several times, and the clay is found in every site. Just show you some pictures too, if it works. Yeah, sorry, that's not the future. Can you go later? Next, please. Sorry. For me, this project reflects a kind of ideal to follow, as it opens up new perspective for design, but also for a new generation of craftsmen who also want and need to reinvent themselves. And it is not a detail when you consider that in France, for instance, millions of people make their living from craft. Luxurious brands have, of course, understood this, like LVMH, which has created its own training courses and also its own venue in the center of Paris to showcase craft trades so the public can discover these métiers and try them out in the hope of creating vocation and among new generation. we are very lucky to design this new place, which will include, which will include several workshops on each floor, a library, a restaurant, and several exhibition areas. And the project will be delivered next year too. Just show you some pictures. This new generation of craftsmen will have to take part in a major challenge, reconciling sustainability, technical expertise, and beauty. The notion of singular identity is so important to luxurious brand in particular. No luxurious brand can radically change its identity or denature its products to be more ecologic without running the risk of becoming less desirable. In the luxurious world, the enormous challenge of the next few years will be to create objects and places that are desirable as ever while remaining sustainable. We have to deal with this duality in many, many of our projects in France. For instance, we designed last year a flagship for a new cocktail brand for Mouette & Cie called Cravant, which let us ask ourselves exactly this question. How can we create a place that is sophisticated, luxurious, and original, while at the same time responding to the environmental requirement? This is the oldest building on the Boulevard Saint-Germain at the left side of Paris, dating from the 17th century. Everything inside had to be redone. So we imagine a bar on each floor, as well as bookstore and many other spaces. Here you see the bookstores. And we managed to use to use for walls and floor recycling stones and wood that comes from demolished building. We design the table with the waste of the construction side, while the textile comes from a startup that sells offcuts from the fashion industry. Of course, those small actions may seem insignificant, but they are helping to change the way we think, the way we create and manufacture it, and the way also we try to helping to shift beauty standards and luxury codes towards new forms that I personally find highly desirable. And finally, there is one ingredient that enters into a dialogue with all the subjects I've mentioned so far. It's living matter. These materials we consume, we exploit, we produce, this material we love so much, but we don't respect enough. This living material we need to learn and to understand, to exploit differently. Slowly but surely, the consideration for the living is becoming an important subject for some of our clients, particularly those for whom plant-based materials are crucial for their product. I like to think that just as with the decorative know-how, a generation of living craftsmen will emerge, helping to imagine hybrid practices and places that combine biodiversity, virtuous production, and experimentation and transmission and knowledge. Chanel is one of the brands I work with, which are aware of the role they must play in sustainability, particularly in perfume and skincare. So they have the duty to make environmental practice evolve. I have been alongside Chanel for several years, first at the head of the architectural department, and now as the designer for their plant farm in southwest France. The farm experimenting with agroforestry techniques for the camellia flower production. But this site is more than just a place of production. It's also a laboratory for new virtuous practices that allow me as a designer to look for possible bridge between the imaginary of luxury and those of the living world. The notion of time, for example, is comparable. Luxury needs time. Living world, too. The site where we're creating in Gojak is designing to take time for human and for biodiversity to grow in parallel. To think about the use of this site, we have to look to the future while keeping our feet firmly to the ground. We talk to the farmer about what will happen, not in 10 or 15 years, but about what happened in 60 or 100 years. Here, the simplest needs meet the futuristic vision of a world we hope will still desirable for the future. And maybe it's the end. I can continue if you have. No, I think it's the end. Okay. Can I continue or I stop? Okay, I have 5 minutes. Which brings me back to the beginning of my talk. Just check if it works. When I introduce Hugo Gensbach and the impact of past imaginary on our daily life today. The imaginary of the Industrial Revolution left a little room for the notion of life and biodiversity, as you can see. Even if Hugo Gensbach imagined 100 years ago that one day humans and plants would find a way to talk each other, but it was always from a perspective of human domination over nature. I think we would have a lot to talk about if we could communicate with plants, and I can wait to see how design will play a part of his coming revolution. If you are in Paris next week, you can try out an experimental project I'm running with the scientist expert from the Museum of Natural History in Paris. It's an immersive experience through the greenhouse in the garden, offering you the unique opportunity to test a tool that translates exchange between plants. To be totally honest, it's still a fiction, but I've already started to draw objects connected to ER to anticipate the day when it will actually be possible. But that's another story, and I don't have time anymore. So thank you for your attention, and see you next year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flischler. And again, if you want to hear more from him, you can definitely connect and learn more. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Next up, we'll be welcoming Mr. Paul Trivaudet to stage to deliver his keynote, Revitalizing Ding Ding, the transformation of Hong Kong's iconic tram. As the managing director of Hong Kong Tramways, Paul will delve into the brand's transformation journey following its acquisition by RATP Delve, and share how Hong Kong Tramways is embracing technology, reinventing itself for the future, while also staying in true roots, honoring its story from the past. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Paul Trivaudet.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be with you this afternoon. At the same time, it's a challenge to deliver a keynote for a design event because I'm an engineer, so design and art are not my primary skill, but nevertheless, I will do my best to share a bit with you about the Ding Ding, so this Hong Kong icon, And the way we protect it, the way we take care of the Ding Ding, and the way we also try to rejuvenate the image and the brand of Hong Kong Tramways to make it last for many more years and many more decades. So first of all, sorry, a few details about Hong Kong Tramways, because some of you may not be from Hong Kong, so may not be familiar with Hong Kong Tramways. Actually, Hong Kong Tramways is the most iconic and the most ancient public transportation in Hong Kong. And it is really iconic because actually it is part of the design of the logo of the BODW events, which is an honor for us. We transport in these iconic double-decker trams around 140 to 150,000 passengers every day, making it a very popular transportation system on Hong Kong Island, running from Kennedy Town on the west of the island to Shau Kei Wan on the east of Hong Kong Island. This year we celebrated the 120th anniversary of Hong Kong Tramways. This line opened in 1904, so a very long time ago, and it's still a very popular system and the only and the largest double-decker tram fleet in the world with 165 trams, very, very special trams. But gradually, Hong Kong Tramways turned out to be much more than a mere public transportation system in Hong Kong and became really a part of Hong Kong and a symbol of the city, becoming part of the city mindset. And I will share a video with you that is the best way to go deeper into the connection between Hong Kong Tramways and the city. Sorry. So what this video shows is that Hong Kong Tramways is not only about public transportation. It's about emotion, passion, heritage of the city, connection with the community, and also a made in Hong Kong icon and a made in Hong Kong system. So first of all, about the history. Hong Kong is a very dynamic, very hectic city. Many things have changed over the past 120 years. Many things except for the tram. On these photos, you can see that more or less the same trams which were running in the streets, very different streets, 1 century ago, are still running in the same streets 1 century later. And actually, everything changed. The building changed, the streets, the vehicles, everything except for the trams. which make the tram was one of the landmarks of Hong Kong, one of the landmarks of the city. And actually, the interesting part, one of the interesting parts, is that the trams, when they were built, were running on the seashore, on the seaside. And now they are in the core of the city. So actually, the trams witnessed the evolution of Hong Kong and Hong Kong Island. Second very important features, and only a few people know about this, is that the trams are made in Hong Kong. Actually, what you have seen in the video is our depot in Sai Wan, on Hong Kong Island. Tramways is maybe one of the latest industrial workshops and factories on Hong Kong Island. We build these special trams in Hong Kong. Hong Kong workers, technicians, every year build between 4 and 6 new trams, designing it from scratch, getting the parts and assembling the trams in our workshop with a very different skill set, a mix of industry and craftsmanship, carpenters, welders, a lot of different people working on to deliver and build these trams in Hong Kong. And actually, these beautiful pictures show also some of our workers taking care of the tracks, the infrastructure, and changing, renewing part of it every year. Made in Hong Kong, but also made for Hong Kong. One of the aims of Hong Kong Tramways is to connect with the city and to, cultivate this emotional connection with Hong Kong people. These are some examples of testimonies that we got from Hong Kong residents for our 120th anniversary. As I mentioned, we celebrated our 120th anniversary last July, and it was an opportunity to engage with the community and to share even more, and I will come back on this later on. And we got a lot of positive messages from the people because they have a very strong connection with Hong Kong Tramways. Actually, when you take the trams, you are very slow, so you are not in a rush. You take the tram for the experience. You take the tram to get some memories, remember some moments that you shared with beloved ones. You take the tram to enjoy the connection with the city. And we want to deliver positive messages and happiness to Hong Kong and positive vibes, and Hong Kong people gave this back to us. And actually, the trams, I don't know if some people are about to propose, but the trams are one of the best way to make a proposal. And we have a lot of people who experience this. And for very special events, many Hong Kongers have special memories related to the tram, and most of the time, very happy memories. This presentation would not be complete without a tribute to our employees. Actually, we have more than 500 people to run the trams. As I mentioned, of course, the people that everyone sees are the tram drivers, but we have more than 120 technicians to take care of the tram system, to take care of this icon of Hong Kong, and to really keep this heritage running and even modernizing this heritage every day. And what is really astonishing in our world, where everybody changes from company to company and with a high turnover, is that we have very loyal staff. Some people have been with us for 30 years, 40 years, taking care of the tram. And for them, it's much more than a mere company. They are really part of Hong Kong. So after this very short introduction of Hong Kong Tramways, I will share more with you about the way we rejuvenated the tram identity to try to bring happiness to the community. So the first thing that has been done 7 years ago was to change the logo. The previous logo had been established in 1974 and was quite, I would say, old-fashioned. So that's why we rebranded Hong Kong Tramways, all the tram shelters, all the trams, with a new logo, more modern fonts, the green color, which is very special color. Actually, we had the Penton green tram a few years ago, and it is a key characteristic of the tram. And something very important that we introduced is that we introduced a smile. You can see on each of the trams, at the front of the tram, there is a smile, which didn't exist before. And actually, this is part of the logo now. And one of our mottos is catch a ride, catch a smile, because it is consistent with what I just mentioned. We want to deliver happiness to the community. We want that people who take the tram
have a cheerful moment, a peaceful time in the tram. And this is what we wanted to share through this new logo, to put a smile on the trams and on the people. So you can see the campaign that we had back in the days, very, very smiley campaign. So this has been the first step of our rebranding. And since then, we have done a lot of initiatives. I will not detail everything, but we kind of built up on this new logo to develop, to rejuvenate the brand, keeping, of course, the heritage parts that everybody loves. That is key for Hong Kong Tramways. Hong Kong Tramways is part of the heritage of Hong Kong. But we don't want the tram to be seen as a kind of rolling museum, a dusty company. OK, this is heritage, but OK, this is an old stuff. We want people to see the tram as something old in age, but young at heart. And we want, especially for the new generations, we want to engage with the new generations, for them to love the tram and to keep creating new tram memories for the years to come. So 4 years ago, we introduced our Ding Ding cat, our tram mascot. Actually, it came from a real cat that hung around in the depot, and the technicians kind of adopted the cat, fed the cat, and the cat became one of the mascots of the technicians from Hong Kong Tramways in our depot. And we converted this kind of real cat into what we named the Ding Ding cat, which has been for 4 years now our tram mascot, and being part of all our events and all our promotions. So as you can see, we even had a giant Ding Ding cat in a Central Market last summer. We have a Teddy's Ding Ding cat. I mean, a lot of items based on the Ding Ding cat, who is also smiley, friendly, and warm as the image that we want to share for the company. And as I mentioned, last summer, we celebrated our 120th anniversary, which was really a key milestone because maybe not all of you are Chinese, but in the Chinese culture, 120 years represent 2 cycles in the Chinese calendar. So it was a very important milestone for the company. 120 is also, tramway number 120 is also our lucky tram. So this was a very special figure, which is the reason why we had a special operation, and especially a partnership with McDowell. McDowell is a bit to the cartoons what Hong Kong Tramways is to public transportation. It is a local icon. It is made in Hong Kong, designed in Hong Kong. It's the regular Hong Kong guy and from down-to-earth family, very normal family. He's very down-to-earth, but very lovely as well. And he loves Hong Kong. He has many adventures in Hong Kong. And we found that it was one of the best partners to celebrate the 120th anniversary with us. And I will show you a short video. We did a video which is a tribute with using McDowell and the characters of McDowell as, how to say, to represent the citizens of Hong Kong, and a tribute to from Hong Kong Tramways to a Hong Kong community.
校長，媽媽你睇。
生活咗咁耐，唔多唔少都會有大家嘅影子。呢樣咪就好似電車一樣，同香港都分唔開啦。
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, sorry. Apart from the brand, so we did a very hard work on the brand. We also tried to innovate and to rejuvenate the tram company through other ways. First part, so some of you may wonder, okay, this is a Hong Kong icon, a part of Hong Kong heritage, but why is there a French guy in front of us to talk about this? So Hong Kong Tramways is a Hong Kong company, but it's part of a French public transportation group, so which is called RATP, and this is also a good symbol for this BODW with France as a partner country. I will not develop too much, but actually our group is operating the public transport network in Paris and in now 15 countries around the world and on different modes of public transport. And we are very proud to be involved in the operations of Hong Kong Tramways for the past 15 years. What do we bring? So the first thing that we bring, of course, is some technological support and expertise with the teams in Hong Kong Tramways. But it is also, I would say, the French touch in terms of management culture, what we try to develop and to cultivate through the values of our group is a special mindset among the teams, and especially to develop some kind of autonomy and sense of initiatives. We are a small company in Hong Kong, and actually people who join us, maybe they don't have the same salaries that in big corporates, in finance, in luxury, maybe they don't enjoy the same benefits, but they can enjoy autonomy, they can develop a lot of creativity, and they have a lot of liberty to create and to contribute to the future of this Hong Kong icon. And especially we let them develop new projects, new concepts with very fast making processes, not too many layers. And this is also why people join us to be part of this Hong Kong Tram adventure. So this was the employer branding part of the presentation. At the same time, we innovate. We innovate in terms of techniques. As I said that I'm an engineer, so I will share a bit of technical details. Actually, we build new trams, as I mentioned, in our factory. But the new trams that we build are different from the old trams. And this is a challenge, because we build new trams in aluminum structure and with new features, new components, but at the same time respecting the design of the old trams. And a layman, someone, not familiar with Hong Kong, wouldn't see the difference between the old trams and the new trams. And this is exactly what we aim at. We want to keep the image of the trams. We don't want modern trams running in the streets, because this is not what Hong Kong people want. This is not what visitors want. We want to keep the appearance of the tram, but at the same time innovate and modernize the tram from the inside, which is very difficult from a technical point of view. It is even more difficult than just scrapping the whole fleet and installing new trams. But this is a very exciting challenge. So you can see on the right of the screen the new trams with aluminum structure, and on the left the old trams with wooden structure. We also use modern technologies in the tram, like laser recording devices, even 3D printing. We have 3D printers. We use additive manufacturing to design and to fabricate some tram parts that we install in these old trams. So actually, the trams look old, but from the inside, there are modern components, modern technologies, modern processes, which are gradually implemented to keep this icon running for many more years. So from the technical parts to I would say the commercial parts, it also involves design. We have the flexibility and the autonomy to build new trams, special trams. The trams are made in Hong Kong. We have our technicians. So actually, it's very straightforward. Our marketing team develops an idea, develops a concept, and then we can implement this concept in the depot through our technicians who build these new trams. And our latest tram was the tram named the tram number 18, which is a luxury tram. We had the support of a designer, of course, on this one too. Luxury tram with leather seats, air conditioning, toilet cabins, and a lot of premium features to really enjoy tram rides, tram parties, corporate events on Hong Kong Island with in a very special atmosphere and special environments. So this is the kind of thing that we can do, not only to do public transport, but to deliver special experience in Hong Kong, which are absolutely unique. Same logic, actually, we have a special tram for tourism. which is named the Tramway, based on the trams from the first part of the 20th century, with open balcony and also very antique features, very antique components. Some of these components are aged more than 70 to 80 years, and we still use them in our trams, which is absolutely outstanding. Partnerships. We partner with local Hong Kong brands to do merchandising. The point of doing merchandising is not to generate revenues for the sake of making money. This is not what we do. And it is also related to our brand image. We want to be close to the Hong Kong community. We want to have a positive impact on the society, to develop the connections. And that's why we try to have crossovers with local and premium brands to deliver special products. And especially in terms of food and beverage, we had a lot of partnerships and collaborations with Hong Kong SMEs, Hong Kong beers or Hong Kong cookies and so on, to have special and limited editions based on Hong Kong tramways. Our point is that every person in Hong Kong has a feature or an item with the Hong Kong tram brand in its apartments. We also innovate in terms of concepts. This is our latest one. For Halloween this year, we had an escape game in our depot. It had never been done before. It has proven to be very popular. Within 40 minutes, all the tickets have been sold out, and it has been a success. This was a one-off event. Maybe we will do it later. There are some technical challenges and organizational challenges related to this. But actually, it really shows that the trams are popular, and we can use the trams not only as a public transport, but really as a platform to do many things that make sense in Hong Kong, and as we do for all our activities, to deliver a bit of happiness, to deliver smiles to Hong Kong people and to visitors and tourists as well. And the last item I want to mention is about education. Actually, we also use the tram as a platform for the young generations to learn more about the STEMs, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Because as I mentioned, the trams are one of the only items which are still manufactured on the Hong Kong Island. So they are a wonderful platform to learn about engineering, to learn about mechanics, to learn about electrical stuff. And we developed some programs targeting the middle school, secondary school and secondary school students to learn more about the trams and to learn more about the STEMs using the tram platform. And it is also very important for us because we celebrated our 120th anniversary. And our main strength is that there is a strong connection between Hong Kong people and the tram and the ding-ding. And we want to keep developing this connection in the coming generations for the trams to remain popular in the minds, in the hearts of young Hong Kong citizens, and to sustain the company for many more years. That's it for what I wanted to mention to you. So the trams are an heritage of Hong Kong. We are very proud to operate the trams. And actually, we are on our way to rejuvenate the company. A lot of things have been done over the past years to make it not only a heritage company, but also a company conveying an icon, a brand, conveying some happiness, conveying positive vibes, positive concepts, new products to Hong Kong. And that's very, I would say that it is very exciting to work for this company. Sometimes quite challenging, but it is a daily pleasure for me and for the teams to take care of this Hong Kong icon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trivalde. Thank you very much for sharing about the Hong Kong trams. I'm sure for our travelers coming to Hong Kong, you might have been seeing some crossing your everyday life. And those that live in Hong Kong, I'm sure you've seen a tram party go here and there. I definitely had been on a tram party, and some of those luxury ones, I do want to be a part of that. So make sure if you don't get a chance recently, just hop on. There's a tram that goes right through the Hong Kong Island. If you are after BODW Day 2, you can go enjoy the tram rides. Now upcoming will be a fireside chat to conclude our Day 2 of BODW. It's titled, Has Luxury Hit Bottom, or Is the Model Broken? We will be joined by Guy Salter, chairman of London Craft Week, who also has been the forefront of the luxury industry through leadership roles and iconic luxury brands. Moderated by Christopher Owen, the co-founder and CEO of 3030 Creative. He will explore the current transformation in the luxury sector, examining market trends and changing consumer preferences, and the evolving role of craftsmanship and experiences in shaping the industry's future. Please join me in welcoming Christopher Owen and Guy Salter.
I'm not so thirsty that I'm going to need both bottles of water, so I apologize for that. But ladies and gentlemen, it's often said that one of the greatest luxuries is time, especially time spent amongst family, friends, and loved ones. I have one or two family, friends, and loved ones in the audience, but for those of you who don't count us amongst your family, friends, and loved ones, thank you for giving us your time at the end of what is a long day and this final session of BODW Thursday. Guy Salter, very brief introduction there from Vincent, but as some of you will know, and all of you will know by the end of this session, a luxury expert, currently the founder and chairman of London Craft Week, and has previously acted as chief executive for a number of luxury brands. And myself, the co-founder and CEO of a creative agency based here in Hong Kong, working with various luxury brands. So, Guy, in the 20-odd minutes that we have the challenge of delivering some nuanced insights into the state of luxury. Could you give us a quick insight into the genesis of this topic and why you felt the time was ripe for a stock take on the luxury market with the BODW audience in mind?
Yes, well, I mean, basically, I'd initially been asked by BODW, and by the way, it's lovely to be back, to cover craftsmanship because of my London Craft Week hat. But actually, I think partly because obviously France being the partner country, and we've seen already over the last 2 days have been covering that topic quite brilliantly well. I felt that really I should wear my luxury hat, because at the end of the day, actually a vibrant luxury market and sector is absolutely vital, I would say, for most of the speakers that we've heard over the last 2 days. And there may be quite a lot of people who are quite concerned about the state of the industry, so good to delve into that.
Yeah. And obviously, it's possible to go down somewhat of a rabbit hole to try and define luxury or to isolate what real luxury means. Could you set out some parameters for us about what we are going to be discussing in terms of luxury for the context of today's fireside chat?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure all of you sat through sort of endless definitions of what is real luxury, which is pretty well a big waste of time. So essentially what we're going to aim to do today is focus on that traditional sort of luxury goods industry definition in the sense of it as a proper business sector with all the brands and everything else that we'll shortly discuss. But then in addition, if you like, if that's the center of the bullseye, hopefully we'll have time to also cover what I call the iceberg of exceptional creative talent, which is a whole stack of other people out there who are not brands per se, but making things that are as good or better as some of the brands, or indeed businesses that are creating experiences, for example, which are not actually goods per se.
Yeah, so on that, kind of following on from that, what we've tried to do is approach the topics we'll discuss in the time with 4 sort of categories of audience member in mind. The final category is consumer, which we can hopefully will be a sort of catch-all category. But the first category we'll want to look into is, and has been well represented today, I mean, we had Julia and Mark, whose clients include Hermes and Cartier, architects, retail designers, and essentially professionals who are one step removed from the brands themselves. So B2B partners, designers, supply chain, manufacturing partners. How do you assess the recent slowdown in the luxury sector and the implications for them?
Yes. We've had a great representation, I think, of that group here. And you can see how important it is, Julia, for example, to have the opportunity to work with brands. Mark, likewise, you know, it's just a fantastic opportunity to do right for the brand, do right for the practice. So I imagine, some of those people might be really quite concerned about what has been going on recently. And I thought I might just do my best to try and put that in context. Maybe the first thing I should say is, luxury is not over, in my view, far from it. In fact, I would say that the fundamentals for the sector are as strong as they've ever been. And actually the trends that are powering that are as important and relevant as ever. And you might ask, well, why, after all the things we've been reading about all the problems? And basically, it's super simple and always has been, which is that the world, despite everything and the craziness of so much that is going on, the world does continue to get richer, wealthier. The middle class, who, as we know, are an absolutely key component for luxury, because at the end of the day, most big luxury brands are not just making a few products, they're making many. They're an absolutely key driver, because that minute you hit that level, you can start thinking about money on things other than just survival or the rent. And then, of course, in terms of the really wealthy, I mean, they've only been getting wealthier and wealthier. But I think probably the main reason why it's not going away is it's because, something that Thomas Heatherwick was talking about yesterday, which is the human factor. He actually came up with a brilliant phrase that I hadn't heard before, which he called emotion as a function. And what he meant by that, I think, in terms of buildings, was that actually, at the end of the day, our ability as people to really care about things and to feel things is incredibly important, and probably one of the most important drivers of all. And that ultimately, when it comes to brands and values in brands and why we buy things and why we don't, that emotion is the most important thing. And that's not going away. So one's ability to be, whether you're wealthy, whatever degree of wealth you have, actually you want to project that because it's a key part of sort of explaining who you are. Now, of course, having said that, this is a terrible time. I mean, it is one of the worst times that I personally have experienced in the industry. It's the first time we've had a proper slowdown, really, since the credit crunch, Great Recession in 2008, 2009. So we really are in a sort of historic situation, and we've been facing, in many ways, a perfect storm with not a problem just in one market, but problems across all markets. And for all the obvious reasons that I probably don't need to tell you about, in terms of people feeling very constrained in terms of their personal finances, and sentiment, quite aside from their ability to spend on things or not, sentiment being very negative, and a whole heap of other things. Funnily enough, there have actually been, despite all the problems, some quite resilient pockets. So anything related to experience, a lot of things related to the very wealthy have continued to do extremely well. And actually, you could argue, despite, for example, a lot of the groups, actually posting actual losses, that if you look at luxury overall in terms of luxury goods and experiential luxury, that this year is probably going to be flat, or at most, let's say, -2%. Which, if you consider everything else that's going on in the world, is probably not too bad.
So I think that takes us, it's an interesting sort of phase to take us into a second category of audience members, potentially on the investment side. So here talking about business of design, well, the business of investing into luxury brands. So you mentioned there particular brands could be success stories. Maybe the industry overall is roughly flat, and some who have been suffering. As a chief executive who has had to be mindful about how investors have been managed, and as an investor yourself, how do you see the state of the market from an investment perspective? Is it a buyer's market?
Well, interestingly, as an investor myself, it's frustratingly not quite as much as a buyer's market as I wish it was. And I think part of the reason, just out of interest, is because although, of course, the big groups and the household name brands are mostly part of public companies, there are still quite a number of family-owned businesses in our sector. And for various reasons, they don't necessarily have the same pressures to sell, and they have a certain perception of valuation. But in terms of what I'm looking for as an investor, and my strong advice to others thinking about it, is really what you're looking for is I mean, the only measure for me that really matters is what I call sustainable pricing power. And what I mean by that is the ability to be able to charge a certain amount and continue to charge that amount, even in conditions.
Yeah. Or potentially raise your prices. I mean, one thing that's been a hot topic over the last year or 2 years, especially kind of post-COVID, has been the ability of some brands to raise prices significantly, dramatically. Other brands have tried to follow suit and effectively failed.
Yeah.
So in terms of price rises, price gouging, even potentially, what do you think enables one brand to successfully bring its audience and customer with it and say, for roughly the same good that you were buying several years ago, you're now going to pay 40% more, and then another brand try to do the same, but ultimately lose market share because of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's another really interesting thing going on there behind that question, which is, if you like, what makes for a successful brand that has that power. I think, by the way, just on the price gouging thing, I mean, there is no question, I think, that a number of people in the industry probably did push up their prices too much. And the other thing, of course, is that all luxury consumers, I mean, they're not stupid, we're all consumers after all, and you're always looking for that trade-off, aren't you, between price and value. So I think the key to all of this, and again, coming back, thinking about this as an investor, is that if you are going to have sustainable pricing power, then what you actually need is a very strong, simple, and understandable DNA. You need absolute clarity what it is that the brand stands for. And then you need a proposition which doesn't move from that. It's amazing how many businesses along the way forget what the original DNA was, or there are changes made.
I won't ask you to comment on Jaguar's recent repositioning.
Yeah, quite. We'll pass a veil over that.
Then, in terms of proposition, again, you've been on the inside as an executive and then as a founder of London Craft Week, where you're inviting tens, dozens, hundreds of makers and craftspeople to participate in the event. So you talk about the idea of a proposition there. What's the balance that a brand can achieve, or how does a brand achieve a balance between creativity and the commercial kind of requirements to set themselves apart as a proposition, a value proposition for a customer?
Well, I think actually one of the things that the luxury industry has always done well and always understood, beyond many other types of business, is actually that you need both. So you need the commerciality alongside the creativity, and they're both utterly essential, and without either, you haven't got a decent business. So I think in many ways I would like to think that is a given, and always has been. But there's something else I'd just like to briefly touch on here, that again, as an investor, or indeed just someone looking from the outside in, or indeed as someone in the industry, you should never forget something that I come back to time and again, which is that a brand needs to constantly balance something else apart from creativity and commerciality. And that's what I call love and respect. So love, if you like, an attribute of love in a brand sense is like a super fashionable, super hot brand. You could maybe regard that as being 100% all about love. It's just something you've got to have. Respect, on the other hand, is something where, it's all about how something's made, maybe it's heritage, all the serious stuff.
Yep.
But of course,
authenticity.
Exactly. But you've constantly got to balance those two components. If you have too much love, you're hot one season and you're dropped the next. Too much respect and you're boring. So as an investor, that's what you're looking for. But also in terms of the management team, that's what they've got to understand and constantly achieve.
I think as individuals, we could probably learn something about that love and respect balance
Probably.
as well. So I think that kind of leads on to something you've talked about in the past. You've talked about the luxury playbook. So you just mentioned there about successful brands. And I think we can think of you as maybe being a luxury optimist, or a realist, but on the optimistic side. And you feel, and you've gone on record as saying that over the last several years, decade or so, the luxury sector has done a lot of things very well, and actually better than other consumer-facing brands or other price points, in terms of certainly evolving its positioning and communicating purpose and value, and therefore enticing people to spend. Could you perhaps introduce a little bit about that luxury playbook and how you think brands and other businesses outside of the luxury industry can learn and level up?
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't have time today to go through something I actually introduced at BODW in 2006, which was what I call the luxury code. Stick to this and you'll succeed. But funnily enough, I don't think that has changed enormously, because ultimately things, for example, like quality, so craftsmanship, remain absolutely essential, and it comes back to your point about price and whether people feel it's fair and there's value, which is exactly why nowadays, you've got people, rubbishing product on TikTok and, showing or ostensibly showing why something is not the quality that maybe they perceived it to be before, and what's more, we're paying 3 times as much. That sort of thing is very, very damaging. So there's a whole heap of things that you've got to do and stick to doing really, really well, which I think is also actually true for almost all brands. And getting that value proposition right, making sure you're never letting the consumer down in terms of quality, keeping up your creative levels, all that kind of stuff. But I just thought I might just give you one example in terms of this, which is a sort of like real life example from Jonathan Anderson and Loewe, who have held up well in the current climate, where essentially, he's been creative director now there for 10 years, is that he just gradually was able to take off. Obviously, Loewe, genuinely had amazing heritage and incredible quality, especially in terms of the way they work with their artisans. But the way Jonathan gave it a kind of a certain aesthetic, a certain look, but then backed that up to give it a seriousness and a kind of sense of being important culturally, is he set up the Loewe Foundation Craft Prize and ended up really taking that from nothing to being really the foremost way of recognizing the very, very best artist makers from around the world. And then, very cleverly working out that not only do you have this very prestigious cultural activity each year, but also then you display, is now a gradual building up of a very important collection of artistic craft by Loewe, which is then displayed in the stores.
Yep.
And I think what that gives is, it shows also not only do people take you really seriously, they've understood you, but also, again, from the point of view of an investor, these things take time. That's been 10 years.
Yeah. That's an interesting brand example, Levi. I'm not sure whether it was the prize itself or maybe a showcase of that prize, but they recently held a very well-received event in Shanghai. So now perhaps we can move a little bit from, you mentioned there, really a sense of kind of universal values, that if the brand sticks to a certain playbook, the brand can be successful. And we haven't tried to delineate by geography or sector. Maybe looking at the audience and the consumer a little bit, we're here in Hong Kong, and there are reasons why market slowdowns have occurred globally. Does the consumer have a similar set of universal values? So, for example, to this year's BODW partner country, France, a long list of heritage brands, luxury brands, and a deep sense of the culture of luxury being legitimately respected within the country. At the moment, here we are in Hong Kong at PMQ, Shanghai Tang, which set itself out to be China's preeminent luxury brand, is holding a 30th anniversary kind of retrospective. The audiences have become, in one way, more sophisticated. The knowledge has expanded. But are brands, or does the audience have a sort of universal value that means that when a brand has that balance between love and respect, the consumer will follow necessarily in each geography? Or do you see different patterns globally between what the Asian consumer may value versus what the Western consumer may value?
Well, again, funnily enough, it was one of the things I did in a past BODW is shared this idea I have of the discernment curve, which was basically a long time ago, where I was predicting that, of course, wealth and the growth of wealth is the main driver for the industry, but ultimately it's about what we, all of us as consumers, decide to spend our money on, our money on, but that actually then we're going to select certain brands or not brands at all. Maybe we'll work with some artisan round the corner. And
that's your iceberg theory.
That's
where we see the tip of the iceberg. There's actually a huge pool of luxury underneath. Which
Exactly.
If it's appreciated, it can establish itself as luxury.
That's right, exactly. And funnily enough, I think that is definitely happening in all sorts of different ways, including, for example, something that is not, as I mentioned before, a luxury good, but is a luxury experience, which is, taking your family on, an incredible safari or something like that, and making sure it's done absolutely beautifully, or staying in an amazing hotel or having an amazing meal. So there are all those things. But I think coming back to this thing that I posited, discernment curve, will therefore knowledge and sophistication end up being the most important thing in luxury? I would say yes, to a point. In other words, it has been interesting to see around the world the differences in different geographies between, China, for example, or France or Japan. But ultimately, I would say we all as consumers may be, we all want to also be entertained. We don't want to be too serious the whole time.
Yeah.
So that actually probably we're not as far along the discernment curve as I would hope. But in the last minute, I would maybe put a plea out to all of us, which is I always look at Japan. We saw many wonderful examples today as being probably the only what I would call mass discernment market in the world. In other words, it's not about how much you earn. It's not about how much money you have. There's a cultural appreciation of beautiful things, whether it's a falling leaf or the cherry blossom or whatever it is. Yeah. And there's an openness and a seriousness about their approach to art and to craftsmanship. And I hope one day that we will be sitting here and talking about a luxury sector that is actually encompasses everything like that.
I think that's a nice example. Maybe if I could wrap up, we've got 4 red zeros on the screen, but in our business, we work with various luxury brands, including Dior and Rosewood Hotel Group, on projects that involve Chinese craft. and a fresh approach to Chinese craftsmanship. And actually, China has developed this system of the intangible cultural heritage and really is identifying those makers and masters who deserve recognition and giving them a special sort of government-backed status, if that's the way to put it. But that means hopefully there's hope that China will follow Japan down the road of kind of mass discernment. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, our time is up. Thank you so much for sticking through the day, and we'll let you retire and enjoy the evening.
Thank you, Guy and Christopher, for sharing and leaving us on a wonderful note to conclude day 2 of Business of Design Week. And most of all, we need to thank you, our audience members, our speakers and moderators, for joining us for day 2. Your enthusiasm is most memorable. Now, if you'd like to revisit today's highlights, please do tune in to ViewTV6 from 8:30 to 10:30 for the highlights of today's event. My name is Vincent Tang, and it's once again lovely to see you. We look forward to seeing you on tomorrow for day 3 of Business of Design Week 2024. See you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.